It all started when Cassandra Wolfhart killed a pumpkin sprout. I didn't know Cassandra personally, but I knew of her. She was friends with Tom's sister, and Tom's, well, friends with me. All that I know about Cassandra, I've learned against my will, in passing comments from adults or other kids at school. That Wolfhart girl, now that's a picky eater if I've ever seen one. One thing that everyone in town knew was that Cassandra hated pumpkins. She literally could not stand the sight of them. I once watched her start screaming at the top of her lungs when a barista at the Point Pine Cafe offered her a pumpkin spice latte. That girl was weird. And her hatred of pumpkins was the weird cherry on top of the weird sundae that was Cassandra Wolfhart. Tom said that any time Cassandra came over during the fall season, she would avoid looking into her backyard. Apparently, the first time she went over, she saw their pumpkin patch and went white as a ghost before she passed out on their kitchen floor. He showed me a dent that he swears was made by her head hitting the wooden floorboards, but Tom's kind of a liar sometimes, so I just go along with most of what he says. I knew about the other girls at school who liked to play pranks on Cassandra. One time they filled her locker with pumpkin guts, and when she opened it, she threw up in the middle of the hallway. I have to say that at first, I found Cassandra to be a little ridiculous, but now I feel bad for her. So many people constantly terrorize her with their biggest fear. I think about what I would do if someone was dangling me off a cliff as a joke, and I realize that I'd probably react the same way that Cassandra has. Last week, I was at Tom's house while Cassandra was there hanging out with her sister, Megan. Even from Tom's room, I could overhear Cassandra complaining about pumpkin spice season. I even heard her gag a few times after she said the word pumpkin. Cassandra left before dinner that day once she found out that Tom's mother was serving pumpkin bread for dessert. Boy, that girl sure hates pumpkins, Tom's dad chuckled as she went out the front door. A few days after that, Cassandra's brother managed to carry her to Tom's pumpkin patch in her sleep, and when she woke up surrounded by pumpkins, she screamed so loud that she woke up everyone in the neighborhood. They all rushed out to find her, slamming her fists over the pumpkins, punching holes into a few of them. She had apparently broken off a few nails doing this, and severely cut up and bruised her hands in the process. They had to call the police and the paramedics to tear her away from the pumpkin patch, and then sedate her, so they could transport her to the hospital. Since her brothers had filmed it, they were in some big trouble with the cops and their parents. May said she tried to go visit Cassandra, but she wouldn't even talk to her. She just kept crying, saying the pumpkins were going to want revenge, Tom said, as we did our history homework. Revenge for what? For what she did to them, duh. She basically murdered a bunch of pumpkins. I saw what it looked like afterward. She literally destroyed our whole pumpkin patch. I looked up at Tom, who was highlighting in a textbook. Yeah, but they're pumpkins. They don't care, I replied. She doesn't think that, he mumbled, with a highlighter cap in his mouth. I didn't hear much about Cassandra for the rest of the day. But the following morning, when Tom's parents were outside to clean up the mess, they found that all the pumpkin debris was already gone. You mean someone just cleaned it up? I asked Tom over the phone. I mean, I guess. What else could have happened? I didn't say anything because honestly, I didn't know. Maybe someone just felt bad and had decided to help Tom's family by cleaning up Cassandra's mess. It wasn't likely that she would clean up after herself, at least not without having some sort of breakdown. The following morning at 4 a.m., someone called the police claiming that there was a girl in a hospital gown wailing and running barefoot down the street. It was Cassandra. When they caught up to her, she said she was running from the pumpkin monster. She had made it all the way to our neighborhood from the hospital and collapsed on her front lawn. I watched through my bedroom window as the police talked to Cassandra and her parents for a few minutes. Something caught my eye off to the left, and I looked over to see Tom waving me down. I ran downstairs and out the front door to meet him. What's going on? I asked. She says there's a pumpkin monster out here to get her, Tom grinned. Maybe all the teasing caught up to her and she finally broke. I looked over at the rest of the neighbors who had been drawn outside onto the street by the cops and the crazy girl in the hospital gown. Or maybe not, Tom trailed off. I glanced back at him and saw that he was pointing towards one of the running paths that came out of the woods. Between two of the houses on the street, there was movement in the trees and a flash of orange before something came out of the woods. The fuck is that? I asked. Oh my god, it's here! The pumpkin monster's here! Please, you have to help me! I don't want to die! Cassandra wailed as she saw it. And for once, Cassandra wasn't crazy. The thing that had come out of the woods was, in fact, a pumpkin monster. It was about 7 feet tall and made out of the broken pumpkins from Tom's pumpkin patch. The pumpkin pieces were crudely molded together to form feet, legs, a torso, arms, hands, a neck, and finally a head. It had pumpkin guts draped all over it, hanging off its body and leaving a trail of them all over the ground. It stopped in the middle of the street, and people began to go back into their homes. It seemed to look around for a while, moving its lopsided, half-smashed pumpkin head from side to side, even though it had no eyes or any other facial features. After a few seconds, it headed straight towards Cassandra, who screamed so loud I thought my eardrums were going to burst. It began to awkwardly make its way towards her home, taking wide steps and fumbling as it tried to speed up. Oh, hell no. It shook the ground with each step, and I held on to a nearby fence for balance. The police pulled out their guns and shot it a few times, but it continued to walk, unfazed. Cassandra darted between two of the officers and headed towards Tom and me. "What is she doing? Why is she running this way?" Tom asked. The pumpkin monster pivoted and began making its way towards us as usual. Cassandra ran past us, looking back towards the monster for a second. She continued to run down the street, and Tom and I moved out of the monster's way as it chased her. After a few seconds, Tom took off after it as well. "Where are you going?" I asked. "Don't you want to see what happens?" I hesitated for a second before I followed. "Hey, come back here!" That officer called after us. We made it to the end of the street just in time to see Cassandra trip and roll down the small hill. We stopped and we listened to her screams as she kept rolling down the hill. "No fucking way," Tom whispered. We kept watching as Cassandra rolled straight into another pumpkin patch, her head making contact with the biggest pumpkin and slamming right into it with a dull thud. Oh my god. She's dead. The pumpkin monster tripped down the field, falling over Cassandra's lifeless body and falling apart all over her and the pumpkin patch. The cops finally caught up and raced down the hill to check on Cassandra. But I was right. And she had died. Not even an hour later, there was a town-wide announcement. No more pumpkins in Point Pine. Ever. Tom and I watched from the top of the hill as people carried the pumpkins away to burn them all at the edge of town. Someone had already taken Cassandra's body away, but left the pumpkin that her head had smashed through. For days, all that anyone talked about was Cassandra's freak accident. That night, Cassandra was seen again. Multiple people reported seeing her walking around town, sobbing, asking for help. I was one of them. See, I heard her crying in the middle of the night. Looked out my bedroom window to see her standing in the middle of the road right outside her house. She was dirty and bruised, covered in pumpkin guts and dried up blood. She cried loudly, gasping for breath while she cried out. "Someone please help me! Please, I hate pumpkins!" I continued to watch as no one, not even her parents, turned on their lights or even looked outside. Cassandra fell to her knees in the middle of the road, continuing to cry. Before finally falling face first, her forehead pressed to the road. "Please. I hate them," she cried. She continued to cry for a few minutes, and then backed away from the window and got into bed. After a few minutes, she started to scream. She's done this every single night since she's died. She screams about how we should have listened to her. Getting rid of the pumpkins now won't stop anything. She claims they'll come back, and that we're all going to die. I guess one thing that kind of sucks about Point Pine is just that the dead never really leave. I wasn't sure where else to post these stories, so I figured I'd share them here. See, I've been a search and rescue officer for a few years now, and along the way I've seen some things that I think you guys would be interested in. I have a pretty good track record for finding missing people. Most of the time they just wander off the path or slip down a small cliff, and they can't find their way back. The majority of them have heard the old saying, "Stay where you are," and they don't wander off. But I've had 2 cases where that didn't happen. Both bother me a lot, and I use them as motivation to search even harder on the missing persons cases that I get called in on. The first was a little boy. He was out berry picking with his parents. He and his little sister were together, and both of them went missing around the same time. Their parents lost sight of them for a few seconds, and in that time, both the kids apparently wandered off. When their parents couldn't find them, they called us, and we came out to search the area. We found the daughter pretty quickly, and when we asked where her brother was, she told us that he'd been taken away by the bear man. She said he gave her berries and told her to stay quiet, that he wanted to play with her brother for a while. The last she saw of her brother, he was riding on the shoulders of the bear man and seemed calm. Of course, our first thought was abduction, but we never found a trace of another human being in that area. The little girl was also insistent that he wasn't a normal man, but that he was tall and covered in hair like a bear, and that he had a weird face. We searched the area for weeks. It was one of the longest calls I've ever been on, but we never found a single trace of that kid. The other was a young woman who was out hiking with her mom and grandpa. According to her mother, her daughter had climbed up a tree to get a better view of the forest, and she'd never come back down. They waited by the base of the tree for hours, calling her name, before they called for help, and again we searched everywhere. We never found a trace of her. I have no idea where she could have possibly gone, because neither her mother or grandpa ever saw her come down. A few times I've been out on my own searching with the canine. They've tried to lead me straight up cliffs, not hills, not even rock faces, straight sheer cliffs with no possible handholds. It's always baffling. And in those cases, we usually find the person on the other side of the cliff, miles away from where the canine led us. I'm sure there's an explanation, but it's sort of strange. One particularly sad case involved the recovery of a body. A 9-year-old girl fell down an embankment and got impaled on a dead tree at the base. It was a complete freak accident, but I'll never forget the sound her mother made when we told her what had happened. She saw the body bag being loaded into the ambulance, and she let out the most haunting, heartbreaking wail I've ever heard. It was like her whole life was crashing down around her, and a part of her died, their daughter. I heard from another search and rescue officer that she killed herself a few weeks after it happened. She couldn't live with the loss of her daughter. I was teamed up with another search and rescue officer because we'd received reports of bears in the area. We were looking for a guy who hadn't come home from a climbing trip when he was supposed to, and we ended up having to do some serious climbing to get where we figured he'd be. We found him trapped in a small crevice with a broken leg. It wasn't pleasant. He'd been there for almost 2 days, and his leg was very obviously infected. We were able to get him into a chopper, and I heard from one of the EMTs that the guy was absolutely inconsolable. He kept talking about how he'd been doing fine. And when he got into the top, a man had been there. He said the guy had no climbing equipment. He was wearing a parka and ski pants. He walked up to the guy, and when the guy turned around, he said he had no face. It was just blank. He freaked out and ended up trying to get off the mountain too fast, which was why he had fallen. He said he could hear the guy all night, climbing down the mountain and letting out these horrible muffled screams. This story bothered the hell out of me. I'm glad I wasn't there to hear it. One of the scariest things I've ever had happen to me involved the search for a young woman who'd gotten separated from her hiking group. We were out late at night because the dogs had picked up her scent. When we found her, she was curling up under a large rotted log. She didn't have any injuries, and we were able to get her to walk with us back to the base ops. Along the way, she kept looking behind us and asking us why that big man with black eyes was following us.
We couldn't see anyone. So we just wrote it off as some weird symptom of shock. But the closer we got to base, the more agitated the woman got. She kept asking me to tell him to stop making faces at her. At one point, she stopped and turned around and started yelling into the forest, saying that she wanted him to leave her alone. She wasn't going to go with him, she said, and she wouldn't give us to him. We finally got her to keep moving, but we started hearing these weird noises coming from all around us. It was almost like coughing, but more rhythmic and deep. It was almost insect-like. I don't really know how else to describe it. When we were within sight of base ops, the woman turns to me. Her eyes are about as wide as I can imagine a human could possibly open them. She touches my shoulder and says, "He says to tell you to speed up. He doesn't like looking at the scar on your neck." I have a very small scar on the base of my neck, but it's mostly hidden under my collar. I have no idea how this woman saw it. Right after she says it, I hear that weird coughing right next to my ear, and I just about jump out of my skin. I hustle her to ops, trying not to show how freaked out I was, but I have to say, I was really happy when we left the area that night. This is the last one I'll tell. That's probably the weirdest story I have. No, I don't know if it's true in every search and rescue unit, but in mine, it's sort of an unspoken regular thing we run into. You can try asking about it with other search and rescue officers, but even if they know what you're talking about, they probably won't say anything about it. We've been told not to talk about it to our superiors, and at this point, we've all gotten so used to it that it doesn't even seem weird anymore. On just about every case where we're really far into the wilderness, I'm talking about like 30 or 40 miles, at some point we'll find a staircase in the middle of the woods. It's almost like if you took the stairs in your house, cut them out, and put them in the forest. I asked about it the first time I saw some. The other officer just told me not to worry about it, that it was normal. Everyone I asked said the same thing. I wanted to go check them out, but I was told very emphatically that I should never go near any of them. I just sort of ignore them now when I run into them because they happen so frequently. There's been an overwhelming amount of people mentioning the similarity between some of my stories and those of David Pauld's. I assure you, I'm not trying to rip him off in any way. I've got nothing but respect for the guy. He's actually what inspired me to write this because I can verify a lot of these things he talks about. We do have a lot of these strange missing persons cases, and most of the time, they aren't solved. Either that or we find them in places they have no business being. I personally haven't been on many calls like that, but I'll share a few that I've seen and a story my friend told me that relates to this. There was a lot of feedback about the stairs, so I'll touch on that briefly here, and I'll also include a story. They come in a variety of shapes, sizes, styles, and conditions. Some are pretty dilapidated, just ruins, but others are brand new. I saw one set that looked like they came from a lighthouse. They were metal and spiral, almost old-fashioned. The stairs don't go up infinitely or farther than I can see, but some sets are taller than others. Like I said before, just imagine the stairs in your home as if someone had cut and pasted them in the middle of nowhere. I don't have any pictures. It's never really occurred to me to try after the first time, and I don't really feel like risking my job over it. I'll try again in the future, but I can't really promise anything. A few people expressed confusion about the guy who ran into the man with no face. And just to clarify, when the climber ascended and reached the top of the peak, he saw another man in a parka and ski pants. This was the man with no face. Sorry about any kind of confusion with the wording of that story. Try to avoid that in the future. As far as missing persons go, I'd say that about half the calls I get are related to that. The other are rescue calls. People who fall off cliffs, hurt themselves, get injured by fire. You wouldn't believe how often that happens, mostly drunk kids. Getting bitten or stung by animals or insects. We're a tight team. We have veterans who are excellent at finding signs of lost people. And that's what makes these cases where we never find any trace of them so frustrating. One in particular was upsetting for all of us because we did find a trace of them, but it just led to more questions than answers. An older man had been hiking alone on a well-established trail, but his wife called to say that he hadn't come home when he should have. Apparently, he had a history of seizures, and she was worried that he hadn't taken his medication and had suffered one of those out on the trail. And before you ask, I have no idea why he thought that it was okay to go out alone, or why she didn't go out with him. I don't ask about these kinds of things because past a certain point, it really doesn't matter. Someone is missing, and that's my job to find them. We went out in a standard search formation, and it wasn't long before one of our vets found signs that the guy had gone off the trail. We grouped up and followed him, spreading out in a fan to make sure that we covered as much ground as possible. Suddenly a call comes over the radio telling us all to head back towards the vet's location. We come right away because this usually means the missing person is injured. We need a full team to help him find his way out to safety. We meet back up. And the vet's just standing at the base of a tree with his hands on the sides of his head. I asked my buddy what's going on. He points up into the branches of the tree. I almost couldn't believe what I was seeing. But there's a walking stick, dangling from a branch at least 30 feet off the ground. A little strap thing on the handle has been looped around the branch. It's just hanging there. Now, there's no way the guy could have tossed it up that far. We don't see any other signs that he's still in the area. We call up into the tree, but it's obvious no one's in it. We're all just sort of left scratching our heads. We keep searching for the guy, but we never find him. We even bring our canines out, but they lose his scent long before this tree. Eventually, the search is called off, because there are other calls we have to attend to. And past a certain point, there's not much we can do. The guy's wife called us every day for months, asking if we'd found her husband. It was heartbreaking to hear her get more and more hopeless each time. I'm not sure why this call in particular was so upsetting, but I think that it was just the sheer improbability of it, that the questions that were raised. How the hell did this guy's cane end up there? Did someone kill him and toss that up there? Is this some kind of weird trophy? We did our best to find him, but it was almost like a taunt. We still talk about that one from time to time. Missing kids are the most heartbreaking. Doesn't matter the circumstance. It's never easy. And we always dread the ones we find deceased. It's not common, but it does happen. David talks a lot about kids, search and rescue teams, things that they find that shouldn't be or couldn't be. I could honestly say that I've heard about this kind of thing happening more than I've seen it. But I'll share one of the ones that I think a lot about. One of the ones that I've witnessed. Personally. A mother and her 3 kids were out for a picnic in an area of the park that has a small lake. One is 6, one is 5, the other's about 3. She watches them all really closely, and according to her, she never lets them out of her sight at any time. She never saw anyone else in the area, which is important. She packs their stuff up, and they start to head back to the parking area. Now, this lake is only about 2 miles into the woods, and it's on a very clearly established trail. It's almost impossible to get lost getting from the parking area to it, unless you're deliberately going off the path like an imbecile. Her kids are walking in front of her, and she hears what sounds like someone coming up the path behind her. She turns around, and in the 4 or so seconds that she's not looking, her 5-year-old son vanishes. She figures that he stepped off the trail to pee or something, and she asks her other 2 where he went. They both tell her that a big man with a scary face came out of the woods next to them and took the kid's hand and led him into the trees. The 2 remaining kids don't seem upset. In fact, she says later that it seems like they've been drugged. They sort of seems spacey and fuzzy, so of course she freaks out and starts looking frantically in the area for her kid. She's screaming his name. She says at one point she thinks she heard him answer her. Now obviously, she can't go blindly running into the woods. She's got to get the 2 kids. She calls the police and they send us out immediately. We respond and we start the search for him. Over the course of the search, which spans miles, we never find a single trace of the kid. Canines can't pick up a scent. We don't find any clothes or broken bushes or literally anything that would signify a child being there. Of course, there's suspicion about the mother for a while, but it's pretty clear that she's completely destroyed by the whole thing. We look for this kid for weeks, with a lot of volunteer help, but eventually, the search peters off, and we have to move on. The volunteers keep searching, though, and one day we get a call on the radio letting us know that a body has been found and needs to be recovered. They tell us the location, and none of us can believe it. We figured that it's got to be a different kid. But we go out there, about 15 miles from the site where he vanished, and sure enough, we find the body of the kid we've been looking for. I've been trying to figure out how this kid got where he did ever since we found him, and I've never come up with an answer. A volunteer just happened to be in the area because he figured he might as well look in places no one else would think of. On the off chance, the body had been dumped. He comes to the base of a tall, rocky slope, and halfway up, he sees something. He looks through his binoculars, and sure enough, it's the body of a little boy stuffed in a little opening in the rock. He recognizes the color of the kid's shirt, and he knows right away that it's the missing boy. That's when he calls it in. We're dispatched. It took us almost an hour to get his body down. None of us could believe what we were seeing. Not only was the kid 15 miles from where he'd started, there was no possible way he could have gotten up there on his own. The slope's treacherous. It's hard even for us in our climbing gear. A 5-year-old boy had no way of getting up there. Of that I'm certain. Not only that, but the kid doesn't have a scratch on him. His shoes are gone, but his feet aren't damaged or dirty, so it wasn't as if an animal dragged him up there. And from what we can tell, he hasn't been dead that long. He'd been out there over a month by that point, and it looked like he'd only been dead for, at most, a day or 2. The whole thing was unbelievably strange. And it was one of the most disconcerting calls I've ever been on. We found out later that the coroner determined the kid had died from exposure. He'd frozen to death, probably late at night 2 days before we found him. There were no suspects. No answers. To this day, it's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. One of my first jobs as a trainee was a search op for a 4-year-old kid that had gotten separated from his mom. This was one of those cases where we knew we were going to find him because the dogs were on a strong scent trail. We saw clear signs that he was in the area. We ended up finding him in a berry patch about half a mile from where he'd been last seen. The kid wasn't even aware that he'd wandered off. One of the vets brought him back, which I was glad of because I'm really not good with kids, and I find it hard to talk to them and keep them company. As my trainer and I headed back, she decided to take me on a detour to show me one of the hot spots where we tend to find missing people. It's a natural dip in the land near a popular trail, and people will usually move downhill because it's easier. We hike out there. It's a few miles away, and we get there in about an hour or so. As we're walking around the area, she's pointing out places that she found people in the past. I see something in the distance. Now, this area we're in is about 8 miles from the main parking area, though there's back roads that you can take to get closer if you don't want to hike that far. But we're on state-protected land, which means that there can't be any kind of commercial or residential development out here. The most you'll ever see is a fire tower or a makeshift shelter that homeless people think they can get away with building. But I can see from here that whatever this thing is has straight edges. And if there's one thing that you learn quickly, it's that nature rarely makes straight edges. I pointed out, but she doesn't say anything. She just hangs back and lets me wander over and check it out. I get within about 20 feet of it. All the hair on the back of my neck stands up. It's a staircase. In the middle of the fucking woods. In the proper context, it would probably be the most benign thing ever. It's just a normal staircase with beige carpet and about 10 steps tall. But instead of being in a house where it obviously should be, it's out here in the middle of the woods. Sides aren't carpeted, obviously. And I can see the wood it's made of. It's almost like a video game glitch where the house had failed to load completely and the stairs are the only thing visible. I stand there. It's like my brain is working overtime trying to make sense of what I'm seeing. My trainer comes around and stands next to me. She just stands there casually looking at it as if it's the least interesting thing in the world. I ask her what the hell this thing is doing here. She just chuckles. Get used to it, rookie. You're gonna see a lot of them. I start moving closer and she grabs my arm. Hard. I wouldn't do that, she says. Her voice is casual, but her grip is tight. I just stand there looking at her. You're gonna see them all the time. But don't go near them. Don't touch them. Don't go up them. Just ignore them. I start to ask her about it, but something in the way that she's looking at me tells me that it's best I don't. We end up moving on and the subject doesn't come up again for the rest of the training. She was right though. I'd say about every fifth call I go on, I ended up running across a set of stairs. Sometimes they're relatively close to the path, maybe within 2 or 3 miles. Sometimes they're 20, 30 miles out, literally in the middle of nowhere, and I only find them during the broadest searches of training weekends. They're usually in good condition, but sometimes it looks like they've been there for years. All different kinds, all different sizes. The biggest I ever saw looked like they came out of a turn-of-the-century mansion. Or at least 10 feet wide and steps leading up at least 15 to 20 feet. I tried talking about it with people, but they just give me the same response my trainer did. It's normal, don't worry about it. They're not a big deal, but don't get too close to them or go up them. When trainees ask me about it now, I give them the same response. I don't really know what else to tell them. I'm really hoping someday I get a better answer. But it hasn't happened yet. Well, this is another one. One that's less spooky, a little more sad. A young man went missing late in winter. Realistically, no one could be going that far out into the trails. We close a lot of them, but some remain open years round unless there's a shitload of snow. We didn't opt for them, but we had about 6 feet of snow on the ground. It was unusually heavy snowfall that year, and we knew that it wasn't likely that he'd find him until spring when the thaw came. Sure enough, when the first big thaw came, a hiker reported a body a little ways off the main trail. We found him at the base of a tree in a pile of melted snow. I knew right away what had happened. It scared the living shit out of me. Most of you who ski or snowboard or spend any amount of time on a mountain will probably have guessed too. When snow falls, it doesn't collect as thick in the area beneath the branches. It happens most with the fir trees because they have a sort of closed umbrella shape. So when you end up with a space around the base of a tree, it's filled with a mixture of loose, powdery snow, air, and branches. They're called tree wells. They're not immediately obvious if you don't know what you're looking for. We put up signs in the welcome center, big ones, letting people know how dangerous they are. But every year that we get an unusual amount of snow, at least one person, doesn't read them, but doesn't take the warning seriously, and we find them out about in spring. My best guess is this young man was hiking around and got tired. Or maybe a cramp from walking in the deep snow. He went to go sit at the base of the tree, not knowing that there was a tree well, and fell in. Got stuck with his feet up, and the surrounding snow caved in around him. And unable to free himself, he suffocated. It's called snow immersion suffocation, and it doesn't usually happen except in really deep snow. But if you get stuck in a weird position like this guy did, even 6 feet of snow can be lethal. What scared me the most was imagining how he must have struggled. Upside down in the freezing cold, didn't die quickly. The snow would have formed a dense, heavy pile on top of him, and it would have been literally impossible for him to get out. As it got harder to breathe, he would have known what was happening. And I can't imagine what he was thinking in his last moments. A lot of my less outdoorsy friends want to know if I ever seen that goat man thing while I've been out in calls. And unfortunately, or I guess fortunately, I've never had anything quite like that happen. I guess the closest was the whole black-eyed man thing, but I didn't see anything. However, there was one call where I had something kind of similar happen, but I'm not sure if I'm willing to chalk it up to the goat man. We got a response that an older woman had fainted along one of the trails and needed assistance getting back down to the main area. We hike up to where she's at, and her husband's just beside himself. He runs, I guess more jogs to us, and tells us that he was a little ways off the trail looking at something when his wife starts screaming behind him. He runs back to her and she passes out on the trail. We get her on a backboard, and as we're getting her down to the welcome center, she comes up to us and starts screaming again. I calm her down and I ask her what happened. I can't remember verbatim what she had said, but essentially what had happened was this. She was waiting for her husband when she started hearing this really strange sound. She said it sounded sort of like a cat, but it was off somehow. She couldn't quite figure out why. She went a little ahead to try and hear it better, and it sounded like it was coming closer. She said the closer it got, the more uneasy she was until she finally figured out what was wrong. I do remember this next part because it was so weird that I didn't think I could forget it if I tried. It wasn't a cat. It was a man saying the word meow over and over, just meow, meow, meow. But it wasn't a man. It couldn't have been, because I've never heard a man make his voice buzz like that. I thought my hearing was going out, but it wasn't. I adjusted it and it still sounded all buzzy. It was awful. He was coming closer, but I couldn't see him, and the closer he got, the more scared I was, and the last thing I remember was a shape coming out of the trees. I guess that's when I fainted. See, now obviously I'm a little perplexed as to why a guy would be out in the fucking woods chanting meow, meow at people. So once we got down the mountain, I tell my superior that I'm going to go search the area to see if I can find anything. He tells me to go ahead. We grab a radio and hike back to where she fainted. And I don't see anyone, so I keep going about a mile more. When I head back, I go off the trail and I see a figure out where she saw him coming from. It's almost sunset by this point. I don't have any desire to be out at the woods alone, so I just sort of write it off and make a mental note to check it out again tomorrow. But as I'm heading back, I start to hear something off in the distance. I stop and I call out for anyone in the immediate area to identify themselves. The sound didn't come closer or get louder, but it sounded exactly like a man saying, meow, meow. This really odd monotone. And as comical as it makes it sound, it's like that guy from the guy on South Park with that electrolarynx. Ned. I go off the trail in the direction I think it's coming from, but I never seem to get closer. It's almost like it's coming from all directions, and eventually just sorts of fades out. And I ended up going back to the Welcome Center. I didn't get any further reports like that, and even though I went back to that area, I never heard that exact same sound again. I suppose it could have been some stupid kid out there fucking with people. But even I have to admit, it was weird.
I don't exactly remember this case, but I do remember why I went to New York in the first place. I went between cases, checking out the beautiful fall scenery on the East Coast. One night I drove past a billboard in upstate New York. Someone in a black silhouette stood beneath it, walking slowly down the road. I didn't think much of it. A few miles later, however, the same ad was again set up on a different billboard, and under this one too was the black shape of the tall man. This time he wore a wide-brimmed hat. The billboard was an ad for some tourist attraction in New York City. I slowed down, thinking that it could be a coincidence. Someone was simply moving out of the shadows under the sign, perhaps trying to cross the road. He was walking toward me, after all, except he didn't seem to be getting any closer, and as I watched, the lower part of his shadowy face split open. Slowly,
Very slowly, a row of shiny white teeth appeared. A grin. That flash of white startled me. I glanced away for a half a second, and then I looked back. He was gone. I hadn't planned on checking out New York. It was too crowded. But I took it as a sign and headed there anyway. And nothing happened. No ghosts, no stories. I ended up wandering Brooklyn for a few hours, then driving away disappointed. I didn't think about it much afterward. It's been nearly a year since then. A few weeks ago, I was up late going through all my transcripts with the intention of finding suitable ones to post here and send to IHK. At some point, I went outside to have a quick smoke. When I came back, this document was on my desk. I didn't open it. I didn't even know how it existed. I read through, confused and unnerved. The doc was untitled, and it wasn't saved to the folder where I kept the rest of my case transcripts. Combined with the fact that I had no recollection of the events herein, there's no way I would ever have found this document in the bowels of my laptop. Unless, of course, some shadowy hand waited until I was away from the computer, came in and pulled it up for me to see. I immediately felt that it was significant. Like I said, though, I have no memory of the occurrence in these transcripts. Nothing happened in New York as far as I can recall. Can't answer questions regarding it. There's very little follow-up I can take. I'll let it speak for itself. Case file. The dead girl. Location, New York City, New York. Date, October 12th, 2017. Witness name. She calls herself Lazary. Let's go with that. Relationship to case. Subject. We sit in the husk of a building on one of the seedier parts of the city, lit only by candles cupped in clear glass bottles. There's no water here, no electricity. Despite that, she's created a fairly comfortable setup in what has to be a condemned apartment. Had a pile of cushions to seat my bony ass upon, and a crate beside me on which to rest my laptop and my half-drunk Coke. There is a cooler next to us filled with beer and soda and wrapped sandwiches from the nearby delicatessen. All in all, this girl, homeless or not, is a better host than half the people I've met on my journey across the United States. Lazary, she calls herself. I look up at her, seated across from me, silent and contemplative, as she gazes out the window towards New York at midnight. She's lit in the weird, flickering blue glow of the neon gas station sign across the street. It only serves to darken her eye sockets and hollow out her cheekbones. With her hood pulled up, and her willowy limbs folded around herself, this girl could easily be a 21st century aspect of death itself. Now, I don't remember how I met Lazary. All I know is what she told me. And I know this. I was wandering the streets alone tonight, just a few hours ago. I happened to glance down an alley, only to see what I think is a shadowy figure as it disappears around the next corner. Well, where he goes, I follow. I jog after him around the corner, and I'm met with nothing. Nothing but dumpsters. And the neon red and white sign of the 24-hour barber/tattoo parlor at the end of the street. No shadowy guy in sight. Then my arm is grabbed from behind and I turn, tense, ready to strike out in a mugger. And instead I'm met with wide gray eyes and a blue painted smirk.
Blake, right? No idea how you made it, but I'm glad you did. Come on.
Shrugging, I follow. My life is so surreal lately, it's all I can do. She leads me down a few side streets, up a fire escape and into a dilapidated brick building. She bids me seated, and I sit. I ask her name, Lazary. She's young, maybe early 20s, and pretty in a pale, waifish way. She's got blue dreads, blue lipstick, and a sad look in her eyes. A look that makes me want to save her. I ask if she knows me. She says she does. My name, my mission. In fact, she says that we've had a number of conversations so far. Emails, phone calls. I came to New York to speak to her. A second ago, I felt sure of why I'm in the city. Led here by a shadow, but now I feel confused. Displaced. I don't know if she's lying, but I get the feeling she's not. I start recording. So you wanted me to visit. I assume you have a story to tell.
Yeah. How'd you find me anyway? I told you weeks ago where I wanted to meet, and you promised me you would. Bullshit, I thought, but there you were. That... I'm not sure if you realize, but that is pretty fucking amazing. You're like Gifted or something? Spiritually?
Doubt it. I followed a shadow, and there you were.
Guess it's not the craziest thing I've ever heard. I think you've got the touch of, like, something about you, though. I don't think you're normal. I got a good nose for that kind of thing.
I'm a wandering ghost hunter, with no friends, no home, and no real purpose. So yeah, in that way, I guess you're right.
You have a past, though.
Well, we're not here to talk about me. I want to hear your story. Why don't I remember anything about...
Comes with the territory.
And what territory is that?
I'm dead, mister.
I thought it might be something like that. Inwardly, I groaned. Crazy homeless girl likely about to proposition or rob me. I make a mental note not to follow my shadowy friend's advice anymore. You don't look like a ghost to me.
Yeah, well, I'm not. I'm not a corpse either. I breathe, I eat, I interact with the living. I'm just not one.
So, for all intents and purposes, you're alive.
Well, no. I mean, I interact with the living, but that doesn't mean I can ever affect the living.
What does that mean? You're talking to me, you led me here. I'd say you're affecting me.
For now, yeah. You'll forget me as soon as you leave.
Really?
Like I said, we've talked before. I always have to act like it's the first time, explain my situation. You always seem cautiously interested. I always give you the same place and time to meet me, but I never thought you'd actually show. No one else ever has, and that's why I think you're special.
That's hard to believe.
Of course it is. It's just a theory anyway. I don't know how these things work. Maybe you're not special. Maybe it's the date. October 12th. It's my death date.
I mean, congratulations? He sends me a withering look, and I chuckle. I don't know why I like this girl so much, but I do.
Sit and spin, asshole. You want to hear about it or not?
Well, I'm always game for a death story.
Oh, yeah. And mine's a good one. It's one of my clearest memories. Shit gets foggy for me, you know, but when your impact on everything is so meaningless, you wander around in a sort of daze. But I remember. You may not know it, looking at me now. I was a cheerleader in high school. Went to a local place, like 5 blocks down from here. I ruled that school. Hottest thing since a trash fire. We still have a picture of me up in the main hall, up like on top of the pyramid. You can go look at it if you ever remember to. Everyone said I looked like Madonna, and this was the 80s, mind you. She was super huge then.
What, you were a teenager in the 80s?
When I say I'm dead, Blakey boy, that means I don't age.
Like a vampire.
I fucking guess. You think I'm delusional.
I'm withholding judgment. Tell me your story.
How noble. Not like it'll matter what you think of me as soon as you leave. So okay. This was 1988. Middle of my senior year. I was head cheerleader, student body president. I had a literal gaggle of guys tripping over themselves for me. And unfortunately for them, I was my own stereotype. A bitch with a capital B. I legit got my kicks out of hurting people. I took pride in it. You've probably never been rejected by a girl in your life, Blakey, or you would know how I made some of those guys feel.
Well, I've had my fair share of rejections, believe me.
You're exactly the kind I'd go after, too. Tall and strong, tattoos. Man, I loved me a bad boy. I loved how they turned to putty in my hands. I loved making them cry.
I'm flattered, and a little scared.
Yeah. You know, I honestly think if things kept going the way they were, I would have turned out to be a total psychopath. Or addicted to coke. No, maybe both. So, I guess when I got diagnosed with leukemia, it was a blessing in disguise.
Jesus.
God, don't get all sad for me. Come on. It was the bad kind of leukemia. Myelogenous. Kind they couldn't cure. Like, insidious. I didn't even notice the symptoms until it was too late. Doctors gave me 3 years.
Jesus.
Yeah, I was 19. It's pretty fucked, honestly. It changed me. You can't help changing after shit like that. I remember I had like 1 month of chemo and I was like, nope, fuck that noise. I'm not living like that. Just to die anyway. I stopped going to doctors. I was pissed, fucking terrified. I didn't want to die. I couldn't imagine a world without me in it, but medicine wasn't doing shit. So I started investigating alternate means.
Like what?
Well, it started like alternative medicine, you know, hippie shit, herbs and oils and fucking like meditation or whatever. Bullshit stuff. None of it made me feel as bad as the chemo though. And kinda, when you're that close to the other side, you kinda start to get a little obsessed with it. I did, at least. Started getting into like ghosts, spiritualism. I really liked spiritualism. It made death feel romantic, you know? Lace, corsets, like I was this tragic walking symbol of the grave. I started to do the goth thing, carried around a Ouija board and pretended it wasn't a fucking Hasbro toy.
Do those things work?
Do I fucking look like I know if they work? Man, I am of the firm opinion that anything works if you believe it does. Particularly with spirits and shit. Maybe not all that fancy techno bullshit you see on ghost shows, but give a dude a letterboard and a planchette, leave him alone in a dark room for a couple hours, he's sure as fuck gonna be speaking to some dead people. It's all about the human element. Our connection with the other side, or other sides. It's not just death. There are other realms too, and we can access them if we try hard enough. If we just stop for a fucking second and try. That power, that connection, that is what magic is.
Realms.
Yes, Blake, fucking realms, dimensions, the things that inhabit them. Listen, don't fucking get me started. I was talking about dying. So, the goth thing, like, that led to the occult, started with just, you know, like witchy women, seances, tarot readings, like pretty beginner, accessible stuff. Anyone can do it, but there's one thing I learned. Well, you know the origin of the word occult. You know what that means. It means secret, hidden, buried. It means if it's accessible, it's probably not gonna be powerful. It's not gonna shift your life in one fell swoop or let you meet a god. See, the shit that gives us the real goods, that's a little harder to find. You can't just walk into Borders, pick up Raven fucking Moonchild's latest book on Wicca, and expect it to give you all the answers. This is the esoteric shit I'm talking about here. The upheaving, ancient kind of shit. The kind of shit that give the Golden Dawn conniptions. Where you're actually reaching into other realms and pulling things out of them in a very real and visceral way. This shit, like, even if it was widely circulated, most people wouldn't want to make the necessary sacrifices to do it. Angels, or the things that we call angels, they're not answering to your cute little chalk circles. No demon is dragging her ass from the bowels of hell for a dead cat or some bloodletting. These rituals take months, years. They chew you up and spit you out, and half the time, they don't work anyway. I knew a guy, well, I mean, it's kind of off topic, but I knew a guy who locked himself in a cabin for 9 months. Did this intensive ritual, like 12 hours a day, every day. And I mean, this stuff was physically, mentally, emotionally exhausting. Like, it had him drawing complex sigils, balancing on one foot for hours, and I think he had to choke himself until he passed out like 3 times a week. All while focusing intent and speaking Latin. Plus, there was this whole masturbation schedule that was just like, I mean, like I said, it was intensive. Anyway, our boy does this for 9 months. 12 hours a day. No rest, had to pay attention to moon phases and hours and the curvature of the earth. And then when he was supposed to be greeted by I don't even remember, some being that could give him what he wanted. So at the end, our boy washes his hands and heads into the library to meet what he summoned, and nothing's there. He closes the library door, opens it again. Nothing. Every room, right? This room, empty. Just empty room. He waits. Nothing shows up. He waits longer. But he said he knew after a couple of minutes that it hadn't worked. He said he just sat down and cried. All that time, energy, blood, sweat, and tears wasted. Now, we don't know where the problem was. Maybe he fucked up a sigil. Maybe he skipped a word. Hell, maybe once he didn't come at the precise moment he was supposed to. But we asked him, and he says he carried it out perfectly. He says it couldn't be that. It had to be his intention. He thought the being he was summoning did, in fact, hear his cry, but it decided to ignore him because of what he was asking for. See, a year before this, our boy got catfished on the internet by some dick who used to push him around in high school. The bully saw his dating profile, recognized him from the old days. God knows that guy had some confusion to work through. He pretended to be a hot chick who was totally into, the schlubby kid magician who worships the sweat between Aleister Crowley's flabby ass cheeks. Why he ever thought some hot goth model would want him? Shit, I can't imagine. But he did. And he gave this fake girl fucking everything. Info, secrets, money. And then, when he found out it was all a lie, he kind of snapped. And he went and did a complicated ass 9-month ritual, not to increase his sexual prowess or find a woman who was right for him, but to get revenge. 9 months dwelling on this, and it didn't even work.
He paused to share a laugh. I catch her eye. She glances away, grinning mischievously. Smile looks good on her.
Oh, man. Anyway, it gives you a good idea of the kind of shit I'm talking about here. Breaking through opening doors into other worlds. Like that's hard enough, but even once you do, now you're dealing with things way beyond you. Things with their own agendas, and they may not like you very much.
Is that what happened to you?
Me? Nah, extra-dimensional beings loved me. Your shadow friends, for example. They wanted us to meet.
Friends? Like plural?
Duh?
I thought there was only one.
Those things travel in packs. You know, they're kind of a phenomena, right? Shadow people, folks see them all the time.
Yeah, I know that.
But you seem to have your own little following. They're interested in you.
Seems like it. Don't understand why, though.
You psychic?
I shake my head.
Or maybe in your childhood. Did you ever see shit? Things you thought were like hallucinations?
Nope. Before, well, a couple years ago, I never had any experiences.
Huh. Weird. Usually gifted people sense something at different points in their lives, but you're saying, before whatever happened to you, you were effectively a rubber plug on the end of a spiritual wire? Dead stop.
That's the gist. She's looking at me now, frank and fascinated. I avert my eyes.
Huh. That's really something.
It's not that interesting.
No, actually, it is. Actually, I don't think you realize just how interesting you are, Blake. You know, things like your shadow friends, they're usually not gonna focus on any given person. Same as you'd ignore a fly on your windowsill. So the fact that you're not even spiritually gifted to begin with, and they're still following you, that's about the most interesting thing I've heard in a decade.
Lucky fucking me, I guess.
Probably the opposite. My guess is you had some really terrible shit happen to you. Shit that involves other realms. Way more than a fucking haunting. Shit most people can't even imagine. Am I right?
We're not talking about me.
I knew it. And when it was over and you came out on the other side instead of running for cover, holing up and trying to find a bit of fucking normalcy, which, by the way, is the usual human response, you decide to leave everything behind. You decide to wander around the fucking country, chasing exactly the kinds of things that fucked you up in the first place. So of course these shadowy fucks are swarming you. Of course you're experiencing the shit that you are. You fucking earned it, Blake, and all your pain and anger is just icing on the cake.
You're saying I wanted any of this?
No, God, no. Of course I'm not. But you took the bull by the goddamn horns, didn't you? You're earning every scrap of knowledge that comes your way.
I'm not in it for, I don't know, power or whatever.
I know. I think that's part of it. You're genuine. You're kind of, like, pure in a way. I think that attracts things like your shadow people. Entities from different realms.
I jump at the word entity. I've kept it far from my thoughts for years. She notices. She tilts her head, bemused, her eyes probing as if she wants to open me up and read my secrets, but she can't. I shake my head and grunt.
You know not to trust them, right? They probably don't have your best interests at heart.
I hadn't honestly given it much thought.
Bullshit. Anyway, now you have your advice. Be wary of them.
Can we drop the subject?
Sure. What you want to talk about?
Jesus Christ.
Okay, keep your panties on. Where were we? Oh yeah, my death. So, I got in with a group of, we'll call them magicians. They have all kinds of names they like to use. People like our boy I was talking about. I was a total neophyte, but I was eager to learn, and they liked that. They felt sorry for me. Plus, I was fucking their leader. I'll spare you the details, but that group opened a lot of doors. Someone met someone, you know, who knew someone else who'd heard of this guy up in the Dolomites. Supposedly, he was able to cure what ails ya. At this point, I was really sick. Tired. My joints ached, I was stick thin. But despite all that, we got up enough money and I boarded a plane to Italy and hiked up into the mountains with nothing but a backpack. I never saw my friends again. The magician, my best hope, his name was Massimo. He lived in a mansion in the mountains, about as far from civilization as you can reasonably get. At least reasonable for someone as used to luxury as Massimo. We'd written letters, but I wasn't ready for how young he actually was. Couldn't have been out of his 30s, which, for someone with his kind of reputation, was kind of crazy. I don't know, though. He told me he had met Al Capone once, so maybe he was older than he looked. I think I knew as soon as I saw him, like, this was a mistake. The smile he gave me when he first opened his door... Almost 30 years, and I still remember that smile, like I was a piece of meat he was gonna salt and throw in the oven. No one had ever made me feel like that before. He was outwardly friendly, funny. I decided a couple hours in, my first impression was wrong. I mean, there I was, first trip abroad in this beautiful Italian mansion with a guy that literally embodied tall, dark, and handsome. And he was charming me, giving me wine. As the night went on, I got the impression that, that he expected me to sleep with him. Like, that was already decided. So, I did. It felt... I think he was doing some kind of magic during. We were bonded. I can't really explain. I felt it. He said it had to be that way. I had to give myself to him. Totally. For all of this to work. And so I did. I was so hopeful. But to him, I think I was just an experiment. To see if he could do it. He never flat out lied to me. I'll give him that. He'd say like, you want to stay on this earth? You know, like, yes, obviously. You want to be free of sickness? You want no pain? Yes. And he'd say, forever? And I'd shrug and take it as hyperbole, like, yes, forever? And we shook hands, and he took a drop of my blood. And that was it. And before you ask, no, Massimo wasn't the devil or anything, but like, he had power, and he knew shit that I don't think was meant for human eyes. Shit from like, beyond us. He used to mention something called, the Society. Something like that. They had something to do with him learning magic. Or maybe he stole it from him. He was really vague about it, like secretive. But he had a book. He never let me near it. And I don't know what it was. Kind of glad I don't. Just the thought of opening that thing. He was so far gone before I even met him. So the ritual, yeah. I spent more than 6 months up in that mansion. We did magic every day. Most of it was prep. There was sigil making and sex and bloodletting and screaming and meditation. I cried a lot. It was the hardest thing I've ever done, but I was in it. God damn it. And finally, on October 12th, Massimo came to me. I was so sick by then, I could barely get on a bed. He said my pain would end soon, but he also said I'd have to die first.
Yeah, no.
Right? I was such a moron. I trusted him. As we walked to the ritual chamber, he explained, death is the end of a cycle, winter into spring. You must go through it to start again, and you must go through it 9 times, and 9 times 9, and 90 times 9, until even death cannot touch you. In my head, I was like, this sounds like some woo-woo bullshit cliche. Figured he was talking about like a metaphorical death. So we enter the space. Sigils burned into the floor. I strip naked. He's chanting, I don't know what language. He has a beautiful ritual dagger, and he runs the blade up and down my body, and he pauses with its tip against my...
She closes her eyes. She looks like she's torn between pain and ecstasy.
As flesh, he says, as earth. And he stabs me in the heart.
She presses a shaky finger between her breasts, as if by doing so she can conjure the feeling more wholly. I watch her. I let out a shaky breath as she does.
I remember the pain, like nothing I'd ever felt before. I fell. Massimo fell with me, and he stabbed me again, between the ribs, again in my side. I remember it scraping against my hip bone, again in my neck. And that was when I passed out, but he kept going. I know, because I still have his souvenirs.
Lazari raises to her feet and lifts the hem of the t-shirt she's wearing, tugging it over her head and tossing it to the ground. I start to protest, but I fall silent when I see the scars. Dark, raised lines against her pale skin, each about 2 inches long, the width of a large knife. Some are knotted, as if healing came hard. Others are almost perfect in their symmetry. And there's dozens. Jesus. She sits back down wearing only her black bra, not bothering with a shirt. I decide not to press the issue. Her nakedness isn't important. As she turns slightly to grab her cigarette off the windowsill, I see more scars up and down her back, between the jutting bones of her spinal column, peeking up from her pant line. I look away.
It's cute, right?
She watches me intently. I meet her eyes, trying to smile.
It caught me off guard, too. Massimo hadn't mentioned, or, not in so many words, that as flesh, as earth thing. I don't think that was part of the spell. I think he was trying to let me know what was up.
Fucking Massimo.
Right? So that was my first death.
First?
9 times 9, remember? And 90 times 9. I don't remember being dead. When I woke up, we were in another room. Massimo was stalking around muttering. He had blood, like everywhere. His face, his hands, his clothes. It was still wet. God, it hurt. Massimo turned and saw me, like, finally, he said. I was dead for 7 minutes. Should have been no more than 5. Said it like it was my fault. I think I was in shock. Maybe that's when I saw who he really was. Like the first death broke his hold on me. Washed clean. I saw that he was a monster. But I also... I came back from that, I was awake, I was alive, I felt stronger somehow. So I asked him what was next.
You continued? After all that?
Like, I wasn't the way I am now. I was thirsty for this. Some of the stab wounds had already healed. I thought he knew what he was doing. Next, I think it was, the hanging. That one sucked. You get harder to kill every time, He used rope, made a noose, tossed it over the ceiling beam. I climbed on a stool. I chickened out at the last minute, like, no shit, I don't want it. He kicked the stool out from under me. As breath, he said, as air. I hung for a solid 10 minutes, stopped struggling after like 5. My neck had snapped, but it hadn't killed me. He did a lot of chanting and pacing, burning herbs. I remember shit after I died too, but only a little. Gray, flat plains. I was walking. I was alone. I snapped 2 in a third room. I was told I'd been gone for 2 hours, which was perfect. His faith in me was restored. There was a tub of water like a bathtub. Massimo had me climb in. This time it was as humorous as water. And then he started singing. I had a good voice for a monster, but the song was discordant, like ugly, beautiful. I still hear it sometimes in my head. Drowning was peaceful. It was my favorite, I think. When he pushed my head underwater, his songs distorted. I thought I heard more voices, some like ethereal choir. I saw light in the room behind him. I felt happy, at peace, like this was right. He kept me under until the bubbles stopped. What I saw of death that time, or maybe it wasn't a realm of the dead, but I was wandering dark hallways. A labyrinth. Looked like an old mansion, kind of like a Baroque look, elaborate. The furniture was old, disused. All the windows were covered. Really heavy brocade curtains. There were tons of doors too, but all of them were locked. Mounds of gray dirt were pushed up against them, like buttressing them from the inside. The windows too. Lots of the curtains had big piles of dirt in front of them. I passed a fireplace at one point. It was filled with dry earth packed up into the chimney. The place felt insulated, encased, like inescapable, like it had sunk into the ground. I knew there was a door for me somewhere, though, somewhere in all of the infinite empty hallways. A door just waiting to be opened. I had to find it. And that's when I woke up. I was outside. I remember the stars. Massimo had me on a stone slab in the center of his courtyard. I was cold and wet. My eyes stung. There was some kind of weird smell, like a chemical smell. Massimo looked tired. He was ready for this to be over, but we were barely halfway through. His voice was cracking and his hair was all crazy. He looked like he could barely lift his arms. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he was so tired he made a mistake. I think about that a lot. Maybe I was just meant to live, have my cancer cured. Maybe he didn't mean for me to be the way I am. He looked down at me. Something in his eyes really scared me, unhinged, and his voice was totally shot, hoarse. As spirit, he said, as fire. And a split second before he lit that match, I realized I wasn't soaked in water.
She pauses here, clearly reliving something very painful. I watch her hug herself, bury her face into her knees.
I burned for a long time. A really long time. Longer than, when someone should be able to. It was the worst death, bar fucking none. I don't know how long I was dead that time, but there was endless black. And far away, all around me, a sphere of light. Colors. Like an aurora. Colors I'd never seen. And I was part of them. Or I needed to be. I was struggling to get to them, but I was being dragged away. Back to where I came from, back to the fire. I only looked back once, but I saw it in its fullness. Like a vast eye in the darkness. It watched me go. It could have stopped me, but it just watched me go.
She's crying. I let her. I move next to her. I hold her for a long time until she's ready to start again.
Yeah. Fuck you and your big, strong arms.
Sorry.
No. Don't be. You'd think after 30 fucking years. Anyway, so then I woke up.
We can stop.
No, we can't. You might be my best chance at a permanent fucking record. So listen the fuck up and keep recording.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Okay, so I woke up. I was still on the stone slab outside, but it was morning. And that was it. Ritual over.
Wait. What was the 9 times 90 and all that?
Well, I guess there was some room for hyperbole after all. I wanted to ask Massimo that very question, though, but he wasn't there.
He just left you?
Well, I showered, got dressed. My body wasn't burned up. No idea why. The stab wounds stuck around, but they were already scars by then. None of the other deaths left marks. And I honestly felt great. Like, amazing. Better than I ever had. I was actually happy, despite what I'd just been through. So I wandered the house for a while. Called for Massimo. I wanted to thank him. And I finally found him in his bed, sleeping. All washed and cozy. Pissed me off. He just left me out in the garden like a fucking rake. So I woke him up. He springs out of bed, like all panicked. Who the fuck are you? What are you doing in my house? And I'm like, really, dude? We've lived together for 6 months. And he's like, get out. You won't believe me. Says he has no idea who I am. So obviously I'm baffled, hurt. He's threatening the cops. And I'm like, okay. And I go and get my things and I leave.
Just like that?
Well, no. I tried to pop into the library, say bye, just in case, and picture the whole scene over again. Him, jumping up, who the fuck are you, blah, blah, blah. Not only had the last 6 months never happened, our last interaction hadn't happened either, so I left. I was so scared. I just knew something was very wrong. So, the rules, right? I'm here, a living body. I'm healthy, as far as I've seen. I'm immune to disease. I'm also immune to death. And trust me, I've fucking tried. I've lost track of the suicide attempts. I have no more memories of the death realms, though. I don't think I can go there anymore. So, those are the good things about it. I'm permanent. I'm here on this earth until, I don't really like thinking about that, until I find out how not to be. But I'm also, I also can't have any effect on the world. I slide in and out of people's minds like water through a sieve. Living people usually ignore me, but if I do manage to get their attention, they forget me as soon as they focus on something else. Sometimes I can get people to talk to me for a while, like we're talking now, hours, but as soon as they leave the room, poof, all memory of it erased. Emails I send tend to get lost or skipped over. Texts are the same. I can call people, but they forget as soon as we hung up. And once my friends and family gave me up for dead, it was like just causing undue distress to even fucking try. Getting back to the US was so hard. I didn't really know the rules then. Navigating Italy, cab drivers kept forgetting I was in the car, no one spoke to me, no one even looked at me. I had to yell to get attention from servers, and then I was the crazy chick who appears out of nowhere and screams at people. I kept telling myself it was all a nightmare, just a horrible nightmare. Or maybe I was in hell. Perfect hell for me, right? So desperate for interaction and approval, ignored for eternity, forgotten. But once I was home, it was worse. I went to my parents, a big mistake. I think I lived with them for a week before it got to be too much. I hated how they jumped every time I came in a room, or sometimes they wouldn't even notice. If I moved shit around, they were always confused and scared, and whenever they saw me there, we had to have the same conversation. Yes, I was back from Italy. No, I hadn't disappeared. No, I wasn't dead. I watched my mom get sadder and sadder. Every day she thought I was still missing. I watched my dad start drinking. I watched them mount a search operation in another country for a daughter who was right here at home. So I left. I couldn't do it anymore. They had a memorial service for me a few months later. I didn't go. I moved around a lot at first. It's easy to find places to stay when you're a living ghost, but none of them are permanent. You can't pay rent when the landlord doesn't even know he has a tenant. You can't get a job when an employer doesn't remember your interview. I squatted in nice places a lot, but I hated getting walked in on by realtors or prospective buyers. This place? I've been here a year now. I mean, it ain't the Ritz, but at least I don't get bothered.
So, what's your life like, day to day?
Dreamlike, I guess. Transitory. Lonely. Probably it's a lot like how real ghosts feel. You're the first person I've actually talked to in more than a year. It's like when you affect the world so little, it stops affecting you. I don't really get hungry anymore. I don't really sleep. Every day feels like a dream, except I know I'm in it.
How do you, buy things, these sandwiches?
Oh, it's really easy for me to steal things, Blake.
Well, obviously. Sorry.
Yeah, so, that's my story.
It's really incredible.
You still don't believe me?
No,
No, it's okay. I can tell. I wouldn't believe me either.
I believe you. I'm trying to.
Thanks. That actually means a lot. You'll forget me though, as soon as you leave.
No, I won't. I have this recording.
You'll forget you ever made it. You won't even think to listen.
No, here, listen. We'll listen back to it right now.
Oh, God.
No. You were great. I'll transcribe it right now while I'm here with you, and I'll save it to my computer, and then I'll have a permanent record. I won't be able to forget.
Something will happen to it. It'll get lost or corrupted.
It's worth a shot, Lazary. I can't forget you. I can't.
It won't. Okay. We can try.
So we do. It's been nearly a year since that night. Do I remember Lazary? No. Does that mean anything? Not necessarily. The story's pretty wild. Pushes even my willingness to believe. But Jesus, it never happened. Where did this transcript come from? I needed more proof. I had a date. Started scanning through my digital records, praying to God that I saved it. There are dozens of files. October 12, 2017 was not amongst them. I cursed. I checked the files on either side. Nope. Used the search function on my computer. Nothing. Finally, in a last-ditch effort, I went to my recycle bin, which hadn't been emptied since the dawn of time. I scrolled for what felt like years, reading every single file name, every chain of numbers I thought there could be. And finally, near the bottom, somehow surrounded by files much older than it, I found her name. Lazary. I was practically shaking as I restored it to my desktop. I opened it. My voice came from the speakers, crystal clear. So you wanted me to visit? I assume you have a story to tell. I waited for Lazary's response, glancing at the transcript. 10 seconds went by. She should have been talking. There was only silence. Doubt it, my voice said in response to nothing. I followed a shadow, and there you were. Frowning, I raised the volume. Just silence. White noise. Then my eardrums were blasted when I started speaking again. I'm a wandering ghost hunter with no home, no friends, no real purpose, so yeah, in that way I guess you're right. Cursing, I listened further. I waited for a long period of silence, glancing at the transcript. I slowly raised the volume until the static of the peripheral noise was all but deafening. I heard myself cough and shuffle occasionally, maybe chuckle at what she was saying. And of course I asked questions. I carried on my side of this recorded conversation. Exactly true to the transcript. There were long pauses where Lazary's voice should have been. But it was just white noise. There was no Lazary there. Except, every so often as the recording progressed, I thought I heard a voice beneath the static, far away, soft, feminine. So faint it could be imagined. But I like to think it's not. I like to think maybe that a year ago I sat down and spoke to a beautiful girl. A girl who was very alive, very real. A girl who was flesh and bone, warm and breathing. A living girl whose recorded voice only left an EVP. She affected me profoundly. And I've completely forgotten her. But as I listened to the static in this recording, listened to it over and over, her soft words became a bit clearer. Her voice begins to strengthen, if only a little. I think I'm starting to remember.
Sharks have always had an evolutionary advantage when it comes to survival. I mean, they know how to beat it. They know the value of patience. They've survived the meteors, the floods, even the Ice Age. From a scientific standpoint, it would be easy to assume that a species, which has withstood millions of years of change, could likely handle anything thrown at it. And for the most part, that'd be correct. But nothing could have prepared them for the drought. Historians say that it started due to a shifting in the rotation of our planet during the early part of the 23rd century. Conspiracists, on the other hand, claimed that an underwater anti-energy missile was tampered with. Environmentalists cited global warming, politicians blamed whoever was currently trending in the polls as an opposer, and atheists blamed God. But one thing all of them could agree on was this: the oceans were receding. By 2347, experts claimed only 40% of the world would still be covered by water. We needed a miracle. What we got was Jonas Sinto. Jonas was born to an affluent family in New Detroit circa October 2365. From an early age, it was clear that he was a savant and was on the fast track for greatness. Then the accident happened. Jonas was 3.5, and his parents had chosen to take him solar sailing near the Alaskan ridges. Everything was supposed to be perfectly safe, but a miscalculation in the firing sequence caused their sailor to crash near the base of the ridge. A search party headed by the Alaskan lifeguard found the remains of Jonas's parents and 5 other passengers about 12 days later. Jonas himself was presumed dead, likely crushed by the waves. But that's not what happened. Instead, the Offlanders found him, a group of nomadic explorers that believed the world's future depended on saving the oceans. Some called them cultists, but they treated Jonas fairly over the next 18 years. When he did learn of his origins, the boy who fell to the sea did only what could be assumed natural for anyone in that situation, and chose to honor his parents and his new life by creating the New Oceans Marina Research Labs in their name. Most people who heard of the resurrected prodigy donating his fortune towards the research of astral aquatics scoffed at the very notion. There was simply no way that Jonas would be able to afford to create a working space station capable of housing millions of underwater life forms. And they would have been right, had it not been for the long trust that he had established with the Offlanders. It should have been unlikely to happen at all, but the nomads didn't care about fame or fortune. All they wanted was their faith to be restored, for the oceans to rise once more. It took 10 years, 9 months, and 12 days. But eventually, the Aquarius was finished in 2398. Jonas made the announcement at the United Nations seminar that the station would launch at the turn of the century. For a world that had ravaged its resources to the point of global starvation and a drop in population by 19%, it was certainly the good news that everyone needed. But whatever hope the Aquarius provided was dashed to pieces on January 7th, 2399. A group of terrorists calling themselves Expressionless sabotaged and hijacked the space station, taking Jonas and 13 scientists who were on duty hostage toward the stars. What relative peace that had once occurred because of Jonas's promise was broken, causing wars to erupt across the planet once more. Worse still, a few weeks later, the station went dark. Rumors quickly spread that the Extinctionists had massacred the scientists before offing themselves. That was 20 years ago. And to most, it's become something of an urban legend. The ocean in the sky. A foolish dream to save our world. But not for us. We see the dreams of one man as the only chance to make it into the next century as a species. Ernest T. Walsetto, Chief Executive Officer of the Ager Foundation. The following notes and experiences have been faithfully compiled by our Terran historian, Dr. A.T. Dajan. Departure, July 13th, 2422. Cape Canaveral, Florida. Former head of the North American Space Administration. Vincent Retland watched as the young cadet made another round in the simulated treadmill, increasing the gravity density from 0.07 to 0.13. The artificial intelligence by her side made the adjusted calculation in mere seconds, but the human took considerably longer. She's a poor replacement for Labonte, Vincent thought, shaking his head and checking the chronosphere again. Launch was in less than a week. There wasn't time for mistakes to be made. The next time the young woman made the lap, Retland raised his hand for her to stop and shut the program down. Your data sheet betrays your skills, Miss Strom. I was expecting more from you today, Vincent said as the woman left the simulation and caught her breath. It's been a while since I won those medals, the 20-something former athlete argued. Even so, should have made the adjustment in your resume. Not that it matters either way. It's not like there are other Olympic swimmers available, Vincent grumbled. I'll practice 3 times a day if that means I can prove to you that my recommendation from President Dicrest was well-founded, she said defiantly. I couldn't care less who allowed you to be a part of this expedition or why. What matters to me are the results. So, up your daily regimen to 6, show me progress by next Friday, or I promise I will call your precious sponsor myself and see to it those medals are taken away so fast your head'll spin. Redland snapped back. He knew the words would come off bitter and sharp to the young woman, but this was no time for coddling. The stakes could not be higher. July 17th. Dennis Allen needed to get his head back in the game. The launch was only a few days away. In the short period of time that he had worked for the Coalition, everything had gone to pot as a result. Dennis was starting to think that maybe he was cursed. First, during the Carolina starvation, he lost his son. Then he discovered that his accounts had all been seized by the new Foundation on their claims for repurposing the country. It was a load of crock, but so was most politics in this day and age. Power vacuums existed in almost every corner of the world thanks to the drought. In so many ways, Dennis felt that going to Aquarius would be a godsend in comparison to the madness that he faced every day on Earth. Alan didn't quite understand how it was that Ager Foundation had managed to gather a crew in such a short period of time, but as he made it to the bay on the day before departure, he was starting to get a clearer picture. He saw scattered and frightened individuals from all backgrounds mirroring the same sense of escapism that he longed for. These people were thankful for the American coalition, even managing to scrounge the parts together to get to Aquarius. It was clear by their determination and anxiety that each of them was prepared to do whatever was necessary to make this work. That was because Aquarius wasn't just about saving the oceans anymore. It had lingered above Earth as a forgotten dream for too long. Dennis could tell each of the crew felt the same way. They had to succeed. They had to save their dying world. Mission Report, July 21st, 2422. Acting Commander Reggie T. Kinsler. I've sent our departure stats to Control, and it appears that we're on schedule to arrive at Aquarius in T-minus 13 hours. The crew is lively, a group of 19 men and women that, under ordinary circumstances, I'm uncertain would be able to work together so cordially. But these past 3 months have been hardly conforming to what would be considered a redundant schedule. We've worked hard, with the limited resources that we had, to finish this project in secret. We couldn't ask for another flummox like what happened with Jonas. It's interesting how I find that my thoughts turn to him as I watch Earth fade away. This world was on the brink of collapse, and this lost child managed to bring hope again to millions of people, even if it turned out to be false. It kept the species going long enough for this to be possible. Aquarius. I don't know much about the place except for what Control has provided us. For all intents and purposes, we'll be landing blind.
I provided the blueprints to Jonas's original model to my security detail, 3 men, 1 woman, and informed them that it is quite likely the layout may have changed since its original launch. Our mission is twofold. We scout out the entire station and also determine if any portion of the facility can stand to be used or repurposed for terraforming another world. Control believes that if one of these goals can be achieved by the fall of Solstice, that we can possibly begin a process of selecting people from Earth to live here and make the Aquarius a colony of sorts. It will become more than a vessel for sea life, but also an ark for mankind, to sail us towards the next frontier, whatever that may be. I just hope that I get to play a part in it. Arrival. Picture, if you will, a long tunnel widening and brightening the way a roller coaster might before dipping off into a plummet. The very stars seem reachable. This is how Aquarius presents itself to us. A quiet, frozen paradise capable of being awakened. But some dreams should be allowed to sleep eternally. For when our ship managed to latch onto the eastern outer ring, I couldn't help but to run scans and notice several key systems still operating functionally. We were expecting to find a dead world marred by the remnants of a long-forgotten story. What we found instead was far worse. Commander Kinsler asked for my team to be the first to scout the entry point. Hannes and Tala took the rear while Beckett and I scoured the north hangar bay. To say the place resembled something more biological would probably be an understatement. There was this constant regression that could be seen everywhere we looked. Barnacles and anemones growing wild across scores of metal and steel. It had been encased in the underwater material for so long, the place resembled a trench more than a working facility of any kind. And yet, amid all this natural chaos, a sense of technology also seemed to carry throughout. Functioning electronic equipment, computer systems, and the like. Aquarius was like a slumbering giant, covered in warts, waiting to be woken up. We spent 4 hours searching the entire outer ring and finding more of the same, just abandoned terminals, overgrown hallways, and a disturbing quiet. This place is a tomb, Tala remarked. I reminded all of us that our orders were to keep the comm system quiet. But that was hardly possible, since each step made the tension rise. It was in our final hour that we finally found something that made me question everything. A massive sealed door that led to the inner sanctum of Aquarius. According to Kinsler, it was designed where the space station had 6 outer nodes or rings that circled constantly around the main central arc. And so far, that seemed true. But when I scanned the seal itself, I saw something on the other side. A heat signature, like that of a life form. Like someone was watching. After 20 years of isolation, I wondered what sort of creature this might be to greet our arrival. It'd be 6 hours later that I found out. Captain's log. Our first night aboard the station did not go as expected. We set up base camp near a blast door the security team had found. Some of my colleagues wanted to rest and adjust to our changing gravity, but the peculiar scratchings and biological takeover that surrounded me on all sides was too great a mystery for me to ignore. It was here that I first met the beings we'll call the settlers of this strange place. For as I gazed upon the markings, I started to understand that they were of human make. The way ancient glyphs were designed to seal away a tomb. A careful configuration, to be sure, but nothing our group of mathematicians couldn't solve in a matter of hours. The seal opened with a hiss and a shudder, pushing out thick foam similar to what you might see rising on the edge of a lake. And on the other side, we were all shocked to see rows and rows of algae, other sea life, growing freely in the dense corridor.
One of the older professors, Vincent Retlin, hypothesized that the inner atmospheric controls have been adjusted to prevent the water from completely evaporating. It's as though we're walking at the bottom of the ocean. We've explored these tunnels. But the real discovery didn't occur until approximately 330 hours. Hannes, the hefter of the security team, was scouting ahead towards the first generator room when we heard a scream. I remember the whole group froze as they heard what sounded like his organs being ripped from his body. Now I saw it, standing there, hunched over him like a bipedal piranha. In some ways, the figure still resembled a human with the same bone structure and gait, but for the most part it was merely a shadow of a person that had undergone, undoubtedly, countless surgeries for the sake of survival here. When it heard us approach, it turned its bulbous head towards us and stretched out its elongated eyes to stare at us the way a hungry predator might. Rows of torn flesh from the security officer hung from its mouth with sharp teeth, and for a moment, I wagered the thing might attack us. Thankfully, Kinsler had his wits about him to use a powerful beam of light to ward off the would-be attacker, and for a moment we regained our senses. I decided that we'll not go any further until we fully determine the state of decay of the Aquarius and send all our data back to the Coalition and to Control to await further instructions. Mission report, July 24th, 2422. We've been here for a mere 48 hours, and already 2 of our small crew have perished. We were not expecting to be welcomed by anyone here, let alone by hybrid machinations of sea devils. I've managed to get Strom to hack into the limited operations the Aquarius has for an assessment of what's taken place over the past 2 decades. Most of the data has been heavily encrypted, so it may take her time to come to a conclusion. In the meantime, I've sent a dispatch to President Dycrest of the situation. Our assumption to repossess Aquarius as a terraforming colony is no longer an option. And I'm prepared to return to Earth and postpone this mission until we come up with a plan to take out this threat. Update. Some of the analysis from Aquarius' database makes absolutely no sense. Over 30 new life forms have been created here using some sort of mutating algorithm designed by Jonas himself. If I'm understanding my science team correctly, it appears Jonas intended for human evolution to alter, along with marine life, in some sort of new world order. Was this meant for us to return to Earth and outlive the drought? Other data seems to imply the mutations were tampered with by the extinctionists, who somehow managed to stay on board during the initial hijacking. Pasler, my chief physicist, has speculated that they developed the hybrid humanoids we saw as some sort of virus intended to wipe out the Aquarius crew, but still provide new life to the surface. If this is true, it means that they've managed to create a new type of human base around adapting to an environment without the need for oxygen. It'd simply be ironic that the people who wanted to kill us all wind up being our saviors. If I have anything to say about it, the history books will always remember them as traitors to our species as a whole. Subliminal 7/26/24/22. I'm finding it difficult to keep the small crew's spirits up. Ever since the discovery that there is hostile life aboard the Aquarius, many of our team seems ready to depart, rather than problem-solve the new obstacle. I'll admit at first, I was also thinking that we didn't stand a chance at making it here. Lately we've come to see that the Aquarius itself has accommodated our needs in unexpected ways. The changing environment's making it easier for us to work. We aren't needing our supplies as much as expected. I estimate we could extend our stay for another 2 weeks if Dycrest believes there's still a chance for us to override the main systems. Unfortunately, there's still a large portion of the data that's been corrupted, and Strom told me the only way that we can learn more is by heading deeper into the station. I'll be dispatching the remaining members of our security detail tomorrow to see what they could find. July 27th, 2422. Stasis. The ship is alive. Commander Kinsler has insisted that our success can be achieved by finding the primary controls of the Aquarius, but I'm dubious. Because how exactly do you override a living creature? He made it towards the central node. The largest concentration of marine life could be found here, and that's when I first saw the new life forms that exist in this hellish abyss. Sharks the size of double-decker buses swimming around freely, devouring the skeleton of a whale, using its carcass as some sort of home base for literally hundreds of smaller sharks. The smaller ones in the species remind me of a mix of hammerheads and spearfish with like long, sharp noses, twisted teeth. What scared me the most, though, was when we walked through the corridor, most of them slowed their swimming pattern. They watched us, intently curious to see where we were going. And then we heard voices. First I thought it was only in my own distorted thoughts, like broken sanity, that I was hearing the incessant chants, but as I looked about the group, I realized all of us were suddenly paralyzed with that singular word that just kept ringing in our heads. Food, 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 food. Strom looked towards the sharks. Couldn't be a form of telepathy, she asked nervously. Before any of us got a chance to speculate, a scream pierced the air. One of our engineers, Janice, was taken by the creatures. I watched in horror as they dragged her towards one of the airlocks and pushed her into the ocean water alongside the myriad of sharks. Kinsler ordered the guards to raise their weapons, and Strom immediately volunteered to rescue her, but it was over in less than 15 seconds. Despite the lightning speed at which the hybrid sharks managed to pull apart Janice's body, tearing her arms and legs from her torso as though she were a toy doll, I remember every vivid detail. Her dead, frightened eyes, like a cascade of blood as the sharks worked like a finely crafted singular unit, each one making certain to not get in the way of the other. And above all of it was a throng of music that played out across the sound system of the Aquarius. The dangerous creatures that called this place home were singing praises to this massacre. A minute later, only Janice's skeleton still remained, and I wondered if some of the marine life on the surface of the massive chamber would clean it up as well. I felt my own partner squeeze my hand anxiously. Kinsler announced after about an hour later he was going to make the suggestion that we leave this place again to the Coalition. Some among our group are already talking about revolting. Revolting if the answer comes back negatively. July 13th, 2422. Dr. Retlin has requested that I begin a psychologist evaluation of the remaining members after the trauma we were exposed to a few days ago in the main node. We have returned for now to the safety of our ship and only allowed the security detail to roam the Aquarius. This is a hostile place, unlike any we've ever seen before. I remember questioning the motives of the surface for this strict training, but given what we've dealt with so far, I think it's safe to say we actually didn't prepare me enough. Commander Kinsler is preparing for departure, but we've met with a snag. Once we made it within the Aquarius' hold, it seems the gravitational pull of the rings will not allow us to break free unless we can find a way to shut off the generator. Retlin speculates that the extinctionists have likely been guarding the system for quite some time. There's still myriads of questions I have about this entire ecosystem, though. For despite its brutality, I can see that Aquarius is a functioning environment. It thrives, in fact, and each time I venture out, I notice more life flourishing. How is any of this possible? When the humans in charge have devolved into savage life forms. I keep thinking the sharks must serve as a key part of their day-to-day life. Of all the sea creatures we've seen so far, the sharks are the most evolved. The humanoids seem to worship them as gods, and the sharks have even achieved what Mr. Allen called supernatural abilities. I, however, believe there's another portion to this tale that we're not privy to, and I have decided that if we're leaving soon, I'd like to test my hypothesis with or without the commander's permission. It'll be risky, but Tala and Frank have already agreed to help me. The plan is simple, but should we not return, I'll place this record here as a testimony to our actions. Number 1, we'll travel under the hours of morning when the Aquarius seems to be at its most peaceful. I'm not entirely certain what schedule these things seem to keep, but so far, the time here seems to indicate an 18-hour nocturnal schedule, followed by 6 hours of rest. I believe this is partially due to the rotation of the Aquarius being misaligned with the equator, resulting in longer episodes of darkness, and the beings, both marine and bipedal, have adapted to being active during those periods. Number 2. I'll be diving into one of the smaller nodes near the south portion of the core. The smaller sharks that have only recently bred seem to be kept in a quarantine here, and this will provide me with a chance to capture one without risk of danger from the adults. Number 3, we'll dissect the shark's brain to determine how it's been able to achieve the abilities that it's obtained, and what role any humans played in their new evolution. I plead to whatever God is still listening that we can achieve this goal. And until then, this is Mary Strong, signing off. Discovery. Log of Dr. Vincent Retland. Our primary marine biologist has sacrificed her life to make an astounding find concerning the hybrid that we've encountered aboard the Aquarius. After spending nearly 2 hours prepping and then another trying to lure one of the smaller hammerhead hybrids towards a portion of the tank, one that's meant for surgical operations, Mary managed to trap a male hybrid, 2 smaller females. During the process, she unfortunately lost her life. The larger adults saw through the ruse, and using their modified fins, they managed to pry open the cage and free the 2 females. The young male died in the process as the adults also lodged a part of their spearhead into the lower abdomen. Dennis thinks the adult was trying to prevent us from salvaging the body. Stram insists that we focus on saving the specimen rather than hers. One of the other adults grabbed the hold of her leg and dragged her down towards the murky waters below. I wish I knew how best to express her bravery, but I could say now it's not in vain. Me and 3 other volunteers have succeeded in dissecting the shark's body fully and come to a startling conclusion. It would seem these sharks are fused with artificial intelligence of a sort, designed to modify their brains and provide them cognitive abilities superior to even their human hosts, and their brains have been enhanced to triple their original size. Dennis says that he believes this accounts for the shark's telepathy, also why the humanoids seem to worship them. It's a hive mind mentality. These are alphas here. The humans have become like worker bees. It was a stunning and shocking revelation that made us all question God himself. Fears gripped the few of us that remain. With little over half of our ship crew gone, I worry that we may not even be able to return to Earth to warn others of the dangers here. Aquarius is indeed a living, breathing world. From what I've seen so far, it's clearly in opposition to the restoration that we're trying so hard to achieve. It's death incarnate itself. Vincent Retland, Chief Physician. Supplemental information. The chambers to the west of the docking bay were the first that began to flood. The crew of the small Endeavour that had managed to survive for a few weeks aboard the Aquarius were still naive enough to believe that the incident was accidental. They didn't want to believe that the creatures they had encountered, which had ripped them apart and used them as fish food, were also smart enough to end them all. It was obvious that the flooding was meant to end the long stalemate between the 2 groups, and the sharks, which were normally sealed off, were allowed to roam free. Their sense of smell was increased, allowing them the chance to find any runners in less than a minute. Commander Kinsler managed to set a few underwater charges that pulled back the larger species trying to attack, but it was only a temporary delay. The sharks were smart enough that they knew when to expect the charges. The shark could heal their wounds. Some would be stagnant for hours, drifting amidst the flooded corridors like pieces of torn wood. Then slowly they would recover, even with the most brutal harm coming to their bodies. These creatures could adapt to anything. All the while, the worshippers chanted and watched,
pleased that the small sacrifices were enough to appease their larger sharks. Kinsler sent out a final message to NASA and the Coalition, begging them to blow Aquarius from the sky. Anything to prevent more madness from spreading. Then the waters pushed in, covering him with a surge as powerful as 50 elephants, and those who came to Aquarius were gone forever. Assessment. The data we received from Aquarius was perhaps the most frightening that I had ever read in my life. To imagine these poor folks struggling to breathe and fighting against what sounded like monsters was shocking to say the least. In other parts, horrifying. We planned a memorial service for the unfortunate victims on August 13th, which was attended by well over 300 family members and friends. And afterward, all of us listened to the emergency broadcast from the Coalition. I'll see to it that their efforts to save our species are not in vain. Each and every piece of data collected from the Ager Foundation will be assessed by a team of experts over the next several months. We're going to spend as much time as necessary going forward. Myself and other members of the Council still believe that the resources and technology available on Aquarius are the best chance humanity has for a stable future. If that means that we must send up a dozen more operations to secure the facility, then so be it. We have full confidence that our men and women will do everything in their power to achieve this dream. We're going to do this. We're going to win. Over the next few weeks, President Dicrest implemented several new policies to prepare those involved with the Foundation for attempting diplomatic procedure with the inhabitants of Aquarius. According to the charter he developed, the beings on board the space station were no less human than any other culture on the planet Earth. This included the hybrid sharks that were discovered. Dicrest insisted that we needed to do everything in our power to either come to terms with the superior evolutionary society that was discovered on Aquarius, or else further division would develop between the surface and the isolated abyss. I cannot in good faith continue to support such an action when people's lives are going to be sacrificed for something that could destroy us as being separate from the animals. My colleagues have countered that I am opposed to progress in humanity. Nothing further could be true. But at what point do we concede defeat to beings from the depths? How many more volunteers will we take back? How many volunteers will fight to take back Aquarius? Instead, I feel that replicating the technology Jonas invented here on Earth is the key to our survival, so I'll be taking my leave of this place and pray in good faith they see my reasons are solely for the betterment of our whole species rather than wasting resources. God forgive me for the dreams that we're conjuring, for I fear that both are leading towards true extinction. Ernest T. Valsetto, Chief Executive Officer of the Ager Foundation. Conclusion. Private logs of President Dicrest, October 24, 22. My team has estimated by the year of 2531 there will be no surface water remaining on Earth. Our options, such as they are, have come limited to one. We must surrender to Aquarius and beg they allow at least a select few of us to join their ranks. The ocean and the sky is the only viable option for preservation of species. The announcement of our dying atmosphere and dwindling resources has already caused unrest in 19 countries at this rate. We may all die before even bowing down to these hybrids. I can't help but feel guilty for the part that I've played in these grand follies. I also fear that if the truth came out regarding the mutation on the Aquarius, our government had a role to play in the original hijacking. At a point, I'd either be deemed a savior of mankind or become a martyr for further evolution. I am uncertain how I review further communications with the newest team to arrive on Aquarius. It scarcely matters anymore. Whether we live or die, our species is doomed to be slaves to the powers of Mother Nature.
As a transplanted southerner, I know what it's like to roast in the summertime heat. But even up here in the Northeast, you'll get some days where the humidity is downright ignorant. It's how my Uncle Henry phrases it, turning the word into a dirty expletive. Sweet Jesus, he'll say. It's downright ignorant out here. Come July and August, Uncle Henry's farm is my sanctuary from the urban madness, the hot asphalt, shimmering glass. His property's an oasis where the sun sets early behind treetops, and the weather vane on the peak of the barn roof is always fluttering in the northwesterly breeze. The farmhouse is mostly shielded from the midday sun by his ancient oak trees, a quartet of towering sentinels that rise up to brush against the sky. Henry's farm's a good place, and old Uncle Henry is a good fella. Henry's led something of an interesting life, to put it mildly, and he's a lot of very unusual tales to tell. Sometimes they're whimsical in nature, sometimes they're thought-provoking and sobering. But every now and then, he'll tell me a story that's pure nightmare fuel. I'd like to think that the latter variety are either wildly embellished or outright fabrications. But honestly, I have my doubts. As my uncle is fond of saying when I became skeptical in the face of some bizarre turn in our conversation, "Ah, hell, it's a big, weird old world out there, kiddo, and you really don't know jack shit about it." Uncle Henry had been rambling around the house by himself since my aunt passed last year, and he's always glad for some company. He'll toss a couple six-packs into his old cooler and we'll retreat to the comfort of the wooden swing chairs, the ones that face the valley. Chairs that Henry had built with his own hands in the same year Elvis was famously censored on the Ed Sullivan Show. Before long, we'll end up falling into our long-running conversation about all the world and everything in it. Just shooting the breeze, waxing philosophical as we pass away in a devastatingly hot Sunday afternoon. Last Sunday, as usual, our discussion veered into the 14 realms of the very strange. This time, with the claim that Henry had once seen a UFO floating above his very own field in June of 1955. Came out of the house after lunch, and there it was, hovering down in the valley beside the irrigation pond. It was floating 3 feet off the ground, so perfectly goddamn still. I could have been hanging from a string, like a giant ball bearing, no seams or rivets. Perfect globe made out of some kind of highly polished metal. Shone so bright in the sunlight I could hardly look at it. Didn't make any sound at all, this thing. It's craft. And yeah, I do believe it was a piloted craft, you understand? It was a spaceship. No doubt about it. Anyhow, I stood there with my jaw on the ground and stared at the craft for a minute, maybe 2, and then it shot straight up in the air. Poof. It was gone in a single second, just incredibly fast. I'll tell you right now, no one on this earth, living or dead, no one could have ever constructed such a marvelous machine from another world. Why didn't you take a picture of the thing, Henry? I demanded. You didn't think to run for your camera? I mean, come on, man. Henry flapped a dismissive hand and scowled. I couldn't have moved a muscle if my life depended on it. Sometimes people freeze up like a rabbit when they're scared. It happens to the best of us. I asked, why were you scared? And Henry thought about it carefully for a while before answering, taking time to mull it over while he tore the plastic off a fresh pack of smokes. Because it wasn't right, he said. No way in hell that thing would have been able to fly, let alone hover around in midair. How can a round lump of metal zoom around like that? It defied the laws of physics, the laws of every other goddamn thing. That craft really was alien in every sense of the word. It scared me. Henry looked thoughtful. He went quiet for a while, and I watched him from the corner of my eye. I had a feeling that Henry was about to push me down the proverbial rabbit hole once again. I thought, well, it should be interesting, and I patiently waited for him to start. It's a big, weird old world out there, Henry mused. He lit a cigarette with his tarnished old Zippo and hacked into his fist. He wheezed. Oh, it's so long ago.
His land was still uncultivated and wild. Most of the farms on this road didn't even exist until the late 40s. Thousands of years, this whole area was nothing but woods, gullies. People who lived in these forests believed in the elemental forces of light and dark. They believed in magic. He blew out a swirling cloud of blue-tinted smoke, a luxurious exhalation that ended in a coughing fit. When he was done, Henry said, "It happened a few years after the UFO incident. It had been some time in the early 60s after I got let go by the electric company. Moved back to the farm. The whole thing started with me waking up early one morning and saying to myself, 'Fuck it, I'm going rabbit hunting.' Scrubland at the back of the farm was always teeming with little buggers. You could hunker down just about anywhere, bag one in no time."
His lips twitched for a brief smile. There 1 second, gone the next.
"Rabbit stew, kiddo. Used to love it. Your grandma made a great rabbit stew. I haven't had it in many years. Can't bring myself to shoot a living creature anymore. I don't know why. Maybe it's because my own time's coming."
I grimaced at this and said, "Oh, don't say that. You've got a lot of good years left."
"I don't know about that." Anyway, I went out to the back of the property. I hid behind a clump of sumac. About 22. The sun was just barely peeking over the treetops. Where the light hit the morning mist made it feel like I was in a dream.
Henry looked me in the eyes and said,
"I'll tell you something, kiddo. Under the right circumstances, when light meets dark, there's magic in the air. Sometimes it's a good sort of magic. Sometimes it's bad. Either way, there's no denying it's real. If you don't believe that, go out in the fields tonight around 8 o'clock and maybe you'll see for yourself. If you stand there real quiet and just watch, maybe you'll see it happen. And you'll know that I'm right." So I'm sitting there as the light pushes back the dark, waiting and watching for a nice-sized rabbit. And I'll be damned if someone doesn't come crawling out of the gully. He's leaning on a stick to keep himself from falling over into the dirt. I sat perfectly still. I watched this dirty, bedraggle-looking apparition come hobbling into the daylight. There was a real bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. The only thought in my head was that he was tainted. His stick broke in two. He fell at the edge of the field. Sound of his body hitting the dirt snapped me out of my trance. I come running over. I saw it was a native fella, an older guy with gray hair. His denim overalls were soaked through with blood. Uncle Henry reached into the old cooler that sat on the ground between us and fished out a fresh beer. He cracked it open slowly, taking a pause to gather his thoughts. I put my rifle down and rolled him over. The left side of his face was hanging in shreds. I could see his teeth through the hole in his cheek. It's torn up like he got mauled by a jungle cat. I say to him, "Holy Jesus, what done this to you?" But he was too far gone to speak. There's nothing I could do but lay him down in the dirt and let him die.
Henry stopped to light another smoke. He was seized by another fit of coughing. One dragged closer to the grave. He squinted at me through the haze and gasped.
I thought he was gone. I tried to close his eyelids. Heard somewhere you're supposed to do that when someone dies. They wouldn't stay closed. They kept sliding open again.
I reached for a fresh beer of my own. I had a feeling I was going to need it. Yeah, I definitely never heard this one before. That's crazy. What happened to him?
"Hush," Henry snapped. "I'm getting there."
I made a zipper motion across my lips and motioned for him to continue. Henry speared me with a sour glance and continued.
"I hightailed it back to the house and told your grandparents. Ma forced me to sit down and drink a mug of tea with some rum in there, calm my nerves. Your granddad, not your real one, mind you, but you already know that. Anyway, he jumped in the truck to go see for himself. When he came back, he was white as a ghost. Told me to call the cops. Henry fished another smoke out of his rumpled pack, taking his time with the procedure. He was staring off into the distance, gazing into the faded past with the failing eyes of a man in the twilight hour of his own existence. It pains me to think about it, but it's true. Henry probably isn't long for this world. And I'll miss him when he's gone. He had to be from the 55, Henry said. That's what we call the local native reserve, the 55. It wasn't much more than a handful of dilapidated shacks standing in a clearing in the bush. You can get there on a dirt road let off Country Road 55. I've never been there myself. I knew from Fred Walsh the fella could drop in most days, buy himself a jug of corn liquor, if he was so inclined. It wasn't wise to go after dark, though. Not if you didn't want to come back with your ass kicked up between your shoulder blades. I didn't much care for company after business hour. And when the cops finally showed up and they went out to the field and they gawked at the body like it was a display in a carnival sideshow. One of them yelled, "God damn, old Chief got liquored up and tried to wrestle a bear." The other one laughed until he was wiping tears from his eyes. I didn't have no respect at all. Couldn't take any pictures, didn't comb the area for evidence, none of it. I just rolled up the body in our tarp and heaved it into the truck with their squad car. Yeah, I could hardly believe it. We sat quietly for a little while, drinking our beers and looking down to the meadow in the valley. We're an ugly people living in a beautiful world, Henry sighed. Always been us versus them. That's the way it always will be. Anyway, just as we're finishing lunch, a homicide detective named Callahan comes rolling up the driveway in an unmarked Plymouth Fury. He was the most serious-looking man I ever met. Face like a rock. He interviewed me and your grandpa at the kitchen table. Asked a lot of questions. The one that really stuck with me was, have you ever seen any unusual tracks out in the fields? Well, your grandpa says, what do you mean exactly? Detective Callahan, he just shrugs it off. Left me wondering why a homicide detective be investigating an animal attack. Before he left, he advised us to start locking doors at night. Mama asked if we were in danger. He said, "Ma'am, we're always in danger. Start locking your door." Henry smiled a little, nodded to himself, pitched his cigarette butt in the grass, and crushed it beneath the sole of his battered old work boots. Willie Van Klein came by later that afternoon. He was a Dutchman that owned the apple orchard down the road. Of course, the apple trees were gone long before we were even born. The entire orchard withered and died back in the early 70s. Just shriveled up and died, and there wasn't anything Willie could do about it. He committed suicide that winter. Cut his own throat with a straight razor. That's a story right there. See, before the Van Kleins bought that land, it belonged to some kind of Anabaptist sect, cult. Apparently, those folks straight out of Henry. Stay on track. Willie came by later on and, right, Henry grunted. Old Willie said his whole house woke up just before midnight to his dogs losing their mind in the kennel. Howling and carrying on like Satan himself was standing in the barnyard. He jumped out of bed to see what was happening, and wham! Something slammed against the back door hard enough to crack it right down the middle. He came running down the stairs in his nightshirt. He yelled, "Get away from my house or I'll shoot!" Whatever was outside screamed like a banshee and kept pounding away at the door. Willie said, "The hell with this." He blasted a hole through his own door with his shotgun. The thing outside let a yowl like nothing he ever heard before. Took off for the woods. He said it's moving too fast to get a good look at it through the window. He saw that it was big. It was running on all fours. It had a set of big twisting antlers on either side of its head like a mature buck. But deer ain't generally known to come knocking at your door. I didn't know any animal that could take both barrels of a shotgun and not even bleed. There wasn't a single drop of blood in this Porsche. Ran off without a scratch. Henry smirked crookedly at his beer can and shook his head. Now everyone knew that Willie Van Klein wasn't a fan of law enforcement or rules in general. Would have made a damn fine Viking warrior, that man. Although Willie didn't call the cops, took matters into his own hands. Put his hound on the scent and followed the critters' trail into the woods. Said he was headed straight for the 55. I motioned for him to stop and say, okay, so after I tried to kick in his door, it headed for the reserve and attacked the guy you found the next morning, right? I'm understanding this correctly. Henry shrugged and said, maybe he was heading back to the reserve where it came from. We had absolutely no proof of that. The more we talked about it, the more it seemed likely. See how fast it happened? It's us versus them. You don't have a question of what you're doing. We just do it. That line of thinking will be our downfall. Anyway, who should come rattling up the road in his old Plymouth as we were standing in the driveway but Fred Walsh. Now, it just so happened Fred was one of their best customers out there in the 55. Freddie was a good fella. But he was a drunk. Lived off a disability check from his time in Korea. Lost 3 fingers, gained a permanent limp during the Battle of Busan Perimeter. Reddy said he drank to deal with the phantom pain in his missing fingers. And corn liquor was all he could afford on a fixed income. I always thought he would have been drunk either way, but hell, it didn't really matter. He was a good drunk. Always cracking wise, smiling away. Mean bone in his body, that man. Well, Fred didn't sound like he was 3 sheets to the wind just yet, but he was definitely on his way. I explained the situation, he said. Well, shit. Yeah, that's a hell of a thing, ain't it? But I'll tell you right now, you guys should probably stay away from there. It's not going to be feeling very hospitable right now, if you know what I mean. Willie told him there's no harm in trying. And the growl in his voice said we were going whether Fred Walsh liked it or not, so we piled into the car and Fred took us out to the 55. And like I said earlier, it wasn't much to look at, just a little collection of piss-poor shanties leaning around a big community fire pit. When we pulled up, saw a few of the men sitting around a smoky fire in the pit. And looked very impressed, having visitors. Fred shaked his head at us and said, oh boy, here we go. Told you, didn't I? Just let me do the talking. These boys ain't in the mood to make new friends. Now, Fred Walsh, he walked up to the fire with his hat in his hands. He said, I'm real sorry to be coming out like this, but we have a mutual problem on our hands. Whatever it is that attacked the old fella, St. Critter paid a visit to my friend here. Tried to break his door down and damn near got inside. Said his dog got on the scent and followed her here. I'm not presuming anything, you understand? We're hoping you might be able to tell us what's going on. Well, they all sat there and they ignored us for a while, staring into the fire, sipping their whiskey. Finally, a big old boy with a scar on his cheek, and braided hair, looks up and he says, you're interrupting a wake. You need to get back to your car and fuck off right now. I say we were outnumbered 3-1, and I thought, yep, it's time to go. Big Willie wasn't going anywhere just yet. He walked up close to the fire. He said, you people know what he's talking about. I can see it in your faces. I don't want any trouble from you, but I won't leave until you tell us what you know about this thing. The big old boy with a scar gave Willie a grin like a knife. He says, you people. He said, what do you mean by that? Fred jumps in. He goes, now, Elwood. Willie didn't mean nothing by it. Oh, but it was already out there. Someone else sitting by the fire stands up, says he means Injuns, Redskins, Wahoo, isn't that right? Now, Henry paused to fish himself another beer from the slushy ice in the cooler. He grimaced as the cold carbonation hit his parched throat. I could see Willie getting mad. Crossed those tree trunk arms, said, you're putting words in my mouth. I didn't mean that. Look, I'm sorry we're disturbing you. I am, but I'm not going to leave till you tell me what I want to know. Something tried to kick in my door last night. It was big, it had antlers, but it wasn't a buck. It ran like a jungle cat. This thing walked right past my chickens and went for my house instead. I shot the son of a bitch. I didn't give a damn. The hell is it? The natives looked around at each other. One by one, they started to laugh. It was nervous laughter, right? They were scared. Willie didn't see that, of course. He just saw people laughing at him. He wasn't about to... Oh, shit. Henry's beer slipped out of his hand, hit the grass in an eruption of foam. He cursed under his breath and waved off my attempt to retrieve it. Fumble fingers. He grumbled, and he poured the rest out into a thunderous frown. I'm dropping things lately. I hardly got feeling in my hands anymore. Give me another one, would you? I reluctantly passed him another beer. I could see that Henry was already getting drunk. I wondered about the condition of his liver. He had a hard time popping it open. I had to restrain the urge to pluck the can out of his hands to do it for him, which would have undoubtedly pissed him off to no end. I was swamped by another curling wave of that melancholic headache. It'd be hard to watch Henry go. He was one of the good ones. Oh. Well, he looked like he had just about had enough, Henry said. That Elwood character, well, he was more than ready to square up. Someone was about to get hurt. Fred Walsh waved his arms like a referee and hollered, "Calm down, come on now. This ain't gonna settle nothing. Everybody relax." Elwood stared him down until Freddie looked away. He said, "Did you ever tell your buddies about those fingers you lost?" Fred did a double take. Got this look for a second. I don't know, he just looked different, like a different kind of person entirely. He was there and gone in a flash, but I caught it. And it was just Freddie again. All red in the face, grasping for a comeback, mumbled something like, "I don't know what you're talking about," and looked down at his feet. Elwood grinned that furious grin at him and said, "Sure you don't, Freddie, sure." He turned to the rest of us and said, "Let me tell you people something. Winter lives in our hearts. Your boogeyman is closer than you think." And he walked up right close to Freddie, still smiling away, and he says, "You come for me. I'll be waiting for you, Whitaco." We all stopped dead to that. Henry snorted. We didn't know what he was getting at. Something about the way he said it made the hair stand up on the back of my neck. And Freddie got all flustered and said, "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Elwood was already walking away. He walked into his shack, slammed the door behind him. The rest of them got up from the fire and went into their own homes. Before you know it, we're standing there all by ourselves. It's time to go. Freddie threw his hands up and said, "See, I told you, didn't I? Come on." He all jumped in the car, and by Jesus, was I ever glad to be leaving. I had that real bad feeling in the pit of my stomach again. I was always starting to get gloomy in the woods. I don't want to be out there after dark. Henry looked at me with his lips pressed into a tight little line. His eyes were blank and shrouded by the past. He was living the memory. I was right there with him. He maybe got halfway back to the main road when your grandpa pipes up and says, "What do you mean, Freddie? The thing he said about your fingers." Freddie glared at him in the rearview mirror and stopped the car. His face was redder than cherry tomatoes, right? He didn't say nothing for a moment, just sat there looking straight ahead, and then goes, "Hold on, fellas, I gotta take a piss." I said, "Jesus, Freddie, can't I wait a few minutes?" But Freddie goes, "Hell no, I'm about to burst, give me a minute." Yeah. We wait. He never comes back. We went out looking for him. Freddie Walsh was nowhere to be seen. Walked into the woods, vanished. And he took the goddamn keys with him. Henry fumbled another cigarette out of his pack. He stared at it and said, "These things will be the death of me, I suppose. Watch them murder your grandpa, your Uncle Ernest, your Aunt Gertie. God knows who else. I still can't give them up. Some folks die of old age, others die from circumstances they can't control. The rest of us, we end up killing ourselves one way or another. Why is that?" I pressed my lips together in an unhappy little line and stretched my hand out for another smoke. I attended all 3 of those funerals, but there I was. still lighting up the coffin nails at least once an hour like clockwork. The truth is that no one actually believes in their own demise. Not really. You could stand in line and watch 1,000 people die at the hangman's noose before you. But when your turn comes, you'd still somehow be surprised when that rough circle of rope drops over your own head. It's just how we are. So completely egocentric. We simply can't imagine the world plugging along without us. I settled with a yawn and a dismissive shrug. Sometimes it's better to respond to an uncomfortable question with no answer at all, if you understand what I mean. I said, I don't know, Henry. Who knows what makes people tick? We do what we do, and we don't question why. What's with all the existential mortality stuff anyway? You got lots of good years left. No need to be talking like that. It's because there's winter in our hearts, Henry said. His voice was tinged with sorrow. It's true. Most of the time people choose to do the right thing. Some of us rather howl along with the icy winds. Those people are damned. Henry paused to pick a flake of tobacco off his lips. He studied the lit end of his cigarette in morbid fascination. The sun's already gone behind the tree line, he murmured. Lights fade into darkness. I could feel that bad magic gathering in the shadows. Hairs were standing up on my arms. I said, to hell with it. He hadn't come back. Hoof it out of here. Found a flashlight in Freddy's trunk. It's a good thing, too, because it was so dark I could barely see my hand in front of my face. I almost shit myself every time I heard something scuffling around in the woods. I was convinced it was following us, creeping along and watching from behind the trees. I didn't know what it was. I was positive it was there. I knew it wanted to eat us alive. Henry scrubbed the back of his hands across his mouth and nodded to himself. I was scared, but even worse, I felt helpless. Somehow that's even worse than being shit-ass terrified. Much worse. I knew there wouldn't be a goddamn thing I could do when it came for us. I think fear and helplessness was just as nourishing to this thing as living flesh and blood. It was prolonging the hunt to drink it all in. Every little bit. I heard a branch break close to the tree line. Shone the flashlight into the woods, and just for a split second I saw something peeking out from behind the trees. A set of burning eyes glaring at us. 8 or 9 feet off the ground, I saw what looked like a sloping, misshapen head. An enormous pair of antlers. Just for a moment. A heartbeat or two. Then a set of headlights popped up in the distance. Oh, we ran towards a light in a blind panic. There was a grandma on a farm truck. She came looking for us, God bless her. I'd never been so relieved in my life. I asked him, "Did you see something out there?" No one would admit to it. We dropped Willie off and burned straight home to call the police. I told him Freddie disappeared in the woods, left his car behind. They said I'd send someone out to look for him, and that's the last I heard of it till the next morning. I guess all the fear and adrenaline drove me right in, because I was out like a light as soon as my head hit the pillow. I woke up to your grandma hammering on my door like a goddamn cannon. She yelled, "Get up! The policeman's here. He wants to talk to you." Henry took a deep swallow from his beer and made a sour face. He poured out the rest and tossed the empty into the cooler. "Warm as piss," he grumbled. "I don't know. Guess I was about comatose that night because it was almost 10 o'clock. Your grandpa was already out in the fields. I came downstairs, found Callahan sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee. He smiled at Ma, asked if he could speak to me alone for a while. She went outside to pick some peas for supper, and as soon as she stepped out the door, Callahan stopped smiling. He said, "Get yourself some coffee, have a seat. I need to talk to you." I asked him if it was about Freddie. Callahan just gave me a straight look. He says, "Go on, have a seat." He looked exhausted, like he'd been up all night. Watched him pull something from his pocket, Set it down on the table. Silver letter opener. Callahan taps it with his fingers and says, "We pulled this out of a dead man's hand last night. A fellow named Elwood Allen, you know?" I nodded. I said, "I don't know him exactly, but I met him." Callahan looked like he was satisfied with that. He said, "Someone killed him last night. Kicked his door in. Butchered him. Mr. Allen stabbed his attacker with a letter opener during a struggle. Found them both laying on the floor of his shanty. Elwood and his murderer. Your missing pal, Frederick Walsh." Henry lit another cigarette and coughed out a lungful of smoke. "I just fell out of my chair," he said. "I says to the cop, 'Holy hell, what happened?'" Callahan shook his head. It looked like he was struggling to find the right words, and finally he says, "How well did you know Freddie Walsh?" I said, "I knew Freddie for 7 years. Pretty well, I guess." Callahan leaned in closer, asked, "Do you know why he left the service?" I said he left because he got hurt in the war. Callahan looked me in the eye and said, "Yeah. He lost 3 fingers in Korea, but it didn't happen the way you think it did. See, Freddie had himself a dishonorable discharge as he was caught doing something awful to a young girl. Caught red-handed by her father. Villagers were going to put his head on a chopping block right then and there, but another enlisted man heard the commotion, tried to make a deal with him. Take just a finger and spare Freddie's life. They dickered around it for a while. They ended up settling on 3 fingers. A good hard kick to the kneecap. I winced and absently rubbed my own kneecap. It was no good spot to suffer a nasty fracture. But the patella was a particularly bad one. He was lucky to get out of there alive, though, wasn't he? Fucking scumbag. What happened to him after that? Freddie was court-martialed. He did 2 years in Portsmouth. Callahan said it should have been 20 as far as he was concerned, but somehow Freddie got lucky once again. Bad people often have the best luck. He was even awarded a disability check when he got released, so he ended up moving here, made some new friends. During that time, he moved on from hurting people to committing murder. Callahan said Freddie had a chest in his bedroom full of pictures, locks of hair, all kinds of mementos, but that wasn't enough for Freddie. He had to take it one step further. He started eating them. I grunted in disgust. Jesus Christ. And you had no idea? None at all, Henry said quietly. He had bags of human flesh in his icebox. I still wouldn't know. He became the monster that lurked on the inside. Lost himself to the winner in his heart, mind, body, and soul. Henry's voice dropped even lower, and I had to listen carefully to catch his quavering words. Callahan told me Elwood was still alive when they arrived on the scene. He said one word, Whitaco. And then he slipped away. Now, Cree sometimes call it by that name, yeah. Others know it as Wendigo. The monster lives inside of us. Frozen wind that howls in your soul. You can believe whatever you want, but the detective told me, and he was goddamn serious, believe me. He told me that Freddie died before he could finish changing back into a man. Callahan said Freddie's corpse was a half man, half monster hybrid from the depths of hell. One leg like a goat, one antler protruding from his skull, his face elongated into a hairy snout. Told me it looked like a childhood nightmare. He said it was eating him alive while he stabbed it with his letter opener. Couldn't even imagine the horror that man experienced before he died. I chewed that over for a minute before I told him that Elwood was expecting him to come back. He even said so before he left. He mentioned something about Freddie's fingers, too. Like he knew what Freddie had become. Callahan said I wouldn't be surprised Elwood was the enlisted man that saved Freddie's hide in Korea. They were lifelong friends, those two. He knew Freddie better than anyone, I guess. Well, Henry exclaimed. My jaw dropped on the table when I heard that. I said, well, holy shit. Callahan had to laugh in spite of himself. Looked like he needed a stiff drink and a full 12 hours of sleep. He said, yep. They were thick as thieves. You have to wonder if Elwood wasn't somehow involved in the murders. It's hard to imagine that any decent man would stand behind such a degenerate son of a bitch. As we'll never know. Elwood's neighbors had torched his house when he left, doused the place in gasoline, set it on fire. He said the fire would purify the ground, and that's fine by me. It's accidental fire. 2 people dead. No surviving family on either side. A lot easier than the truth. Callahan stood up to leave and said, you better count your blessings you're still alive. Freddie took you out there so he can get rid of anyone who might be close to discovering his secret. You didn't stand a chance, because you didn't have one thing that could stop him. He held up a letter opener. He said, silver. Dropped in at the library in town before I came here. From what I gather, some legend say you can kill him with silver. Elwood knew that. You folks, you would have been shit out of luck. Callahan started to leave, but he turned around at the door and gave me a real somber look. Says, the 2 patrolmen who came out here yesterday have been fired. A new world on the horizon, a better world. There'll be no room for people like that. Have yourself a good day. This conversation never happened. Henry's words faded into silence, and I realized his tale had come to an end. We sat quietly for a while and stared down into the valley below us. The very same valley where Henry had once seen a UFO in June of 1955. This world of ours is filled with mystery. A place of wonders. When the light meets the dark, there's magic in the air. It's too goddamn hot, Henry snapped, and he shattered the somber atmosphere with a tremendous cracker of a fart. Fuck it, let's go inside and cool off. Next time you come out, remind me to tell you about what happened to Willie Van Klein, his orchard. Now that's a story. After a little supper, I took Henry's advice and I wandered back to the fields. I stood very still and watched as the sun sank below the horizon. And when the daylight faded to darkness, I swore that I could feel something in the air. A faint buzz of static electricity against my skin. A sense of being subtly stretched between the state of consciousness we perceive as reality and something else. Something both surreal and darkly divine. For a fleeting moment in time, I could actually feel the magic. And it was both terrifying and exhilarating. And then the twilight faded to full dark, and I hastened back to the safety of the farmhouse. It was almost time to go back to the city. The hectic place of constant hurry and controlled chaos. I felt a tinge of sadness as the farm receded into the rearview mirror, as I always do. But I'll be back soon enough. Henry will be waiting with his cooler and his stories, and he'll weave a dark spell that'll transport me to another place at another time. Henry's stories create their very own kind of magic. A good kind that takes you away from yourself for a while. It's the best kind of magic, really. Henry's farm is a good place. And Henry is a good fella. I'll be back soon enough, rest assured. But for now, the story's come to an end. And it's time to bid you all a good night.
Let me start off by saying that Peter Terry was addicted to heroin. We were friends in college and continued to be after I graduated. Notice that I said I. He dropped out after 2 years of barely cutting it. After I moved out of the dorms and into a small apartment, I didn't see Peter as much. We'd talk online every now and then. AIM was king in the pre-Facebook years. There was a period where he wasn't online for about 5 weeks straight. I wasn't worried. He was pretty notoriously a flake, and a drug addict, so I assumed that he just stopped caring. And then one night, I saw him log online. Before I could initiate a conversation, he sent me a message. "David, man, we need to talk." That was when he told me about the No End House. They got that name because no one had ever reached the final exit. The rules were pretty simple and cliché. Reach the final room of the building and you win $500. There were 9 rooms in all. The house was located outside the city, roughly 4 miles from my house. Apparently Peter had tried and failed. He was a heroin and who knows what the hell else addict, so I figured the drugs got the best of him, and he wigged out at a paper ghost. He told me it would be too much for anyone, that it was unnatural. I didn't believe him. I told him I would check it out the next night, and no matter how hard he tried to convince me otherwise, $500 sounded too good to be true. I had to go. I set out the following night. When I arrived, I immediately noticed something strange about the building. Have you ever seen or read something that shouldn't be scary, but for some reason a chill crawls up your spine? I walked towards the building, and the feeling of uneasiness only intensified as I opened the front door. My heart slowed, and I let a relieved sigh leave me as I entered. The room looked like a normal hotel lobby, decorated for Halloween. A sign was posted in place of a worker. It read, "Room 1 this way. 8 more follow. Reach the end, and you win." I chuckled, and I made my way to the first door. The first area was almost laughable. The decor resembled the Halloween aisle of a Kmart, complete with sheet ghosts and animatronic zombies that gave a static growl when you passed by. At the far end was an exit. It was the only door besides the one I entered through. I brushed through the fake spiderwebs and headed for the second room. I was greeted by fog as I opened the door to room 2. The room definitely upped the ante in terms of technology. Not only was there a fog machine, but a bat hung from the ceiling and flew in a circle. Scary. They seemed to have a Halloween soundtrack that one would find in a 99-cent store on loop somewhere in the room. I didn't see a stereo, but I guess they must have used a PA system. I stepped over a few toy rats that wheeled around and walked with a puffed chest across to the next area. Reached for the doorknob, and my heart sank to my knees. I didn't want to open that door. A feeling of dread hit me so hard I could barely even think. Logic overtook me. After a few terrified moments, I shook it off and I entered the next room. Room 3 is when things began to change. On the surface, it looked like a normal room. There was a chair in the middle of the wood-paneled floor. A single lamp in the corner did a poor job of lighting the area, casting a few shadows across the floor and walls. See, that was the problem. Shadows. Plural. With the exception of the chairs, there were others. I had barely walked in the door, and I was already terrified. It was at that moment that I knew something wasn't right. I didn't even think as I automatically tried to open the door I came through. It was locked from the other side. That set me off. Was someone locking the doors as I progressed? There was no way. I would have heard them. Was it a mechanical lock? The one that's set automatically? That's maybe. But I was too scared to really think. I turned back to the room and the shadows were gone. The chair's shadows remained, but the others were gone. I slowly began to walk, and I used to hallucinate when I was a kid, so I ward off the shadows as a figment of my imagination. I began to feel better as I made it to the halfway point of the room. I looked down as I took my steps, and that's when I saw it. Or didn't see it. My shadow wasn't there. I didn't have time to scream. I ran as fast as I could to the other side, and I flung myself without thinking into the room beyond. The fourth room was possibly the most disturbing. As I closed the door, all light seemed to be sucked out and put back into the previous room. I stood there, surrounded by darkness, not able to move. I'm not afraid of the dark. I never have been. But I was absolutely terrified. All sight had left me. I held my hand in front of my face, and if I didn't know what I was doing, I would never have been able to tell. Darkness doesn't describe it. I couldn't hear anything. It was dead silence. When you're in a soundproof room, you can still hear yourself breathing. You could hear yourself being alive. I couldn't. I began to stumble forward after a few moments. My rapid beating heart, the only thing I could feel. There was no door in sight. I wasn't even sure there was one this time. The silence was then broken by a low hum. I felt something behind me. I spun around wildly, but I could barely even see my own nose. I knew it was there, though. Regardless of how dark it was, I knew something was there. The hum grew louder, closer. It seemed to surround me, but I knew whatever was causing the noise, it was in front of me, inching closer. I took a step back. I never felt that kind of fear. I can't really describe true fear. I wasn't even scared. I wasn't scared I was gonna die. I was scared of what the alternative was. I was afraid of what this thing had in store for me. And then the lights flashed for a second, and I saw it. Nothing. I saw nothing. I know I saw nothing there. The room was again plunged into darkness, and the hum became a wild screech. I screamed in protest. I couldn't hear this goddamn sound for another minute. I ran backwards away from the noise and fumbled for the door handle. I turned, and I fell into room 5. Before I describe room 5, you have to understand something. I am not a drug addict. I've had no history of drug abuse or any sort of psychosis short of the childhood hallucinations that I mentioned earlier, and those were only when I was really tired or just waking up. I entered the no-end house with a clear head. After falling in from the previous room, my view of room 5 was from my back, looking up at the ceiling. What I saw didn't scare me. It simply surprised me. Trees had grown into the room and towered above my head. The ceilings in this room were taller than the others, which made me think I was in the center of the house. I got up off the floor, I dusted myself off, I took a look around. It was definitely the biggest room of them all. I couldn't even see the door from where I was. Various brush and trees must have blocked my line of sight with the exit. Up to this point, I figured the rooms were going to get scarier, but this was a paradise compared to the last room. I also assumed whatever was in room 4 stayed back there. I was incredibly wrong. As I made my way deeper into the room, I began to hear what one would hear if they were in a forest. Chirping bugs, the occasional flap of birds seemed to be the only company in this room. That was the thing that bothered me the most. I heard the bugs and the other animals, but I didn't see any of them. I began to wonder how big this house was. From the outside, when I first walked up to it, it looked like a regular house. It was definitely on the bigger side, but this was almost a full forest in here. The canopy covered my view of the ceiling, but I assumed it was still there, however high it was. I couldn't see any walls either. The only way I knew I was still inside was the floor matched the other rooms. Standard dark wood paneling. I kept walking, hoping that the next tree I passed would reveal the door. After a few moments of walking, I heard a mosquito fly onto my arm. I shook it off, and I kept going. A second later, I felt about 10 more land on my skin in different places. I felt them crawl up and down my arms and legs. A few made their way across my face. I flailed wildly to get them all off me, but they just kept crawling. I looked down and I let out a muffled scream. More of a whimper, to be honest. I didn't see a single bug. Not one bug was on me, but I could feel them. I could feel them crawling. I heard them fly by my face and sting my skin, but I couldn't see a single one. I dropped to the ground and I began to roll wildly. I was desperate. I hated bugs, especially ones I couldn't see or touch, but these bugs could touch me. They were everywhere. I began to crawl. I had no idea where I was going. The entrance was nowhere in sight, and I still hadn't seen the exit, so I just crawled. My skin wriggled with the presence of those phantom bugs, and after what seemed like hours, I found the door. I grabbed the nearest tree. I propped myself up, mindlessly slapping my arms and legs to no avail. I tried to run, but I couldn't. My body was exhausted from crawling and dealing with whatever it was that was on me. I took a few shaky steps towards the door, grabbing each tree in the way for support. It was only a few feet away when I heard it. The low hum from before. It was coming from the next room, and it was deeper. I could almost feel it inside my body, like when you stand next to an amp at a concert. The feeling of the bugs on me lessened as the hum grew louder, and as I placed my hand on the doorknob, the bugs were completely gone, but I couldn't bring myself to turn the knob. I knew that if I let go, the bugs would return, And there was no way I would make it back to room 4. I just stood there, my head pressed against the door marked 6, and my hand shakily grasping the knob. The hum was so loud. I couldn't even hear myself pretend to think. There was nothing I could do but move on. Room 6 was next. Room 6 was hell. I closed the door behind me. My eyes held shut and my ears ringing. The hum was surrounding me. As the door clicked into place, the hum was gone. I opened my eyes in surprise, and the door I had shut was gone. It's just a wall now. I looked around in shock. The room was... The only real difference was that there was no exit door, and the one I came through was gone. The room was identical to room 3, the same chair and lamp, but with the correct amount of shadows this time. The only real difference was that there was no exit door, and the one I came in through was gone. As I said before, I have no previous issues in terms of mental instability, but at that moment, I fell into what I now know was insanity. I didn't scream. I didn't make a sound. At first, I scratched softly. The wall was tough, but I knew the door was there somewhere. I just knew it was. I scratched it where the door was. I clawed at the wall frantically with both hands, my nails being filed down to the skin against the wood. I fell silently to my knees, the only sound in the room, the incessant scratching against the wall. I knew it was there. The door was there. I knew it was... It just had to be there. I knew if I can get past this wall. Are you all right? I jumped off the ground and spun in one motion. I leaned against the wall behind me and I saw what it was that spoke to me. To this day, I regret ever turning around. There was a little girl. She was wearing a soft white dress that went down to her ankles. She had long blonde hair to the middle of her back and white skin and blue eyes. She was the most frightening thing I'd ever seen. And I know that nothing in my life will ever be as unnerving as what I saw in her. While looking at her, I saw something else. Where she stood, I saw what looked like a man's body, only larger than normal and covered in hair. He was naked from head to toe, but his head was not human. His toes were hooves. It wasn't the devil, but at that moment, it might as well have been. The form had the head of a ram and the snout of a wolf. It was horrifying. It was synonymous with the little girl in front of me. They were the same form. I can't really describe it, but I saw them at the same time. They shared the same spot in that room, but it was like looking at two separate dimensions. When I saw the girl, I saw the form, and when I saw the form, I saw the girl. I couldn't speak. I could barely even see. My mind was revolting against what it was attempting to process. I had been scared before in my life, and I'd never been more scared than when I was trapped in the 4th room, but that was before room 6. I just stood there staring at whatever it was that spoke to me. There was no exit. I was trapped here with it, and then it spoke again. David, you should have listened. When it spoke, I heard the words of the little girl. But the other form spoke through my mind in a voice I won't attempt to describe. There was no other sound. The voice just kept repeating the sentence over and over in my mind as I agreed. I didn't know what to do. I was slipping into madness, yet I couldn't take my eyes off of what was in front of me. I dropped to the floor. I thought I had passed out, but the room wouldn't let me. I just wanted it to end. I was on my side, my eyes wide open, and the form staring down at me. Scurrying across the floor in front of me was one of the battery-powered rats from the 2nd room. The house was toying with me. But for whatever reason, seeing that rat pulled my mind back from whatever depths it was headed, and I looked around the room. I was getting out of here. I was determined to get out of that house and live and never think about this place again, and I knew this room was hell, and I wasn't ready to take up a residency. At first it was just my eyes that moved. I searched the walls for any kind of opening. The room, it wasn't that big, so it didn't take long to soak up the entire layout. The demon still taunted me, the voice growing louder as the form stayed rooted where it stood. I placed my hands on the floor. I lifted myself up to all 4, and then turned to scan the wall behind me. And I saw something I couldn't believe. The form was right in my back, whispering into my mind how I shouldn't have come here. I felt its breath on the back of my neck, but I refused to turn around. A large rectangle was scratched into the wood, with a small dent chipped away in the center of it. Right in front of my eyes, I saw the large 7 I had mindlessly etched into the wall. I knew what it was. Room 7 was just beyond that wall where room 5 was moments ago. I don't know how I had done it. Maybe it was just my state of mind at the time, but I had created the door. I knew I had. In my madness, I had scratched into the wall when I needed the most, and an exit to the next room. Room 7 was close. I knew the demon was right behind me, but for some reason, it couldn't touch me. I closed my eyes and I placed both hands on the large 7 in front of me, and I pushed as hard as I could. The demon was now screaming in my ear. It told me I was never leaving. It told me that this place was the end, but I wasn't going to die. I was going to live there in room 6 with it. I wasn't. I pushed and I screamed at the top of my lungs, and I knew I was going to push through the wall eventually. I clenched my eyes shut and I screamed, and the demon was gone. I was left in silence. I turned around slowly, and I was greeted by the room as it was when I entered, just a chair and a lamp. I couldn't believe it, but I didn't have time to dwell. I turned back to the 7, and I jumped back slightly when I saw... What I saw was a door. It wasn't the one I had scratched in, but a regular door with a large 7 on it. My whole body was shaking. It took me a while to turn the knob. I just stood there for a while, staring at the door. I couldn't stay in room 6. I couldn't. But if this was only room 6, I couldn't imagine what 7 had in store. I must have stood there for an hour, staring at that 7. And finally, with a deep breath, I twisted the knob, and I opened the door. I stumbled through the door, and mentally exhausted and physically weak. The door behind me closed, and I realized where I was. I was outside. Not like room 5, but actually outside. My eyes stung. I wanted to cry. I fell to my knees. And I tried, but I couldn't. I was finally out of that hell. I didn't even care about the prize that was promised. I turned and I saw that the door I just went through was the entrance. I walked to my car. I drove home thinking about how nice a shower sounded. I pulled up to my house, and I felt uneasy. The joy of leaving no one's house had faded, and dread was slowly building in my stomach. I shook it off as a residual from the house, and I made my way to the front door. I entered my house and immediately went up to my room. There on my bed was my cat, Baskerville. He was the first living thing that I had seen all night, and I reached to pet him. He hissed and swiped at my hand. I recoiled in shock. He never acted like that. But whatever, he's an old cat. I jumped in the shower. I got ready but I was expecting to be a sleepless night. After my shower, I went to the kitchen to make something to eat. I descended the stairs. I turned into the family room. What I saw would be forever burned into my mind. My parents. They were lying on the ground, naked, covered in blood. They were mutilated to near unidentifiable states. Their limbs were removed, placed next to their bodies. Their heads were placed in their chests, facing me. The most unsettling parts was their expressions. They were smiling as though they were happy to see me. I vomited and I sobbed there in the living room. I didn't know what had happened. They didn't even live with me at the time. I was a mess. And then I saw it. I saw it had a door. A door that was never there before. A door with a large 8 scrawled on it in blood. I was still in the house. I was standing in my family room, but I was in room 7. The faces of my parents smiled wider as I realized this. They weren't my parents. They couldn't be, but they looked exactly like them. The door marked 8 was across the room behind the mutilated bodies in front of me, and I knew I had to move on, but at that moment I gave up. The smiling faces tore into my mind. They grounded me where I stood. I vomited again, and I nearly collapsed, and then the hum returned. It was louder than ever, and it filled the house, and it shook the walls, and the hum compelled me to walk. I began to walk slowly, making my way closer to the door and the bodies, and I could barely stand, let alone walk, and the closer I got to my parents, the closer I came to suicide. The walls were now shaking so hard it seemed as though they were going to crumble, but still the faces smiled at me as I inched closer. Their eyes followed me. I was now between the two bodies, a few feet away from the door. The dismembered hands clawed their way across the carpet towards me, all the while the faces continued to stare. Now terror washed over me as I walked closer. I didn't want to hear them speak. I didn't want the voices to match those of my parents. They began to open their mouths, and their hands were inches from my feet. In a dash of desperation, I lunged towards the door. I threw it open, and I slammed it behind me. Room 8. I was done. After what I just experienced, I knew there wasn't anything else that this house could throw at me that I couldn't live through. There's nothing short of the fires of hell that I wasn't ready for, but unfortunately, I underestimated the abilities of no in-house. Unfortunately, things got more disturbing, more terrifying, more unspeakable in room 8. I still have trouble believing what I saw in room 8. Again, the room was a carbon copy of rooms 3 and 6, but sitting in that unusually empty chair was a man. After a few seconds of disbelief, my mind finally accepted the fact that man sitting in that chair was me. Not someone who looked like me. He was David Williams. I walked closer. I had to get a better look, even though I was sure of it. He looked up at me, and I noticed tears in his eyes. Please. Please don't do it. Please. Please don't hurt me. What? I asked. Who are you? I'm not gonna hurt you. Yes, you are. He was sobbing now. You're gonna hurt me, and I don't want you to. He sat in the chair with his legs up and began rocking back and forth. It was actually pretty pathetic looking, especially since he was me, identical in every way. Listen, who are you? I was only a few feet from my doppelganger. It was the weirdest experience yet, standing there talking to myself. I wasn't scared, but I would be soon. Why are you? You're gonna hurt me. You're gonna hurt me. If you want to leave, you're gonna hurt me. Why are you saying this? Okay, just calm down, all right? Look, let's try and figure this. And then I saw it. So David sitting down was wearing the same clothes as me, except for a small red patch on his shirt, embroidered with the number 9. You're gonna hurt me! You're gonna hurt me! You're gonna hurt me! Please! Please! Please don't! You're gonna hurt me! My eyes didn't leave that small number on his chest. I knew exactly what it was. The first few doors were plain and simple, but after a while they got a little more ambiguous. 7 was scratched into the wall, but by my own hands. 8 was marked in blood above the bodies of my parents, but 9... This number was on a person, a living person, and worse still, it was on a person that looked exactly like me. David, I had to ask. Yeah, you're gonna hurt me. You're gonna hurt me. He continued to sob and rock. He answered to David. He was me, right down to the voice, but that 9. I paced around for a few minutes. While he sobbed in his chair, the room had no door, and similarly to room 6, the door I came through was gone. For some reason, I assumed that scratching would get me nowhere this time, and I studied the walls and floor around the chair, sticking my head underneath to see if anything was below, and unfortunately there was. Below the chair was a knife, and attached was a tag that read, "To David, from management." The feeling in my stomach as I read that tag was something sinister. I wanted to throw up, and the last thing I wanted to do was remove that knife from under that chair. The other David was still sobbing uncontrollably. My mind was spinning into an attic of unanswerable questions. Who put this here? How did they get my name? Not to mention the fact that I knelt on the cold wood floor, and I also sat in that chair, sobbing in protest of being hurt by myself. It was all too much to process. The house and the management had been playing with me the whole time. My thoughts, for some reason, turned to Peter, and whether or not he had got this far. If he had met a Peter Terry, sobbing in this very chair, rocking back and forth. I shook those thoughts out of my head. They didn't matter. I took the knife from under the chair, and immediately the other David went quiet. "David," he said in my voice, "what do you think you're going to do?" I lifted myself from the ground, clenching the knife in my hand. "I'm going to get out of here." David was still sitting in the chair, though he was very calm now. He looked up at me with a slight grin. I couldn't tell if he was going to laugh or strangle me. Slowly, he got up from the chair and he stood facing me. It was uncanny. His height, even the way that he stood, matched mine. I felt the rubber hilt of the knife in my hand. I gripped it tighter. I don't know what I was planning to do with it, but I had a feeling I was going to need it. "Now," his voice was slightly deeper than my own, "I'm going to hurt you. I'm going to hurt you, and I'm going to keep you here." I didn't respond. I just lunged and I tackled him to the ground. I had mounted him and looked down, the knife poised and ready. He looked up at me, terrified. It was like I was looking in a mirror, and then the hum returned, low and distant, though I still felt it deep in my body. David looked up at me, and I looked down at myself, and the hum was getting louder, and I felt something inside of me snap, and with one motion, I slammed the knife into the patch on his chest, and I ripped down. Blackness fell onto the room, and I was falling. The darkness around me was like nothing I had experienced up to that point. Room 4 was dark, but it didn't come close to what was completely engulfing me. I wasn't even sure if I was falling. After a while, I felt weightless, covered in dark. Then a deep sadness came over me. I felt lost, depressed, suicidal. The sight of my parents entered my mind. I knew it wasn't real, but I'd seen it, and the mind has trouble differentiating between what is real and what isn't. The sadness only deepened. I was in room 9 for what felt like days. The final room. And that's exactly what it was, the end. No one house had an end, and I had reached it. At that moment, I gave up. I knew I would be in that in-between state forever, accompanied by nothing but darkness. Not even the hum was there to keep me sane. I had lost all senses. I couldn't feel myself. I couldn't hear anything. Sight was completely useless here. I searched for a taste in my mouth, and I found nothing. I felt disembodied, completely lost. I knew where I was. This was hell. Room 9 was hell. And then it happened. A light. One of those stereotypical lights at the end of the tunnel. I felt ground come up below me, and I was standing, and after a moment or two of gathering my thoughts and senses, I slowly walked towards the light, and as I approached the light, it took form. It was a vertical slit down the side of an unmarked door. I slowly walked through the door, and I found myself back where I started. The lobby of No End House. It was exactly how I left it. Still empty, still decorated with childish Halloween decorations. After everything that had happened that night, I was still wary of where I was. After a few moments of normalcy, I looked around the place, trying to find anything different. And on the desk was a plain white envelope with my name handwritten on it. Immensely curious, yet still cautious, I mustered up the courage to open the envelope, and inside was a letter. Again, handwritten. David Williams. Congratulations. You've made it to the end of No End House. Please accept this prize as a token of great achievement. Yours forever. Management. With the letter were 5 $100 bills. I couldn't stop laughing. I laughed for what seemed like hours. I laughed as I walked out to my car, and I laughed as I drove home, and I laughed as I pulled into the driveway, and I laughed as I opened my front door to my house, and I laughed as I saw the small 10 etched into the wood. Hey there. Just thought I'd share a couple spooky stories from my childhood to get everyone all hyped for Halloween. So when I was a child, it was just me and my mother. We lived in a property owned by my grandmother. 3-story old farmhouse, right at the fringe of the woods. It was far off the road. On a long, unlit, gravel driveway. But very isolated at night, being so distant from any other houses. Set in an area that hadn't been inhabited for 30 years before we started living in it. Quite often, I was a fairly rambunctious child, so while my mother went off to work, I would occasionally skip the morning bus to school and stay at home alone all day. Big house had a habit of feeling incredibly lonely and sparse. So I spent most of my time playing in the forest expanse out back. Some distance into the woods, far enough that I couldn't hear my mother while she was called. There was a toppled pine tree, which had crashed into another, and even larger trunk on its way down. It was now frozen there, forming a long arc over the forest floor. I loved to climb up the jagged stump at the base of this fallen tree and then steady myself to a point just above the middle. Never able to make it all the way to the top because it just got too steep for me to continue any further. A bad habit of freaking out from how high up I was. And one day, I was sitting in my usual spot in the fallen tree, which is a good distance from the ground, just listening to the birds singing and simultaneously feeling the warmth of the sun on my neck, when I heard something strange underneath. It paralyzed me. Hey, kid. I was gripped by a sudden strong urge of fear for a moment. The voice had come from directly underneath me. I strained to look, but I couldn't see anything over the ledge. For a long time, I sat there in absolute silence, and I was at the point where I was almost soon to convince myself that I had imagined hearing a man's voice at all. I know you can hear me. His voice was much louder this time, as I yelled something out and scrambled up the log a bit higher. Trembling nervously, I dug my fingers into the bark and held tight for dear life. I sat there trying to collect my nerves for God knows how long. Although I couldn't see it, the presence of the thing underneath me was still clear. The bird's song was much softer and more cautious this time, and when I listened closely, I swear I could hear the faintest echo of human breathing. Gathering all my courage, I vowed to prove to myself that it was all my imagination by leaning over the ledge as far as possible without slipping right off. Digging hard into the bark behind me, I stretched out along my arms and peered over, getting a full view of the empty forest floor and undergrowth. When suddenly, "Come down here or I'll come up and grab you!" It was so loud, it was as if I was being screamed right in my face. I released my grip onto the tree in fright and plunged off the platform. I was saved only by grabbing a nearby branch, and for one awful second, my bare legs dangled in the cool air. When I pulled myself up, I ran at full speed to the top of the collapsed pine, to the point I had never reached before. I sat there just below the rustling canopy, pissing myself and staring at the distant base where the splintered wood rose, fully expecting at any moment to see someone crawling rapidly up the pine towards me. Instead, all I heard was the wind whistling in the leaves above me and below me, and occasionally snippets of birdsong. It was about 2 hours before my mother got home, found me after much worried searching, trembling, crying at the top of the fallen tree. Now, although this incident spooked both me and my mother, in time I somehow recovered, exhibiting that naive, hard skin of a child, although I never went as far into the forest as I used to, and never again even approached that fallen tree. And once when I was 12, I had a chore of taking firewood from the shed out back, just at the edge of the woods, and to bring it back inside the house. It was a tiresome job, and I always chose to do it at dusk when the air was brimming with mosquitoes and a swampy fog that usually coated the lawn, but by the time I had made my last round, I would sprint back to the house, spooked. One of my least favorite things about this job was that the shed was full of barn owls. Have you ever seen a barn owl's face staring at you from a dark roof corner? Then you know how uncomfortable that shed made me. One of these nights got mistier than it had ever been before. Thick silver fog covered everything, limited my line of sight to a short sphere around me. Even though the shed wasn't far from the house, I found myself feeling disoriented, and more than once I walked in the wrong direction. both times for some reason walking straight into the woods. By the time I had reached my last load, it was too foggy to see the street. My eyes stung in the moisture, and it made my visions blur. Lurching forward, I managed to walk headfirst into a tree, doubling over and dropping all the wood I was bundling onto my feet with a hard crunch. As I went to pick them up, with my foot throbbing pretty hard, I realized that the ground was too misty for me to see my own knees. I decided to head to the house, since we had more than enough wood for one night. However, it was getting to be pretty dark, and I couldn't make out any signifiers of which direction I was heading in, even though I cautiously walked for several feet in all directions, trying to figure out my position in the mist. I still couldn't figure out any point of identification. I couldn't even locate the fence or the gate. The more I walked, the more I seemed to stumble into trees, pine needles, mud crunched under my feet, instead of a dew-covered lawn. After a while, I finally realized that I couldn't even find the shed anymore. Cursing myself for being so dumb, while trying to ignore my thumping heart and sense that somehow something else was at play, I became aware that I was lost, somewhere in the fringe of the forest. Screaming out for my mother at the loudest possible volume was only met with a resounding silence from the depths of the mist, all around from where I stood, affirming that I had wandered too far from the house to be heard. As a deep panic started to settle on me, I noticed a glimpse of something pink moving against a nearby pine trunk. Coming closer, I saw that it was a ripped-out square of pink paper. On it, there was an arrow pointing left. Looks vaguely like something my mom might make, rationalized to keep me from getting lost, so foolishly, I followed the direction set by that green arrow, shivering in the increasing cold. I kept walking for about 5 to 10 minutes before needing to stop to take a breath. My heart was pounding so fast, it was beginning to hurt. As I was sitting down, however, I spied what appeared to be another note fluttering on a nearby trunk. I noticed that this one was embedded with a long nail. It bore another arrow, this one pointing up, and a small, sloppy written note that said, "This way." Despite my increasing panic, I convinced myself that these notes were my only shot at getting back before nightfall. I was desperate to get the hell out, and my brow was cold with sweat. So I followed the green arrow to a point where I could just dimly make out another spot of pink up an incline of collapsed stumps, leaf litter. At this point, it was getting pretty dark, and I had to strain both my eyes just to see a few meters ahead of me. Following the green arrows, feeling less and less sure of where I was, I stumbled through the woods, groping out in the mist to feel for trees, although I was terrified of something unseen grabbing my arm. I came across the third green note. It had another arrow pointing up again, this one leading to an increasingly steep slope that I didn't recognize being anywhere near my house, with a poorly drawn smiley face right above it. At this stage, I became too freaked out to cope and started to cry. As I slumped against the pine tree, the possibility that I would be out in these woods all night was beginning to sink in, like a syringe being driven into the veins within my arm. I caught a glimpse of another pink square in the near distance, and squinting hard, unnerved by these notes, all of which looked fresh without any sign of decay despite the previous week's non-stop rain. I read it from afar. What I read made my blood turn cold. I stood to my knees, dead silently, wobbling on them in fear. My ears were sensitive to any tiny prickle of noise in the mist. For a long time I stood there in the rolling fog, reading and rereading that horrible note over and over again, before a snapping stick somewhere behind me caused me to sprint blindly, twigs snagging at my ankles and cutting at my face as I ran. Written on that note in big green letters was my name. Felt like I was running for hours. All the while, the rain and mist lapped at the back of my neck like the decaying breath of someone running right behind me. Somehow I made it back to the house. All the lights were off, and I struggled to find the keys for a moment. When I found them, I bolted indoors and finally crawled into bed, where I'd remained, unsleeping till morning. Mom just thought I'd come inside and gone to bed and hadn't thought to leave the lights on. It was a miracle, or some freakish coincidence, that I even found the house at all. The final incident at that damn house was witnessed only by my mother. Up until then, she had never experienced any of the strange things as I had, although we mutually shared the particularly oppressive quality that the house interior had upon us, and its placement in the dreary, imposing woods. Although I was obviously never a popular kid, by living way out in the country, in the opposite direction from everyone else in my school, I did make some tight friends in my first year of high school. One of these friends, Amanda was her name, invited me over one night, and I accepted. My mother drove me out to the place, which was about 3 miles away, and then drove back home. The night went well. We watched a horror movie, suitably, devoured some pizza, probably smoked pot. My mother went home alone, where she intended to get some writing done. She worked for a magazine at that point. It was about midnight when I received an off-putting text from my mom in all caps. "Is this a prank? I need to know immediately." Thinking it was some joke, I texted back, "Calm yourself. Is what a prank?" Almost immediately the response, "Are you out of the house?" Of course I responded no. Though I was thoroughly weirded out, I didn't receive another message until around 3 a.m. when she told me to go to my grandma's in the morning and to not, by any means, dare go home. I remember those bleak torrents of rain the day that I went to my grandma's, and how terribly soaked I was when I finally got there. It was nearly 2 towns away. I'd had to fight the temptation to go home and drop off my bags, but Mom's disturbing message from last night were enough to warn me not to do so. When I arrived, Mom and Grandma were having lunch. At first, my mother seemed to be in some sort of composed state, but when I got a better look at her, I noticed that all the color had been drained from her face. She was slightly trembling. At one point, she even sent a small glass crashing to the floor after flinching at the cat brushing against her ankles. It wasn't until later that night, when my grandma was sound asleep, that she told me what happened. She went further as to forbid me from telling old grandma, out of fear that it would horrify her superstitious soul too much. This is what happened the night when I was at Amanda's. As she described in lurid detail, my mother was sitting on the first story of the living room, where she sat on the couch by the fire, curtains open to the view of the sunset in the canopy, going over her latest draft. At first it was so faint that she barely noticed it, but after a while my mother became aware of, and vaguely irritated by, tiny thumping noises near her head at the window. When she went over to investigate, she saw fat brown moths, a kind that we often got at that place, buzzing madly into the glass. Reasoning that this was the cause of the sound, she returned to her work. However, feeling rattled in some way, it was when the noises started to get sharper and louder, she paid more attention and saw the rocks were being thrown at the window from the total blackness of the forest edge. She saw them appear from the shadows of the bush, and then fall in an arc and bounce off the window. Looking carefully, she could see small cracks from where some heavy ones had hit, right beside where her head had been moments before. Temporarily captivated, she tried to peer into the darkness enough to make out where the rocks were being thrown from. Then with a startled shock, she jumped back from the window as she saw me, standing half behind a tree right near the window, grinning wide and staring at her. My one visible eye stretched wide open, showing all the whiteness. She barely stifled a scream seeing her own daughter standing there, just staring and smiling. Not only did the figure not move or blink, it was standing by one of the nearest pines, far from where the rocks were shooting out from the bushes. As they continued to do so in a loud downpour, my face unceasingly continued to press out at her, smiling. Thinking this was all some kind of a sick prank, hence the later text, my mom shouted my name at the top of her lungs, frightened to the core. However, instead of responding, the mouth of the thing that looked like me behind the tree just started moving as if it were mouthing silent words really, really fast. Suddenly it turned its head to the side and seemed to be talking to somebody else beside the tree. My mom said who she couldn't see, but she could see a formless black shape hanging against the other side of the tree. The thing that looked like me kept staring at my mother and doing the silent speed-talking thing, then turning and whispering to the thing next to it. Then it would turn back and start up again. Then, breaking the monotonous spell, it suddenly pointed straight at my mother and started laughing. My mother screamed and fled to my bedroom on the second story, the only room with a working lock, where she shut herself in and sat at the far end of the bed as the rocks began to pitter-patter against the window downstairs, dry heaving and weeping in fear. In my room, my mother said she did not feel safe. There was an awful smell and a weird humming noise in the walls, as she described. She tried to pray for a time before giving up and just listening to the rocks pelt the walls and windows. Somewhere in the kitchen, she caught the distinct vibrating sound of a window actually smashing, the weird, continuous hum. Listening more carefully, she could identify it as the softest hint of a mumbling voice. In absolute terror, she recognized the voice, and then, virtually too afraid to look, she tilted her head up to the closet door where an awful white face could be seen staring at her, mouth contorting and gaping in what sounded like highly sped up whispers. But the closet door was only a meter from my mother. It started to open slowly. In an unimaginable explosion of terror, she immediately bolted to the door, only to fumble with the lock as bigger and bigger rocks came crashing through the windows, which burst apart in a spray of glass shards before finally getting out, running out of the house, completely keeping her eye off the woods, getting into her car and backing off. She said that as she glanced back, right at the end of the prolonged driveway, she saw two unmistakable human forms standing at my broken bedroom window, watching as her car got further and further away from our house. This would be the final farewell, as my mother never stepped foot in that place again. As my mother told this story, she broke down into tears. I didn't doubt her, I still don't. I honestly and fully believe that she experienced what she said. It was also quite clear that we were done living in that house once and for all. I only went back once, with my dad, who I see very rarely now. But he came from another state to help us move. Mom had already found a place in town and moved in. My dad and I just loaded up his truck with all that was left inside there. It was a silent, sunny morning when we removed all the stuff and emptied the place. I wish I could say there was some closure, some final spooking to cap it all off, but there wasn't. Just a relief to get out of there. There was, however, only two things left worth mentioning. Number one, when we checked the house for any signs of intruders, we found that several windows, including one in the bedroom and the kitchen, had been smashed and rocks were lying on the floor. Number two, Dad went out into the trees for a bit to take a leak. When he came back, he asked how long we'd had the swing set for. Now, needless to say, we'd never had a swing set, so I was fairly unsettled to discover that in the week since we'd been gone, someone had assembled a rope swing set from one of the highest branches of the old pine over the ridge, against which had this fallen log that I'd stopped climbing many years ago. There was obviously new rope, and a nicely polished, sanded down wooden seat at the base. Dad wanted to keep my mind from recent events. He doubted the affair and thought my mother was mentally unstable. Said that a neighbor probably set it up, not realizing it was on our property. Of course, he knew as well as I did that we had literally no neighbors for at least a mile in any direction. There were no houses in all that space, and never in my time living there did I ever see another sign of human habitation, but I let it all go. I was pleased enough just to say good riddance to that horrible place as we drove off for good. For the most part, I found it best to try and forget what happened to that place. Sometimes I just can't help but ponder it, though. It's been long enough now that I no longer feel scared talking about it, but for a long while, I couldn't. And seeing as it's Halloween, what better time is it to share? My grandmother just recently sold the house to a new family. That being a young couple and their little son shortly after we moved out, despite my mother's desperate insistence that it be left empty. Now she refuses to talk about what happened altogether. I'm less anxious about it, although sometimes I can't help but let my imagination get the better of me. All I can do is think of that old house, the fallen down tree, the new occupants, and the swing out back, gently spinning in the breeze, as that boy toddles, obviously, towards it.
Excerpt from local newspaper. Ominous unknown killer still at large. After weeks of killings, the ominous unknown killer is still on the rise. After little evidence has been found, a young boy states that he survived one of the killer's attacks and bravely tells his story. "I had a bad dream and woke up in the middle of the night," says the boy. "I saw that for some reason the window was open, even though I remember it being closed before I went to bed. I got up and shut it once more. Afterwards, I simply crawled under my covers and tried to go back to sleep. That's when I had a strange feeling, like someone was watching me. I looked up and nearly jumped out of my bed. There, in the little ray of light illuminating from my curtains, were a pair of 2 eyes. These weren't regular eyes, they were dark, ominous eyes. They were bordered in black, and just plain out terrified me. That's when I saw his mouth, a long, horrendous smile that made every hair on my body stand up. The figure stood there, watching me. Finally, after what seemed like forever, he said it. A simple phrase, but said it in a way only a madman could speak. "Go to sleep." I let out a scream. That's what sent him at me. He pulled out a knife, aimed at my heart, jumped on my bed. I fought him back. I kicked, I punched, I rolled around, trying to knock him off me. That's when my dad burst in with his 12-gauge shotgun. He aimed it at the man. He almost got him. But before he could pull the trigger, the man leapt out to the side. The man threw the knife in a Bowie knife style into my dad's shoulder. He let go of the gun. The man probably would have finished him off if one of the neighbors hadn't alerted the police. They drove into the parking lot and ran towards the door. The man turned and ran down the hallway. I heard a smash, like glass breaking. As I came out of my room, I saw the window that was pointing towards the back of my house was broken. I looked out to see him vanish into the distance. I can tell you one thing. I'll never forget that face. Those cold, evil eyes. That psychotic smile. They'll never leave my head. Police still are on the lookout for this man. If you see anyone that fits the description in the story, please contact your local police department. Jeff and his family had moved into the new neighborhood. His dad had gotten a promotion at work, and they thought it would be best to live in one of those fancy neighborhoods. Jeff and his brother Lou couldn't complain, though. A new, better house. What was not to love? As they were getting unpacked, one of their neighbors came by. "Hello," she said. "I'm Barbara. I live across the street from you. Well, I just wanted to introduce myself and to introduce my son." She turned around and called her son over. "Billy, these are our new neighbors." Billy said hi and ran back to play in his yard. "Well," said Jeff's mom, "I'm Margaret, this is my husband Peter, and our 2 sons, Jeff and Lou." They each introduced themselves, and Barbara invited them to her son's birthday. Jeff and his brother were about to object when their mother said that they would love to. Jeff went up to his mom. "Mom, why did you invite us to some kid's party? If they haven't noticed, I'm not some dumb kid." "Jeff," says his mom, "we just moved here. We should show that we want to spend time with our neighbors. Now we're going to that party, and that's final." Jeff started to talk, but stopped himself, knowing that he can't do anything. Whenever his mom says something, it's final. He walks up to his room and plops down on his bed. He sits there looking at the ceiling when suddenly he gets a weird feeling. Not so much a pain, but a weird feeling. He dismisses it as if some random feeling. He hears his mom calling him down to get his stuff, and he walks down to get it. The next day, Jeff walked down the stairs to get breakfast and get ready for school. As he sat there, eating his breakfast, he once again got that feeling. This time it was stronger. Gave him a slight tugging pain, but he once again dismissed it. As he and Lou finished breakfast, they walked down to the bus stop. They sat there waiting for the bus, and then, all of a sudden, some kid on a skateboard jumps over them, only inches above their laps. They both jump back in surprise. "Hey, what the hell, kid?" The kid landed and turned back to them. He kicked his skateboard up and caught it with his hand. He wears an Aeropostale shirt and ripped blue jeans. "Well, well, well, looks like we got some new meat." Suddenly 2 other kids appeared. One is super skinny and the other is huge. "Well, since you're new here, I'd like to introduce ourselves. Over there's Keith." Jeff and Lou look at the skinny kid. He has a dopey face that you would expect a sidekick to have. And he's Troy. They look over at the fat kid. Talk about a tub of lard. This kid looks like he hadn't exercised since he was crawling. "And I," says the kid, "am Randy. Now, for all the kids in this neighborhood, there's a small price of bus fare, if you catch my drift." Lou stands up, ready to punch the light out of the kid's eyes, when his 2 friends pull a knife up at him. "I had hoped you'd be more cooperative, but it seems we must do things the hard way." The kid walks up to Lou and takes his wallet out of his pocket. Jeff gets that feeling again. Now it's truly strong, a burning sensation. He stands up, but Lou gestures him to sit down. Jeff ignores it and walks up to the kid. "Listen here, you little punk. Give back my bro's wallet or else." Randy puts the wallet in his pocket and pulls a knife. "Oh? And what you gonna do?" Just as he finishes his sentence, Jeff pops the kid in the nose. Kid reaches for his face. Jeff grabs the kid's wrist and breaks it. Randy screams and Jeff grabs the knife from his hand. Troy and Keith rush him, but Jeff's too quick. He throws Randy to the ground. Keith lashes out at him, but Jeff ducks and stabs him in the arm. Keith drops his knife and falls to the ground screaming. Troy rushes him too, but Jeff doesn't even need the knife. He punches Troy straight in the stomach. He goes down. As he falls, he pukes all over the place. Lou can do nothing but look in amazement at Jeff. "Jeff, how did you..." That's all he says. They see the bus coming, and know they'd be blamed for the whole thing, so they start running as fast as they can. As they run, they look back and see the bus driver rushing over to Randy and them. As Jeff and Lou make it to school, they don't dare tell what happens. All they do is sit and listen. Lou just thought of that as his brother beating up a few kids, but Jeff knew it was more. It was something scary. As he got that feeling, he felt how powerful it was, the urge to just hurt someone. He didn't like how it sounded, but he couldn't help but feel happy. He felt that strange feeling go away and stay away for the entire day of school, even as he walked home due to the whole thing near the bus stop. And how now he probably wouldn't be taking the bus anymore. He felt happy. When he got home, his parents asked him how his day was. He says, in a somewhat ominous voice, "It was a wonderful day." Next morning, he heard a knock at the front door. He walks down to find 2 police officers at the door, his mother looking back at him with an angry look. "Jeff, these officers tell me that you attacked 3 kids, that it wasn't a regular fight, and that they were stabbed? Stabbed, son." Jeff's gaze fell to the floor, showing his mother that it was true. "Mom, they were the ones who pulled the knives on me and Lou." "Son," says one of the cops, "we found 3 kids, 2 stabbed, 1 having a bruise on his stomach, and we have witnesses proving that you fled the scene. Now what does that tell us?" Jeff knew it was no use. He could say him and Lou had been attacked, but there was no proof it was not them who attacked first. They couldn't say that they weren't fleeing, because, truth be told, they were. So, Jeff couldn't defend himself or Lou. "Son, call down your brother." Jeff couldn't do it, since it was him who beat up all 3 of the kids. "Sir, it was me. I was the one who beat up those kids. Lou tried to hold me back, but he couldn't stop me." The cop looked at his partner. They both nodded. "Well, kid looks like a year in juvie." "Wait," says Lou. We all looked up to see him holding a knife. The officers pulled their guns and locked them on Lou. It was me. I beat up those little punks. Have the marks to prove it. He lifted up his sleeve to reveal cuts and bruises, as if he were in a struggle. Son, just put down the knife, said the officer. Lou held up the knife and dropped it on the ground, put his hands up and walked over to the cops. No, Lou, it was me. I did it. Jeff had tears running down his face. Huh, poor bro trying to take the blame for what I did. Well, take me away. The police led Lou out to the patrol car. Lou, tell them it was me! Tell them I was the one who beat up those kids! Lou's mother put her hand on Jeff's shoulder. Jeff, please, you don't have to lie. We know it's Lou. You can stop. Jeff watched helplessly as the cop's car sped off with Lou inside. A few minutes later, Jeff's dad pulls into the driveway, seeing Jeff's face and knowing something's wrong. Son, what is it? Jeff can't answer. His vocal cords are strained from crying. Instead, Jeff's mother walks his father inside to break the bad news to him. As Jeff weeps in the driveway, after an hour or so, Jeff walks back into the house, seeing his parents were both shocked, sad, and disappointed. He can't look at them. He can't see how they think of Lou when it was his fault. He just goes to sleep, trying to get the whole thing off his mind. 2 days go by, with no word from Lou at JDC. No friends to hang out with. Nothing but sadness and guilt. That is until Saturday, when Jeff is woke up by his mother, with a happy, sunny face. Jeff, it's the day, she says as she opens the curtains and lets light flood into Jeff's room. What's today? Says Jeff as he stirs awake. Why, it's Billy's party. Jeff is now fully awake. Mom, you're joking, right? You don't expect me to go to some kid's party after... There's a long pause. Jeff, we both know what happened. I think this party could be the thing that brightens up the past few days. Now, get dressed. Jeff's mother walks out of the room and down to get herself ready. Jeff fights himself to get up. He picks up a random shirt, pair of jeans, walks down the stairs. He sees his mother and father all dressed up. His mother in a dress, his father in a suit. He thinks why they would ever wear such fancy clothes to go to a kid's party. Son, is that all you're gonna wear? Says Jeff's mother. Better than wearing too much, he says. His mother pushes down the feelings to yell at him and hides it with a smile. Jeff, we may be overdressed, but this is how you go if you want to make an impression, says his father. Jeff grunts and goes back up to his room. I don't have any fancy clothes, he yells down the stairs. Just pick something, says his mother. He looks around his closet for what he would call fancy, and he finds a pair of black dress pants he had for special occasions and an undershirt. He can't find a shirt to go with it, though. He looks around and finds only striped and patterned shirts, none of which go with dress pants. Finally, he finds a white hoodie. It's lying on a chair, and puts it on. He walks downstairs to find his parents are all ready. You're wearing that? They both say. His mother looks at her watch. Oh, no time to change. Let's just go, she says as she herds Jeff and his father out the door. They cross the street over to Barbara and Billy's house. They knock on the door, and it appears Barbara, just like my parents, way overdressed. As they walk inside, all we see is adults. No kids. The kids are out in the yard. Jeff, how about you go out and meet some of the kids, says Barbara. Jeff walks outside to the yard full of kids, and they're running around in weird cowboy costumes and shooting each other with plastic guns. He might as well be standing in a Toys R Us. Suddenly, a kid comes up to him and hands him a toy gun and a hat. Hey, mister, you want to play? He says. No, kid. I'm way too old for this stuff. The kid looks at him with that weird puppy dog face. Please? Says the kid. Fine, says Jeff. He puts on the hat and starts to pretend shoot at the kids. At first he thinks it's totally ridiculous, And then he starts to actually have fun. But it's the first time he's done something that takes his mind off of Lou, so he plays with the kids for a while, until he hears a noise. It's a weird, rolling noise. Then it hits him. Just as it does, Randy, Troy, and Keith all jump over the fence on their skateboards. Jeff drops the fake gun and rips off the hat. Randy looks at Jeff with burning hatred. Hello? Jeff, is it? We have some unfinished business. Jeff sees the bruised nose on his face. I think we're even. I beat the shit out of you, and you got my brother sent to JDC. Oh no, I don't go for even. I go for winning. You may have kicked our asses that one day, but not today. As he said that, Randy rushes Jeff. They both fall to the ground. Randy punches Jeff in the nose, and Jeff grabs him on the ears and headbutts him. Jeff pushes Randy off of him, and both rise to their feet. Kids were screaming, parents were running out of the house. Troy and Keith both pull guns out of their pockets. No one interrupts or guts will fly, they say. Randy pulls a knife on Jeff and stabs him in the shoulder. Jeff screams and falls on his knees. Randy starts kicking him in the face. After 3 kicks, though, Jeff grabs his foot and twists it, causing Randy to fall to the ground. Jeff stands up, walks towards the back door. Troy grabs him, though. Need some help? He picks Jeff up by the back of his collar and throws him through the patio door. As Jeff tries to stand, he is kicked down to the ground. Randy repeatedly starts kicking Jeff until he starts to cough up blood. Come on, Jeff, fight me! He picks Jeff up and throws him into the kitchen. Randy sees a bottle of vodka on the counter and smashes the glass over Jeff's head. Fight! He throws Jeff back into the living room. Come on, Jeff! Look at me! Jeff glances up, his face riddled with blood. I was the one who got your brother sent to JDC, and now you're just gonna sit there and let him rot in there for a whole year? You should be ashamed. Jeff stands up. Oh, finally you stand and fight. Jeff is now on his feet, blood and vodka on his face. Once again he gets that strange feeling, the one in which he hasn't felt for a while. Finally, he's up, says Randy as he runs at Jeff. And that's when it happens. Something inside Jeff snaps. His psyche is destroyed. All rational thinking is gone. All he can do is kill. He grabs Randy and pile drives him into the ground. He gets on top of him and punches him straight in the heart. The punch causes Randy's heart to stop. Randy's gasping for breath. Jeff hammers down on him, punch after punch. Blood gushes from Randy's body until he takes one final breath and dies. Everyone's looking at Jeff now. The parents, the crying kids, even Troy and Keith. Although they easily break from their gaze and point their guns at Jeff. Jeff sees the guns trained on him and runs for the stairs. As he runs, Troy and Keith let out fire on him, each shot missing. Jeff runs up the stairs. He hears Troy and Keith follow up from behind. As they let out their final round of bullets, Jeff ducks into the bathroom. He grabs the towel rack and rips it off the wall. Troy and Keith race up, knives ready. Troy swings his knife at Jeff, who backs away, and bangs the towel rack against Troy's face. Troy goes down hard, and now all that's left is Keith. He's more agile than Troy, though, and ducks when Jeff swings the towel rack. He drops the knife, grabs Jeff by the neck. He pushes him against the wall. A thing of bleach falls down on top of us from the top shelf. It burnt both of them. They both started to scream. Jeff wiped his eyes as best he could. He pulled back the towel rack, swung it straight into Keith's head. As he lay there, bleeding to death, he lets out an ominous smile. What's so funny? Asks Jeff. Keith pulled out a lighter and switches it on. It's funny, he says, is that you're covered in bleach and alcohol. Jeff's eyes widen as Keith throws the lighter at him. As soon as the flame made contact with him, the flames ignite the alcohol and the vodka. While the alcohol burned him, the bleach bleached his skin. Jeff let out a terrible screech as he caught on fire. He tried to roll out the fire, but it was no use. The alcohol made him a walking inferno. He ran down the hall, fell down the stairs. Everyone started screaming as they saw Jeff, now a man on fire, drop to the ground nearly dead. The last thing Jeff saw was his mother and other parents trying to extinguish the flame. And that's when he passed out. When Jeff woke up, he had a cast wrapped around his face. He couldn't see anything. He felt a cast on his shoulders, stitches all over his body. He tried to stand up, but he realized that there was some tube in his arm. When he tried to get up, it fell out. The nurse rushed in. "I don't think you can get out of bed just yet," she said as she put him back into the bed and reinserted the tube. Jeff sat there with no vision, no idea of what his surroundings were. Finally, after hours, he heard his mother. "Honey, are you okay?" she asked. Jeff couldn't answer, though. His face was covered. He was unable to speak. "Oh, honey, I have great news. After the witnesses told the police that Randy confessed of trying to attack you, they decided to let Lou go." That made Jeff almost bolt up, stopping halfway, remembering the tube coming out of his arm. "He'll be out by tomorrow. Then you two will be able to be together again." Jeff's mother hugged Jeff, says her goodbyes. The next couple of weeks were those where Jeff was visited by his family. Then came the day where his bandages were to be removed. His family were all there to see what he would look like. As the doctors unwrapped the bandages from Jeff's face, everyone was on the edge of their seats. They waited until the last bandage holding the cover over his face was almost removed. "Let's hope for the best," said the doctor. He quickly pulled the cloth, letting the rest fall from Jeff's face. Jeff's mother screamed at the sight of his face. Lou and Jeff's dad stare, awestruck at his face. What happened to my face?" Jeff said. He rushed out of bed and ran to the bathroom. He looked in the mirror and saw the cause of distress. His face. It's horrible. His lips were burnt to a deep shade of red. His face was turned into a pure white color. His hair singed from brown to black. He slowly put his hands to his face. It had a sort of leathery feel to it now. He looked back at his family, then back at the mirror. "Jeff," said Lou, "it's not so bad." "Not bad?" said Jeff. "It's perfect." His family were equally surprised. Jeff started laughing uncontrollably. His parents noticed that his left eye and hand were twitching. Jeff, are you okay?" "Okay? I've never felt more happy. Look at me. His face goes perfectly with me." He couldn't stop laughing. He stroked his face, feeling it, looking at it in the mirror. What caused this? He may recall that when Jeff was fighting Randy, something in his mind, some sanity snapped. Now he was left as a crazy killing machine. That is, his parents didn't know. "Doctor," said Jeff's mom, "is my son all right, in the head?" "Oh yes, this is typical behavior for a patient that's had a very large amount of painkillers. If his behavior doesn't change in a few weeks, bring him back here. We'll give him some psychological testing." "Oh, thank you, doctor." Jeff's mother went over to Jeff. "Jeff, sweetie, it's time to go." Jeff looks away from the mirror. His face still formed into a crazy smile. "Okay, Mom." Jeff's mom took him by the shoulder and took him to get his clothes. "This is what he came in," says the lady at the desk. Jeff's mom looked down to see the black dress pants and white hoodie her son wore. Now they were clean of blood and now stitched together. Jeff's mother led him to his room and made him put his clothes on. And then they left, not knowing that this was their final day of life. That night, Jeff's mother woke to a sound coming from their bathroom. It sounded as if someone was crying. She slowly walked over to see what it was. When she looked into the bathroom, she saw a horrendous sight. Jeff had taken a knife and carved a smile into his cheeks. "Jeff, what are you doing?" asked his mother. Jeff looked over to his mother. I couldn't help but... I couldn't help... I couldn't keep smiling, Mommy. It hurt after a while. Now I can smile forever." Jeff's mother noticed his eyes, ringed in black. "Jeff, your eyes!" His eyes were bordered by black, seemingly never closing. I couldn't see my face. I got tired and my eyes started to close. I burned out the eyelids so I could forever see myself, my new face. Jeff's mother slowly started to back away, seeing that her son was going insane. What's wrong, Mommy? Aren't I beautiful? Yes, son, she said. Yes, you are. Let me go get Daddy so he can see your face. She ran into the room and shook Jeff's dad awake from his sleep. Honey, get the gun, She stopped as she saw Jeff in the doorway holding the knife. Mommy, you lied. That's the last thing they heard as Jeff rushed them with the knife, gutting both of them. His brother Lou woke up, startled by some noise. He didn't hear anything else, so he just shut his eyes and tried to go back to sleep. As he was on the border of slumber, he got the strangest feeling that someone was watching him. He looked up before Jeff's hand covered his mouth. He slowly raised the knife, ready to plunge it into Lou. Lou threshed here and there, trying to escape Jeff's grip. Shh, I said. Just go to sleep.
I first met in person with Mary E. on the summer of 2007. I had arranged with her husband of 15 years, Terrence, to see her for an interview. Mary had initially agreed, since I was not a newsman, but rather an amateur writer gathering information for a few early college assignments, and if all went according to plan, some pieces of fiction. We scheduled the interview for a particular weekend when I was in Chicago on unrelated business. But at the last moment, Mary changed her mind and locked herself in the couple's bedroom, refusing to meet with me. For half an hour, I sat with Terrence as we camped outside the bedroom door. I listened, taking notes, while he attempted fruitlessly to calm his wife. The things Mary said made little sense, but fit with the pattern I was expecting. Though I couldn't see her, I could tell from her voice that she was crying, and more often than not, her objections to speaking with me centered around an incoherent diatribe on her dreams or nightmares. Terrence apologized profusely when we ceased the exercise, and I did my best to take it in stride. Recalled that I wasn't a reporter in search of a story, but merely a curious young man in search of information. Besides, I thought at the time, I could perhaps find another similar case if I put my mind and resources to it. Mary E. was the sysup of a small Chicago-based bulletin board system in 1992, when she first encountered Smile.jpg, and her life changed forever. She and Terrence had been married for only 5 months. Mary was only one of an estimated 400 people who saw the image when it was posted as a hyperlink on the BBS, though she is the only one who has spoken openly about the experience. The rest have remained anonymous, or are perhaps dead. In 2005, when I was only in 10th grade, Smile.jpg was first brought to my attention by my burgeoning interest in web-based phenomena. Mary was the most often cited victim of what is sometimes referred to as Smile.dog, the being Smile.jpg is reputed to display. What caught my interest, other than the obvious macabre elements of the cyber legend and my proclivity towards such things, was the sheer lack of information, usually to the point that people don't believe it even exists other than a rumor or a hoax. It's unique because though the entire phenomena centers on a picture file, that file is nowhere to be found on the internet. Certainly many photo-manipulated simulacra litter the web, showing up with the most frequency on sites such as image boards like 4chan, or particularly the X-focused paranormal subboard. It is suspected these are fakes because they don't have the effect the true Smile.jpg is believed to have, namely sudden onset temporal lobe epilepsy and acute anxiety. This purported reaction in the viewer is one of the reasons the phantom-like Smile.jpg is regarded with such disdain, since it is patently absurd, though, depending on whom you ask, the reluctance to acknowledge Smile.jpg's existence might be just as much out of fear as it is out of disbelief. Neither Smile.jpg nor Smile.dog is mentioned anywhere on Wikipedia, though the website features articles on such other, perhaps more scandalous shock sites, such as Hello.jpg or Two Girls One Cup. An attempt to create a page pertaining to Smile.jpg is summarily deleted by any of the encyclopedia's many admins. Encounters with Smile.jpg are the stuff of internet legend. Mary E.'s story is not unique. There are unverified rumors of Smile.jpg showing up in the early days of Usenet, and even on persistent tales that in 2002 a hacker flooded the forums of a humor and satire website Something Awful with a deluge of Smile.jpg pictures, rendering almost half the forum's users at the time epileptic. It's also said that in the mid to late 90s that Smile.jpg circulated on Usenet and as an attachment of a chain email with the subject line, "Smile. God loves you." Yet despite the huge exposure these stunts would generate, there are very few people who admit to having experienced any of them, and no trace of the file or any links have ever been discovered. Those who claim to have seen Smile.jpg often weakly joke that they were far too busy to save a copy of the picture to their hard drive. However, all alleged victims offer the same description of the photo. A dog-like creature, usually described as appearing similar to a Siberian husky, illuminated by the flash of the camera, sits in a dim room, the only background detail that is visible being a human hand extending from the darkness to the left side of the frame. The hand is empty, but is usually described as beckoning. Of course, most attention is given to the dog or dog creature, as some victims are more certain than others about what they claim to have seen. The muzzle of the beast is reputedly split into a wide grin, revealing 2 rows of very white, very straight, very sharp, very human-looking teeth. This is, of course, not a description immediately given after viewing the picture, but rather a recollection of the victims who claim to have seen the picture endlessly repeated in their mind's eye during the time that they are, in reality, having epileptic fits. These fits are reported to continue indeterminably, often while the victim sleeps, resulting in very vivid and disturbing nightmares. These may be treated with medication, though in some cases it's more effective than others. Mary E., I assumed, was not on effective medication. That was why, after my visit to her apartment in 2007, I sent out feelers to several folklore and urban legend-oriented news groups, websites, mailing lists, hoping to find the name of a supposed victim of Smile.jpg who felt more interested in talking about his experiences. For a time, nothing happened, and at length, I forgot completely about my pursuits, since I'd begun my freshman year of college and was quite busy. Mary contacted me via email, however, near the beginning of March 2008. Dear Mr. L., I'm incredibly sorry about my behavior last summer when you came to visit me. I hope you understand that it was no fault of yours, but rather my own problems that led me to act out as I did. I realize that I could have handled the situation more decorously. However, I hope you will forgive me. At the time, I was afraid. You see, for 15 years, I've been haunted by Smile.jpg. Smile.dog comes to me in my sleep every night. I know that sounds silly, but it's true. There's an ineffable quality about my dreams, my nightmares, that makes them completely unlike any real dreams I've ever had. I do not move, I do not speak. I simply look ahead, and the only thing ahead of me is the scene from that horrible picture. I see the beckoning hand, and I see Smile Dog. It talks to me. It's not a dog, of course, though. I'm not quite sure what it really is. It tells me it will leave me alone if only I do as it asks. All I must do, it says, is spread the word. It's how it phrases its demand, and I know exactly what it means. It wants me to show it to someone else, and I could. The week after my incident, I received in the mail a manila envelope with no return address. Inside was only a 3.5-inch floppy diskette. Without having to check, I knew precisely what was on it. I thought for a long time about my options. I could show it to a stranger, a coworker. I could even show it to Terrence. As much as the idea disgusted me. And what would happen then? While Smile Dog kept its word, I could sleep. Yet if it lied, what would I do? And who was to say something worse would not come from me if I did as the creature asked? So I did nothing. For 15 years. Though I kept the diskette hidden amongst my things. Every night for 15 years, Smile Dog has come to me in my sleep and demanded that I spread the word. For 15 years, I have stood strong. Though there have been hard times, many of my fellow victims on the BBS board where I first encountered Smile.jpg stopped posting. I heard some of them committed suicide, and others remained completely silent, simply disappearing off the face of the web. They're the ones I worry about the most. I sincerely hope you'll forgive me, Mr. L, but last summer when you contacted me and my husband about an interview, I was near the breaking point. I decided I was going to give you the floppy diskette. I didn't care if Smile Dog was lying or not. I wanted it to end. You were a stranger, someone I had no connection with, and I thought I would not feel sorrow when you took the diskette as part of your research and sealed your fate. Before you arrived, I realized what I was doing. I was plotting to ruin your life. I couldn't stand the thought, and in fact, I still can't. I'm ashamed, Mr. L, and I hope this warning will dissuade you from further investigations of Smile.jpg. You may in time encounter someone who is, if not weaker than I, then wholly more depraved. Someone who won't hesitate to follow Smile Dog's orders. Stop. While you're still whole. Sincerely, Mary E. Terrence contacted me later that month with the news that his wife had killed herself. While cleaning up the various things that he left behind, closing emails, accounts, and the like, he happened upon the above message. He was a man in shambles. He wept as he told me to listen to his wife's advice. He found the diskette, he revealed, and he burned it. Burned it until it was nothing but a stinking pile of blackened plastic. part that most disturbed him, however, was how the diskette had hissed as it melted. Like some sort of animal, he said. I will admit that I was a little uncertain about how to respond to this. At first, I thought perhaps it was a joke, with the couple belatedly playing with their situation in order to get a rise out of me. Quick check of several Chicago newspapers online, and the obituaries, however, proved that Mary E. was indeed dead. There was, of course, no mention of suicide in the article. I decided, for a time at least, I would not further pursue the subject of smile.jpg, especially since I had finals coming up at the end of May. But the world has an odd way of testing us. Almost a full year after I returned from my disastrous interview with Mary E., I received another email. Hello. I found your email address through a mailing list on your profile. It said you're interested in SmileDog. I saw it. It's not as bad as everyone says. I sent it to you here. Just spreading the word. The final line chills me to the bone. According to my email client, there was one file attached, called naturally smile.jpg. I considered downloading it for some time. It was most likely a fake, I imagined, and even if it weren't, I was never wholly convinced of smile.jpg's particular power. Mary E.'s account had shaken me, sure, but she was probably mentally unbalanced anyway. And after all, how could a simple image do what smile.jpg was said to accomplish? What sort of creature was it that could break one's mind with only the power of the eye? And if such things were patently absurd, then why did the legend exist at all? If I downloaded the image, if I looked at it, and if Mary E. turned out to be correct, if SmileDog came to me in my dreams demanding that I spread the word, what would I do? Would I live my life as Mary had, fighting against the urge to give in until I died? Or would I simply spread the word, eager to put it to rest? And if I chose the latter route, how could I do it? Who could I burden in turn? If I went through my earlier intention to write a short article about SmileDog, I decided I could attach it as evidence, and anyone who read the article, anyone who took interest, would be affected. And even assuming that smile.jpg attached to the email was genuine, would I be bold enough to save myself in that manner? Could I spread the word? Yeah. Yes, I could. This is a set of instructions for how to speak with the devil, which, as those of you with any sort of brains at all might note, is a potentially moronic proposition on the face of it, one likely to culminate in any form of thoroughly unpleasant fates. Honestly, it would probably be smarter to publish your credit card number on Facebook or take up a career in crocodile wrestling. But then, that isn't going to stop you, is it? Not if you're sincerely interested, at least. Technically, if you do everything just right, there's a fair chance that you'll walk away scot-free. And that seems to be reason enough for some people to decide that it's a good idea, especially if you're the fate-tempting, thrill-seeking, scare junkie type. Or the desperate type. Which brings me to a point of clarification that I ought to make. This is not a manual for making any kind of Faustian bargain. You know, the whole sell your soul type of deal. Although if you happen to bring it up in conversation, he certainly wouldn't be one to refuse. Following through with such a foolhardy bargain, however, would necessitate removing some of the protection which you'll put in place for your conversation. And I don't think I need to spell out for you why that would be a bad idea. If you're really mathematically impaired enough to want to trade something that will last an infinite number of years for something that might last about 90 tops, there are plenty of other rituals out there for you to follow. This one, if you performed correctly, should allow the two of you to talk. This perhaps begs the question of why exactly would you want to speak with the devil in the first place? Maybe some of you just like the idea of making small talk with extremely dangerous occult entities, but for the sake of the human race, I hope most of you aren't quite that stupid. Short answer is, he knows things. Things that some of you may have a deep vested interest in finding out. I mean, he's not omniscient or anything, much as he might like to pretend otherwise. He's not God. But he's definitely got a supernatural advantage over the kind of knowledge any human would be able to obtain. For example, he probably wouldn't be able to predict when the next world war will happen, or tell you the cure for cancer, but he could very well be able to predict the winning numbers for tomorrow's $500 million Powerball drawing, or tell you what deadly, undiagnosed condition might be afflicting one of your loved ones. Of course, the Prince of Darkness doesn't go around giving out winning lottery numbers to anybody who asks, and trusting any sort of information obtained from being commonly described as the father of all lies is liable to land you in a worse situation than you were when you started. However, if you're really dead set on finding something out, and you've exhausted all other options, there is a way to try to get accurate information out of the guy. You see, like so many of the most urbane villains in popular culture, the devil has a bit of a penchant for games, gambling. Of course, the reason that he likes them so much is that he almost always wins. Unless you happen to be a fiddler named Johnny, or being represented by Daniel Webster. You're probably going to get your ass handed to you. But if you're determined enough to want to face the risks and the long odds, there's a certain game the two of you could play to try to win the information you need. First things first, though. We'll start off with a description of the summoning process, then get into the rules of the game, some tips on how to play, and finally, of course, the inevitable litany of arcane shit. It might go horribly, horribly wrong. In other words, in order to contact your conversational partner, you'll need to go to church at midnight. It doesn't matter what kind of church, large or small, old or new, liberal or conservative. Just as long as you're sure that it will be empty. The last thing you want is for some preacher to walk in on you while you're in the middle of this, for the sake of the preacher's well-being as much as your own. The process will probably work best if you try it on a new moon or a full moon or Friday the 13th or Halloween. The actual day is less important than the psychological effect that it has on you. As long as you don't try it on Christmas Eve or something stupid like that. You should be fine. The time is important though. You don't have to start or end your ritual exactly 12 a.m. Greenwich Atomic Time or anything, but as a general rule of thumb, you ought to show up a bit before midnight and have everything set up by no later than 10 or 15 after. Show up a lot before midnight if you don't know how you're going to get in. Shockingly enough, most houses of God do tend to lock their doors at night, at least if no one's there to watch over them. And remember, we want empty. Got it? There are, of course, certain things that you need to bring, and certain things that you can't bring. For this ritual, you will need a full can of salt. You won't need to use all of it, but it's always better to have more than you need than have less. 7 candles, red or white being preferable. Something to light the candles with. You'd be shocked how often people forget this, occult ritual or not. They aren't going to magically light themselves. A length of red string, rope, yarn, or thread. A full-length floor or wall mirror. Ideally, you'll want to find one of those already present in the church. They're a bit unwieldy to be lugging around with you during a break-in. However, if there really aren't any there, you'll have to bring your own. You might also find it useful to bring some markers, pencils, paper, a flashlight, any sort of tools that might be necessary to secure your entrance into the church. You will not be permitted to bring in any electronic or timekeeping device. This includes all cell phones, smartphones, tablets, e-readers, MP3 players, PDAs, calculators, wristwatches, pocket watches, kitchen timers, hourglasses, etc., etc., etc. Seriously, it's worse than the SATs. If you're one of those people that has your smartphone practically wired into your brain, don't worry. You can bring those things with you to the church as long as you leave them outside the room in which you'll be doing the ritual. If you brought a flashlight, helpful for finding your way around without attracting unwanted attention, leave that outside too. Also, don't bring any sort of religious paraphernalia to protect you, especially if it pertains to the Abrahamic religions. And yes, if those gothy black cross earrings that you're wearing are hanging right side up, they count. If you have any kind of holy symbol like that with you, the devil will simply refuse to show up. Don't worry, you're not going in totally unprotected. In fact, most of the supplies with you are not for any sort of devil summoning ritual, but for your own protection. Old superstitions and folk magic remedies to guard yourself from evil. From what I know of it, the effects mostly based on the power of belief, so there are probably numerous other objects, artifacts, and procedures that would work just as well. If you'd like to risk being left helpless at the mercy of the devil in order to test that theory, feel free to experiment. However, for anyone without a psychotic death wish, I'd recommend sticking to the ritual as follows. Once you're sure you have all the right supplies with you, make your way into the church and find some place to set up. It can be anywhere from the main sanctuary, where services are held, to a Sunday school classroom, to a walk-in supply closet. As long as you have a sufficient amount of open floor space and are certain not to be disturbed, set up your mirror first. This is where the devil will appear when you summon him. As such, you mustn't complete the summoning until you've laid down certain wards around it. First, surround the mirror with an unbroken circle of salt. If the mirror is hanging on a wall or floor, lay down a semicircle around it instead. Make sure that the salt touches the wall at both ends. Then wrap your red string around the mirror several times. The color red, specifically red string, is symbolic of protection in the folklore of many cultures and religions. This is also why red candles are a good idea. And speaking of the candles, set them up around the outside of your circle or semicircle of salt, spacing at relatively even intervals. No, you don't have to get out a measuring tape and make it perfect, but do at least try to make it look as though it was set up by someone old enough to be trusted with matches. Light the candles in a clockwise fashion, being careful not to disturb the salt. If you break the circle, you'll have to start all over again. Once all the candles are lit and burning strongly, your protective wards are complete. You are now ready to proceed to the actual summoning. To do so, you must first get the devil's attention and demonstrate your resolve by performing some sort of sacrilegious act in the holy space. Turning a crucifix or cross upside down is fairly conventional, but it's not the only option. For example, I know of a kid who once fulfilled this requirement by scribbling down obnoxious graffiti all over a painting of Jesus hanging in his Sunday school classroom. The nice thing about turning a cross upside down is that once you've finished your encounter, assuming that you've survived it in one piece, you can just flip it right side up, and no one's the wiser, sidestepping the relatively minor but still irritating risk of having your Sunday school turn into a reenactment of the Spanish Inquisition for the next month and a half, after you've finished doing whatever offensive thing you've decided on. Shut all doors into the room. Turn off all the lights so that the space is lit by the candles. Face the mirror and stare deeply into it, concentrating on your desired outcome. There are no incantations, no arcane strings of Latin that you have to recite. Just look into the mirror and wish as hard as you can for the devil to appear there. After a few moments of this, when you feel ready, close your eyes and count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then open them. If all has gone correctly, you will no longer see your own reflection. You'll be looking at the devil. Or at least, looking at the way the devil has chosen to appear to you. Chances are he won't look like your conventional red-horned demon with goat legs and a pitchfork, nor any sort of terrible apparition. No point in scaring you off now. Better lure you in, make you feel safe. To that end, he generally takes on an appearance of a fairly average, nondescript human being. If anything, he's prone to vanity, or lean towards the more attractive end of the spectrum. The only really frightening part of him will be his eyes. No matter how hard he tries, he can't hide the sinister gleam smoldering deep within them, the malevolent amusement and hunger, like the eyes of a spider contemplating a fly struggling in its web. They're supremely confident, those eyes. Confident without pity. Don't look into them too deeply or you'll begin to feel helpless, paralyzed with dread, losing your hope and your will to fight. Since you'll probably just be standing there staring at him in shock for a few moments, having on some level expected for the ritual to fail, he'll initiate the conversation by asking you what it is you desire from him. If you can gather your wits enough to string together a coherent sentence, you should respond with something like this. I wish to challenge you in a game of question and response. I mean, even if you don't get the words exactly right, he'll know what you mean, and he'll accept your request with a wide, predatory grin of anticipation. He's been playing this game for a long time, you see, and he's very good at it. Most humans, on the other hand, are very bad at it. This gives him a chance to, at the very least, thoroughly mess with your mind, and at most, well, we'll save that for the litany of shit that can go wrong. You'll have to play it very smart to avoid justifying his expectations. The general rules to this game are very simple, with a few that can make things more complicated. He'll begin by asking you a question. He always initiates the game. It can be anything from a piece of obscure trivia to a riddle, to an extremely personal inquiry. Don't worry. You won't be immediately plunged into hell if you get the answer wrong or anything like that. As a matter of fact, he won't even tell you whether you got it right or wrong. After you've answered the question, you get to ask him one in return. Now, here's where the consequences of your response come in. If you answered his last question correctly, he will respond to your question honestly and accurately. Well, as accurately as he is able. However, if you answered it incorrectly, He's free to lie to you as he sees fit. Perhaps, if you've asked him something you're better off not knowing, he'll tell you the truth about it anyway. More likely, he'll feed you the most insidious, damaging lie that he can come up with. Either way, after he's responded, he'll ask you another question, and the process will repeat over and over and over and over and over and over until you decide to call it quits. Now, you may be sitting there thinking that it sounds fairly easy to get the information that you need. All you have to do is wait for a question that you can answer correctly, and then take that opportunity to ask him what you really want to know, ignoring everything else that he said. Well, it's not that simple. The devil will never give you an easy question, one that you can be completely sure of the answer to. He may instead give you a question that you have some vague knowledge of, that you think maybe you know the answer to but aren't really confident, thus forcing you to endlessly second-guess yourself, obsessing over whether or not you can trust the information that he gave you next. Perhaps you'll think that what he said was a lie, wish it was a lie, but be eternally consumed by doubt, unable to fully convince yourself that you are wrong. Or perhaps you'll have to make a huge choice based on the information that he gave you, and be tormented by fear and indecision as you realize that your fate, and perhaps that of others as well, rests entirely upon whether or not you were able to correctly recall some arcane piece of trivia that you don't even remember now. You'll never remember the exact question that the devil asked you, by the way. That would make it too easy for you to go back and check your response. Or maybe, instead of testing your knowledge, he'll ask you something personal, something you even lie to yourself about. You answer back to him, thinking that you've got the question correct. No, I don't resent my sister. Yeah, I would turn the money into the police. But he'll know better. He'll know better than you do yourself. He'll know better than you do that you're lying. And he'll lie to you in return. And you'll believe him. You'll believe him until you're no longer able to deceive yourself, and by then, it might be too late. Or maybe he won't even give you a chance to get an accurate response at all. Maybe he'll just ask you endless strings of complicated, impossible questions, making you more and more frustrated and disheartened as you realize that you'll never be able to force him to tell you the truth. Questions like, what is the exact height of Mount Everest in centimeters in the year 1666? Or what is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? Although knowing his sense of humor, if he ever asked the latter, he might consider African or European a correct response. There are a couple of ways to short-circuit this particular strategy. However, additional rules and courses of action that make the game more interesting and prevent you from being stonewalled completely, although in all honesty, he probably wants for you to try one of those options anyway. The first option is to ask him a riddle instead of a question. If you somehow manage to stump him and he answers the riddle wrong or gives up, he'll be obligated to give you a truthful response to your next question. If he answers the riddle correctly, once again, don't worry. He won't pounce you like a sphinx or drag you into hell. What will happen is that he will get a pass, allowing him to lie in response to one question he would otherwise be obligated to answer truthfully. Honestly, if he gets a pass, you might as well just give up and quit the game right there. It's nearly impossible to determine when he's telling you the truth under the best of circumstances, adding another layer of complexity by constantly trying to figure out when and if he's using his pass. It's about enough to make any normal person's brain explode. There's no way, just forget it. The second option is for you to take a dare from him, if you accept it, and vow to follow through. And once again, he'll have to answer your next question truthfully. If you choose instead to reject it, he'll get another pass. Now, before you freak out and reject the whole idea completely, you should know that he won't ask you to do anything overly dramatic or unspeakably evil like blow up a hospital or murder somebody. As a rule of thumb, most dares won't involve direct loss of life or any major felonies. However, these certainly won't be easy. Inflicting severe pain on yourself, doing something that terrifies the shit out of you, cutting off a treasured relationship, publicly humiliating yourself, or someone that you love. All of these things and more, things you might not be able to imagine, are completely on the table. If you're willing to go that far, to put yourself in that kind of position, you'll get your answer. However, if he manages to come up with the one thing you know you simply can't or won't do, well, then, once again, you might as well just quit. One last thing. Don't think that you can just tell him that you're going to do something and then not do it. If you accept a dare and then you don't follow through on it, well, let's just say there are consequences. Just suck it up. Keep your promises. No matter what it was. Trust me, you're better off that way. And finally, when you've either gotten the information that you want or you've given up on it completely, you may end the ritual by simply thanking the devil for accepting your request, bowing politely at the waist, and bidding him farewell. The surface of the mirror will seem to swim and flicker for a moment, and then you'll be looking at your own reflection again. Only when you're absolutely certain that you're looking at your own two eyes again, may you turn away from the mirror, flick the lights back on, and begin dismantling your protections. Now, and this is important, even if you haven't gotten the information that you wanted, you must end the ritual in this manner before 66 minutes have elapsed. Well, I suppose that technically you have 66 minutes and 6 seconds. I'm subtle, right? But if you're seriously going to try to cut it that close without any kind of timekeeping device, you're probably screwed anyway. I can't emphasize enough how important it is that you keep to this time limit. I'll save the reason behind that for the end, but don't skip ahead. I still have a few important tips on how to play. 1. Be very careful what sort of personal information you give out. Try not to talk about yourself, especially your emotions and problems, any more than absolutely necessary. This guy knows human psychology like the back of his hand, and he will try to get inside of your head. It's like talking to Hannibal Lecter. Give him enough to work with, and even if you don't believe a single word he says, he'll still find a way to fuck with you. Fuck with your mind like nobody's business. If anything he asks makes you remotely uncomfortable, do not hesitate to lie through your teeth. There will be plenty of other questions. On a similar note, try to keep the game on track and moving briskly. Unstructured interactions of any kind are to be avoided. Chances are, at some point, he'll try to draw you off on a tangent, discussing something that fascinates you, analyzing a response that you've given him, or finding some other excuses to speak at length without moving the game forward. This is not only a waste of valuable time, but also another excellent opportunity to mess with your mind. 3. If you choose to give him a riddle, use one that you've made up yourself. If your riddle has ever been written down anywhere at all, from the pages of The Hobbit to some long-lost tome of ancient magic, you'll already know the answer. That said, it still has to be a legitimate riddle, with an answer that makes logical sense of some angle. You can't just ask him something like, what's green and has 10 legs and hops, then claim for some inexplicable reason that the answer was marshmallows. Nor can you ask him a straight question like, what have I got in my pocket? Plus, he probably knows that anyway. There are no hard and fast rules to determine whether a riddle makes sense or not, but you're a reasonable human being. Your ancestors ate from the tree of knowledge. Please, for the love of crap, use some common sense. 4. If you choose to take a dare, there is a slight chance that the devil will ask you to do something seemingly easy. Deliver a letter, for instance, or scribble a 10-digit number in the public restroom stall. If he does ask you for something like this, and you have even a shred of common decency and you do not accept, chances are that he's using you to further some sinister plot, one liable to ruin a lot of lives and harm a lot of people. Who knows, maybe you're the type of person who really doesn't mind throwing an unknown number of total strangers under the bus to find out what you want to know, but at least be aware that that is what you're doing. 5. Last but not least, be very aware of the time. It might be helpful to do some practicing beforehand and get a feel for how long an hour is without a watch. The devil will probably put off discussing the things that you've been most keen to find out for as long as he can. And as you're near the 66-minute deadline, he'll start to try harder and harder to distract you, captivate you, and otherwise keep you playing until it's too late. He'll string you along, feed you little glimmers of false hope, keep you thinking, just a few more minutes, I'm almost there. Don't fall for it. Don't go over the time limit no matter what. Now you might be thinking that the game really doesn't sound all that dangerous so far. Threats of psychological damage rarely seem to carry the same weight as threats of physical damage, even though their costs are often just as great. I hate to burst your bubble, but the game is far from safe. There are plenty of ways for you to seriously screw yourself over, both physically and mentally, not to mention spiritually. And it is with these that I will conclude in the vain hope that they may make some sort of impression. First, while you're speaking with the devil, do not let him out of your sight. Keep staring into the mirror no matter what happens. He will undoubtedly try various tricks to make you look away. You hear noises behind you, feel eyes on the back of your neck, see shadowy phantoms writhing in the depths of the mirror. A cold breath will blow upon you from behind, smelling like the crypt. A deep silence will settle, only to be interrupted by a loud smack directly above your head, giving you about the worst jump scare that you've ever heard. Hell, the devil may even abandon a measure of his own dignified facade and give a sudden jump of feigned shock. Suddenly, shouting loudly and pointing behind you with a very convincing look of terror on his face. Whatever he might test you with, you must not look away from him. If you look away, if you lose sight of him completely, even for a second, you will look back at the mirror to find him gone. Well, not gone. Out of the mirror, in the room, with you. Exactly how much of your body the police will find the next morning, and in what state it's in, will depend entirely on the sort of mood that he's in. The same thing goes if you break any of the protections that you laid down beginning the ritual. Interrupting the circle of salt, letting the red string unwind, knocking over a candle, or letting one go out, any of these things will free him from the mirror, and then, well, you're a bunch of creative horror junkies. I'm sure you can fill in the blanks. On a different topic, you may reach a point in the game, probably after a long series of maddening, impossible questions, where the devil asks you the deceptively simple question, what is your full name? You must not give it to him. Names can be the things of great power. Although the devil will, of course, already know your name, telling it to him yourself is akin to inviting a vampire into your home. Your name is deeply synonymous with your own inner self. Thus, giving him your full name is powerfully symbolic of giving him yourself. If you're foolish enough to make this mistake, all of your protections will be for naught, and he will seize upon your unwitting offer with malice glee, stealing away your soul, dragging it back with him into hell. At least this way, the police will find a complete identifiable body. As a matter of fact, your vacant shell will be totally unblemished, seemingly having dropped dead of sheer terror. Last but certainly not least, there's a matter of what happens if you go over the time limit. This is arguably the worst thing that you could do. You won't think so at first. The devil will give you no indication that you have in fact exceeded the time limit. You'll conclude the ritual as if nothing had gone wrong, perhaps as the devil's image in the mirror trembles and gives way. You'll see a particularly nasty, triumphant smirk flash across his face. But this will be easily dismissed as your imagination. You'll turn the lights back on, gather your belongings, and go to leave the room, but when you open the door, you will see nothing. That's right, nothing. Just a flat, white void extending indefinitely in all directions. Only the room, which was reflected in the mirror, will now exist. Incidentally, if you turn back around to face the mirror again, you may catch a glimpse of your own reflection. Perhaps it will even turn and favor you with a smirk and a cheeky wave before sweeping out the door into a perfectly normal church hallway outside. As you may have already figured out, you yourself are no longer in the church. Your soul is now trapped in the mirror, and the devil has taken the liberty of possessing your body, now that you are no longer using it. Pound on the glass and scream all you like, you'll never get out on your own, and no exorcist can help you. But don't worry, it's not like you're in hell, right? At least not necessarily. What you have to understand, see, is that a human soul, stripped bare of its flesh, is a deeply volatile and vulnerable thing, especially when trapped in the lands of the living. You are now an entity of purely mental properties, and as such, the barriers between what is real to you and what is imaginary have been completely dissolved. As you fill that reflected room with your anger, your sorrow, your fear at being trapped, those emotions will begin to coalesce, given form by your mind. If you're not particularly imaginative, these creatures may not be too terrible, may not be able to inflict too much horror and pain. With time, you may even be able to teach yourself to get rid of them. If, however, yours is a mind haunted by monsters, a mind that is vibrantly creative and imaginative and more than usually twisted, well, there's no telling what kind of horrors might come clawing their way out of that maelstrom, tasting sweet release from the confines of your subconscious, hungering for your terror and suffering. They will refuse to be banished, dragging you kicking and screaming into an endless, positive feedback loop of pain and horror. Needless to say, if you're a regular patron of websites like this one, you're probably pretty fucked. There's only one way to find a release from the mirror and the world that you've created therein. They say that if you call to the devil once more and ask him to free you from the mirror, he'll be willing to take you out. For the usual fee, of course. Who knows? Maybe your imagination is twisted and powerful enough to create a personal hell that leaves you begging for the real thing. Those talents might be put to good use. There are over 7 billion people in the world, after all. Even the devil himself can't be messed with all their minds at once. Talented help is always appreciated. Of course, the corollary to your being trapped inside the mirror is that the devil now gets to do whatever he wants to your body until sunrise. At around that time, your body will mercifully drop dead from the strain of the possession. Autopsy will properly identify the cause of some kind of coronary event. Don't get too relieved, though. He's perfectly capable of stirring up plenty of trouble in those few hours. For instance, he may decide to do something big and dramatic, like purchase a large meat cleaver and go on a murder spree, starting with the names in your address book, and working his way out to complete strangers if he has time. Or perhaps he'll focus only on one person, someone who trusts you completely, using your persona to get him or her alone and vulnerable, and then, well, no need to describe it here. Once again, I'm sure that you can think of a few things. Starting to see why I call this the worst outcome yet? Of course, there's always a chance that he won't lay a finger on any of your loved ones, instead deciding to do something a bit more subtle, more insidious, like drop off a few nondescript unmarked packages on certain doorsteps in the dangerous part of town, or locate a particular dusty, age-old text in the storeroom of your local library and unintentionally misfile it in the young adults literature section, or whisper 7 very choice words into the ear of the distracted-looking young redhead waiting for the 3 a.m. subway train. Or maybe he'll decide that in this age of waning superstition, not enough people are getting interested in his games, and the knowledge of them is in danger of being lost. Maybe he'll decide that he needs to get the word out a bit more, do a bit of networking, attract some new suckers, challengers. Maybe he'll take a quick peek at your browser history, see where the impressionable, curious minds are hanging out these days. Maybe he'll write a quick tutorial, in modern parlance, rather than some instructable, obsolete, demonical text. post it on the internet, see how many bites he gets. Or maybe I really shouldn't have given that out. I really shouldn't have gone there. But if you've made it this far without shying, a little twist at the end isn't going to put you off, is it? I'm sure there's plenty of intrepid adventurers among you with burning questions that you like answered, and you're all a very smart bunch. You know the pitfalls. You know the conventions. You live and breathe this sort of thing. Do you not? There's no way that you'd fall into any of the obvious traps. Right? You're not some Dick or Jane off the street after all. You'd bring a whole new level of competition. You would. Excuse me for just a moment. I think I hear someone calling me. What? Already? Must be one hell of an imagination you've got on you. Perfect.
It all started because I wanted to be a good person. I'd taken some old things of mine, stuff from my parents' house that I had shoved into the back of my closet, and donated them to Habitsville local secondhand shop. I figured someone else could use my threadbare Habitsville High t-shirt more than I was at the time. What I didn't intend, however, was to give away Bob. This next bit is a little embarrassing. Bob is a small, pink, stuffed bear with a little jingle inside his stomach. I've had him since I was a baby, and although I've outgrown such childish things, Bob is sacred. That's why, heart sinking, I retraced my steps last Thursday back to the secondhand store where I was sure Bob had accidentally slipped into one of the donation boxes. It took some coaxing, but an employee eventually informed me that Bob had already been purchased. A tingle of silly grief swept through me, but then I was given hope. Bob had been bought by Nora Vandeveld, owner and chief proprietor, along with her two sisters, of Narrow Street Antiques, right here in Habitsville. A quaint little bell chimed when I entered the shop. The musty smell of decay and history hugged my nostrils, not in an unpleasant way. The shop was crowded, but not with people. The sheer amount of things, even just in the foyer, was insane. Books were stacked higher than my head, their spines peeling with age. Knickknacks and figurines covered every surface, and I suddenly became hyper-aware of my limbs. I made my way inside carefully. At the front desk were three women, the Vandeveld sisters. Two were seated in rocking chairs on either side of the counter, their eyes dark under their cloth hats, knitting slowly from a single ball of yarn in a centered basket. It was impossible to tell what they were making, something large and dark. In the center, standing perfectly still, was Nora Vandeveld. She had wild gray hair and a lined face, with sharp eyes that looked onto me as soon as I entered. "Good afternoon," she said, her voice a cold and unconcerned rasp. "Welcome to Narrow Street Antiques. Can I help you find anything?" I took a few steps towards her, already unreasonably nervous. "Yeah, I'm looking for a specific item I was told you purchased from the secondhand store a few days ago. It's a small, stuffed bear. Jingles pink," I asked hopefully. She smiled, her aged lips curling upward so slowly I thought they might creak. "Oh, yes. We've put that particular item onto our shelves. He's around here somewhere." Her grin widened, and I subconsciously took one step back. "Why don't you go find him?" I gazed over my shoulder. There was a ton of stuff in here, sure, but judging from the shoddy exterior of the building, this place wasn't that big. I'm not one to complain about customer service, so I just nodded. "Okay, thank you." I turned heel and headed into the opening between the stacks of books. "Good luck. Just make your way back up to the counter once you find Bob." I nodded before entering the slim aisle. By the time I realized I had never actually told Nora Bob's name, I couldn't see the front counter anymore. My first hour or so, at least what felt like an hour, went smoothly. My eyes were peeled for any sign of my stuffed friend, and as I weaved through tall wooden cabinets lined with figurines and racks of sweaters from the 1980s, I actually found myself enjoying the hunt. Walking deeper into the antique store was like rappelling down a ravine. Every few feet, a new strata of time was revealed. The only thing that troubled me was that I had been there for an hour, and I still hadn't found the back wall of the antique shop. Not only had I not found the back wall, but I hadn't turned or moved out of the single aisle for quite some time. It was like one particular path had been built for the customers to move through, so slim that if one wanted to move in front of another, they would literally have to climb on top of each other. If I was claustrophobic, I might have had to turn back. I suppose that was why they called it Narrow Street Antiques. I had an old toy truck in my hands when I first saw it. I was considering the fact that perhaps Bob wasn't actually out in the shop, that Nora had been mistaken, that I was in the wrong place. It was during this thought that it happened. There in the very corner of my eye, just for a moment, a flash of something dark and quick. I turned my head quickly, but there was nothing. I didn't think much of it. Then I turned my head again, back towards the front. There, blocking the only path forward, was a huge shape. It was dark, foreboding, and utterly terrible. It wasn't a person, necessarily. It was like a heavy blanket had been draped over a set of suits, and a bowling hat had been placed at the top. Flies buzzed around its head, or what I assumed was its head, and the scent of decay and death wafted towards me in a powerful wave. There are a few times in my life when I I'd felt pure, unfiltered dread such as this. I stood completely still, and the figure did the same. Except there was movement beneath its sheet. Small, shifting, as though the entire shape was vibrating. Then through a little ring-sized hole in the front of the sheet, something came out. A tiny, pink and plump child's finger. My breathing was shallow as the finger pointed at me. Then the entire figure lurched forward, swaying as though the top was not attached to the bottom. I was still stuck in my fear-driven paralysis. It got closer and my eyes watered from the wretched smell. It was like my feet were incapable of running back down the slight path and out the door. The buzzing of the flies got louder and louder. I shut my eyes. And then it stopped. I opened them again to see that the creature was gone. Not even a fly remained. I was shaking violently. I didn't need Bob this badly. I raised a foot to turn back and it refused to budge. It was like some invisible barrier existed between myself and the back half of the path. Frightened at the prospect of being stuck in this spot to wait for the creature to return, I tried to step forward. It was as easy as it had ever been. The message was clear. There was no choice but to continue. I can't be certain, but I believe 3 days passed in the antique store until I saw the creature again. It's hard to be sure of the time because as far as I can tell, the shop never closed. The lights overhead never shut off. I didn't hear the door at the front open or close either, but that could be because I had traveled a great distance from there to here. It was strange. I didn't feel hungry or thirsty, and I never had to use the bathroom. I didn't need to sleep. I would think I was exaggerating the time, had about 3 days worth of stubble not sprouted from my chin. I was somewhere in the 1940s when I thought I saw Bob. Amid a slew of war memorabilia and faded postcards, I saw it. Something like a light pink arm sticking out amongst some other worn, stuffed animals. I grabbed onto it, pulling eagerly. Nora had told me, albeit multiple days prior, that if I found Bob, I could bring him back to the register. I had to hold on to the hope that once I found what I was looking for, I'd be able to leave the shop. I yanked it loose. But it wasn't Bob. Instead, in my hand, I held a tiny child's finger. Immediately, I dropped it to the ground, feeling that familiar rush of anger that often accompanies a terrifying response. It bounced once on the surface before lying still. A tiny Vienna sausage. I stared at it. That feeling of hope when I had first thought I found what I was looking for was extinguished, and instead a crushing feeling of hopelessness and despair filled me. I wasn't where I was supposed to be. I couldn't find my way out. I was lost. As soon as I had that thought, I jumped back. The finger, which had been lying still, moved. It flipped so the nail was facing up towards me. Then, slowly, it began to inch its way along, continuing down the narrow path. I looked up at it, and there he was. He stood still, the antiquer. If he had eyes, I assumed they were fixed on me. We remained, me paralyzed by my immobile feet, and he waiting in place as the finger dragged itself along the floor over to him. I thought it might stop when it got to the edge of his shroud, but instead it merely crawled underneath. It joined the scattered movement that caused the material to jolt around in them. Then I saw it again. The child's finger emerged from the hole in the shroud and pointed at me. It was happening all over again. The lurching movement towards me, the flies buzzing around, some hitting my face in the flurry. The smell nearly made me vomit. Perhaps I would have if I could move. But the only thing there was to do was to watch the figure approach. I didn't shut my eyes this time. I watched as it reached a close distance about 6 inches in front of me. Then it bent at the middle, the top swaying down over me. I felt hot breath and the cold sweat that had broken out across my forehead. There was something in there, beneath the shadows, but I couldn't bring myself to lift my chin and see it for myself. And then it was gone. Another shudder rattled through my tired body. My eyes were watering from the acrid smell and from relief. My chest was heavy with a terrible uncertainty, and yet I was sure of 2 things. One, I never wanted to see that thing again. And 2, the only place to go was onward. By my 2nd or 3rd week at Narrow Street Antiques, I thought I had found a way to keep the antiquer away. Thinking about it now, my mind is less plagued with whatever influence the shop held over me. And during those weeks, it's hard to say whether or not I was right. But this was at least my working theory. The antiquer's looking for lost things, because that's what antiques are, right? Things unstuck in time. Items that have outgrown their usefulness, their relevancy. And so, their natural place is no longer at a singular object. An antique is meant to be picked up, dusted off, and added to a collection. And I think if I'm lost enough, the antiquer will add me to his. I was in the late 1800s by that point. The items around me growing more decayed and broken with each step I took. I had learned something new, something incredibly exciting. The path that I had been following, miles and miles on the same straight line through the seemingly endless shop, was not the only road available to me. My eyes had grown heavy and unfocused while I was trudging along, and my foot caught on the leg of a table. I stumbled, holding out my arm to catch my fall against a large wardrobe to my right, and when I did, it rocked ever so slightly. It created a gap in the wall of old knickknacks that surrounded me, just for a moment. And through that crack, I could see it. A new path. Then the wardrobe fell back into place and it was gone. I heaved against the wardrobe, pressing my shoulder hard against its wooden surface. It was incredibly heavy, but at this point, multiple weeks, if not months, in the antique shop, I was determined as I had ever been. I nudged the bulky piece of furniture inch by inch until I created a crevice that was wide enough for me to slip through. The new path took my breath away. Not because it was beautiful, no, far from it. Because it was terrifying. They were baby dolls. Not modern ones either. These had to be from the 1700s, maybe even older, all made from cracked china, with faded red lips and black dot eyes. They were dressed in plain clothes, dresses, and gingham trousers. They weren't lined on shelves or sat up on tables. They made up the walls themselves. A sea of them on either side. And when I looked up, I could see they covered the ceiling as well. A tunnel forming that I couldn't see the end of. And when I looked closer, I could see it. Something strange, even stranger than what I'd already seen. None of the dolls had their fingers. Absolute terror gripped me. 1,000 beady eyes staring at me, no sign of what I had come for. And though I tried to beat it back down, I was feeling more lost than ever. As soon as the inkling crossed my mind, there he was. The antiquer, standing still as he always was, blocking my path as he always did. I couldn't fight it this time. I couldn't reassure myself, couldn't look away, certainly couldn't turn back. I just watched the antiquer as he watched me, and then something started to happen. The shapes that writhed beneath his shroud began to rumble and shake. They moved faster and faster, and soon I saw something I wish I hadn't. The fingers, small and fleshy, began to crawl out from under the antique's shroud. They inched faster than the last one had, and as I watched, they did something remarkably horrible. Crawling like caterpillars, they each made their way to the hand of a doll. When the last one stopped, there was a moment of stillness. There were no more wriggling shapes under the antique's robes. We both stood facing one another. Then the last finger appeared through the single hole in the shroud and pointed at me. That was when the dolls began to close in. They spilled like water from a dam, in front of the walls and down from the ceiling, the only thing propelling them forward, the fleshy fingers on their dead porcelain hands. They dragged their little bodies across, and as they approached, I tried something desperate. I took the first step back that I had in weeks. After that step, another followed. And soon I was running back down the path, out from behind the wardrobe and back down the narrow path from where I'd come. Fleshy fingers and cold ceramic touched my shoulder for only a moment, but the small space that had led me into the doll hallway had slowed down the figures considerably. I was sprinting, my breath hard, and then I skidded to a stop. In front of me, fingers still pointed, suddenly was the antiquer. I looked to my left where a large shelf stood tall, lined with glass animal figures. With a single push, it crashed to the ground. I ran down this new hallway, lined with decorative kites from the 1800s. I ripped through their carefully preserved paper bodies and found myself in another new place, this time lined with novelty can openers from the 1920s. I glanced behind me as I dug through the metal bits, and I saw the first hints of their tiny porcelain children appearing down the long stretch as I found a path to somewhere new. 50s kitchen aprons, 60s false teeth, 70s record players, all with different discs playing in a minor key, and then, suddenly, there we were. 90s stuffed animals. It must have been, because there, between a giraffe with a ripped neck and a rabbit with a twisted ear, there was Bob. I grabbed him, the familiar jingle briefly bringing me nostalgic calm. I was running again, knowing that I was nearing the front of the store by the time traveling forward. I dug through the other stuffed animals, throwing them behind me with one hand while I clutched my prize with the other. Then, there was the smallest opening and I could see it. The foyer, where all this had began, weeks before. I stuck one foot through, then my shoulder. I went to step out and then something yanked me back, and I turned. One doll, the fastest of them, had clung onto Bob's arm, its fleshy fingers locked into an iron-tight grip. I pulled, it pulled. There was a long rip, the sound of stitches tearing, and then I was out. The only casualty being Bob's left arm. Stuffed animals fell together, closing the gap. It was as though there had never been an opening at all. I panted, my hands on my knees, my body disgusting with the buildup of sweat and fear on my skin. Welcome back. I looked up. There was Nora Vanderbilt, standing in the same place she had been when I left her. In fact, she was even wearing the same clothes. And her sisters were still sitting in their rocking chairs, barely any progress made on their knitting since I had left. I moved my mouth, but no words came out. So long had it been since I spoke. Her eyes moved down to Bob and his mangled arm. Oh, it's a shame that it's been damaged. I know our shop is a precarious place. She smiled, slow and knowing. That one's on the house. I went home. To my great shock, it was a mere 30 minutes from when I had first entered the shop, despite the beard that had begun to form on my face and the tired feeling in my bones. There's still so much that I don't know about narrow street antiques, and the antiquer that lies within it. But sometimes, in the very corner of my eye, I can see it, for a moment, a dark shape, vibrating with 1,000 tiny fingers, waiting patiently for me to lose my way again.
Those who dream by day are cognizant of many things that escape those who dream only at night. It's Edgar Allan Poe. Go to bed. Wait for the Sandman. Even as it came out of James's mouth, it seemed to him a strange thing to say. He wasn't sure why he had, but for some reason it worked. Daniel went to bed. The next morning, though, he asked, "What does the Sandman look like?" James was making breakfast. Daniel sat at the table, short legs swinging under his chair. "Nothing really," James said. "It's just an expression." "What does it mean?" "Oh, it's just something people say." Put a plate of eggs in front of Daniel and kissed him on the top of his head. He thought that would be the end of it, until he saw the Sandman for himself. He was getting ready for bed and stopped by Daniel's room to check on him while he slept, as he often did. It was such a routine precaution that when he saw a pale, naked man sitting on the edge of Daniel's bed, rocking back and forth, it took a moment for him to process what he was seeing. He reacted the way any father would, of course. He ran into the room screaming, and for a moment, he thought about attacking the intruder, but then the man on the bed. That's what James saw, that it wasn't really a man. He reacted the way any father would, of course. He ran into the room screaming, and for a moment, he thought about attacking the intruder, but then the man on the bed turned. And that's when James saw that it wasn't really a man. It was a pale, slithery thing, hairless and warped, its joints turned the wrong way and its body out of shape with itself. When it moved, it was like an insane marionette dancing on a stage. James froze. The skittering thing watched him. He felt spreading warmth. And only when he remembered that, James was still there in bed, staring at the broken-shaped thing sitting a foot away, did he regain the courage to move. He grabbed Daniel and he ran. In the hall, he turned to see if the thing would follow him. But it didn't. For a moment, it watched, and then, moving like a stop-motion nightmare, it crawled to the window and jumped out, leaving only the billowing curtain to mark its passing. James had trouble talking to the police. He reported a break-in, but when asked to describe the intruder, he didn't know what to say. How could he make the ordinary man in the blue uniform sitting at his kitchen table, while two of his colleagues searched the house, understand a thing like he'd seen? He couldn't even understand it himself. To make it worse, Daniel's memory did not correspond to James's. He described an ordinary-looking burglar, a man in a mask, he said. James thought about it. Had it been a mask? No, it would have been a full costume, an elaborate one. Something like they would use for a movie. And that would not explain the way it moved. But in the end, he simply echoed his son's testimony. A man in a mask, he said. A burglar. The lie unsettled him almost as much as what had happened. The doctor said Daniel wasn't hurt and showed no signs of molestation. James was relieved. They stayed at a motel for a couple of nights until they felt ready to come home, and then James had a new security system installed, along with bars on the windows. He didn't like the sight of them in Daniel's room, but it seemed like the only thing to do. James was frightened that first night back in the house, but Daniel, strangely, was not. When asked if he felt okay sleeping alone, he just said, yes. In the end, it was James who fought himself, wishing that he was not sleeping alone. He was up all night listening for the sound of anything moving in the house, although he had convinced himself that his memory was faulty, and that it had been a normal, albeit probably deeply disturbed man in his son's room. When he closed his eyes, even for a moment, he pictured bloodless skin, twisted in human face. He found himself wondering, why my house? Why my family? He knew, of course, that there didn't have to be a reason. But still, he wondered. 2 weeks later, Daniel stopped talking. James didn't notice at first. Kids went through quiet phases sometimes. But eventually he tried to get Daniel to talk, and he wouldn't. Eventually it became clear that he couldn't. Back to the doctor they went. Nothing wrong with him that he could see. Was the diagnosis. Was it the trauma? James asked. Could be, they said. Sometimes these things come on late. Children can be a mystery, even to those who know them best. They recommended a child psychologist whom James couldn't afford. He could not, for that matter, even afford the bill they were giving him right now. Nothing seemed to help. Daniel would write out answers to questions sometimes, but never more than a yes or no. When James would ask him what was wrong, or if he'd seen or heard anything that frightened him, Daniel would only stare. He seemed furtive, bemused. James found himself missing the sound of his son's voice. Sometimes he wanted to hear it so bad that he ached, but it seemed that Daniel would not talk again until he was ready. James had other things to worry about. He was convinced, beyond reason, that the intruder was not really gone. Though the alarm never went off and the locks and bars remained undisturbed, he was sure that he heard movement in the night, not normal movement. It was a sound like a huge snake slithering through the house. When he heard it, he imagined horrible things. Nothing was ever there when he went to investigate, though he often thought he glimpsed something just out the corner of his eye. A pale foot, misshapen shadow that would slink away as soon as he turned. He rarely slept, and when he did, he had haunted dreams. Soon he realized he had not left the house in weeks except to go to the bank to buy groceries. He felt hemmed in. With Daniel acting mute, he hadn't had an actual conversation with anyone in weeks, so he called his mother. The connection was bad, her voice sounded faint, on the verge of not being there at all. "I guess I'm okay, Ma," he said, pausing to wipe the sweat from his palms and then make sure that he could hear Daniel playing in the next room. "But things have been a little rough. We had a break-in."
"Oh, how awful,"
Mom said.
"Did they take anything?"
"Nah, just ran off. It was weird, though. I haven't really felt comfortable since then."
"Are you still working at the hospital?"
"No, Ma. I left last year. You know that."
"Oh. Well, have you been getting out? What about that nice woman that you were seeing last year? The one who played the piano?"
James scowled. She was always asking that kind of thing. Didn't she know how hard it was being a single father? But he didn't have the time. He was about to say so, and something made him pause. "Ma, is there anyone else on the line?"
"No, I don't think so."
James was sure he heard it. The short, gasping sound of someone trying to hold their breath and failing. A cold feeling crept across the back of his neck. "You're sure no one's listening on your other phone?"
"Dear, there is no other phone. I'm on the cell. That's why the service is so bad."
"Then what is..." James stopped. If the sound wasn't coming from her end, then... He dropped the phone and raced to the hall. The extension hung on its hook, undisturbed. Heart pounding, he hurtled into the garage. The spare phone sat on the workbench. No one in sight. But could they have been? Could someone have been here all along, listening to his phone call and then slithered away? Might they be here even now? The next day, he took out the extra phone extensions. He even filled in the jacks with rubber cement. Daniel watched him work, eyes curious, but James offered no explanation. He began giving Daniel a light physical exam every week. His CNA training was a little rusty after a year on disability, but you never really forget. It was an absurd thing to do, of course. Even if there was a physical cause for Daniel's behavior, it would be nothing he could discover this way, and he was aware on some level that it was compulsive behavior. Nevertheless, it made him feel better. One morning, James set the diaphragm of the stethoscope against Daniel's chest, but he couldn't locate a heartbeat. He moved his hand in search of the right spot, to no avail. Then to test it, he listened to his own heartbeat. It came through steady and clear. But when he checked Daniel again, he didn't hear anything. A thought came, unbidden to him from the Tin Man in The Wizard of Oz, whose chest was emptied like a kettle. A sick feeling roiled in his stomach. He threw the stethoscope down and grabbed Daniel by the shoulders, looking into his face. Daniel stared back with bright eyes. He even smiled a little in the corners of his mouth. James felt the tinge of tears. He swept his son up in his arms and hugged him, and Daniel hugged back. And then James put his shirt back on him and sent him to play. The stethoscope. he decided, was broken. He threw it in the trash. Things got worse. James's terrors were no longer relegated to the long hours of the night. Now it seemed that some creeping, some skittering and scuttling, some unknown noise in some dark corner or another filled every second of his day. The thought of how big the house really was started to weigh on him. There were so many rooms he wasn't in at any given time, so many places someone or something could be. He imagined strange figures occupying the rest of his home when he wasn't around, melting into the walls or merging with the shadows whenever he turned on a light or opened a door. How would he know if they were there? How would he ever know? Soon he didn't even have to be outside of a room to imagine it. When he walked up the stairs, he pictured pale figures lurking beneath them. When he went down the hall, he pictured a crawling thing slithering behind the walls, shadowing his every step. If he sat too long in the same chair, he imagined that it was right behind him, and he was never comfortable when he turned around and found nothing there. As he could only guess, that meant it had moved swiftly, silently, behind him once again. Wherever he was not looking right now, that was where he imagined it to be. He was losing his mind. He knew the only thing that helped him cling to sanity was that Daniel seemed undisturbed other than his muteness. His behavior was perfectly normal. And whenever he seemed to sense that his father was troubled, he would hug him or squeeze his hand, even smile. Sometimes when he left the room, James cried. One night he found himself creeping around the house with no lights on at 2 o'clock in the morning. If the intruding thing had taken to violating his daydream activities, then he would get revenge by confronting it on its own terms. The night. And really, night was no more frightening to him than day. They were almost interchangeable. He padded barefoot down the halls, up the stairs, in and out of disused rooms. Sometimes he stopped to listen, hoping to locate it by sound. It was stealthy. A creeping thing, he knew, but it was awkward at times, and it couldn't always keep its strangely shaped limbs from making their distinct, irregular footsteps. The smallest noise would give it away. There was one room he suspected it spent most of its time in. The spare bedroom. Not a bedroom at all, really, more like a closet just large enough to accommodate a bed, if one were so inclined. It was unpainted and uncarpeted and drafty. He'd always meant to fix it up. He didn't come in here very often because he disliked the bare, unused look of it. It made him think of a partially dissected corpse. He came in now, though. If the thing made its nest in any one place in the house, this would be it. Of course, there was nothing there now. That didn't mean that there was nothing there. He cursed, running a hand through his sweat-damp hair. What was he missing? How did it hide from him? What was its secret? He peered into the room's empty corners, one by one, getting his face a few inches from the plaster and floorboard so that he could be certain that there was no space for it to conceal itself. The light bulb flickered. He froze. My God, he thought, it's on the ceiling. He pictured it crawling above him like a huge pale lizard. That's how it gets around, he thought. That's how it escaped. Any time I should have cornered it, it just scuttles up the wall and hides right over my head. He imagined it dangling down behind him like a spider. If he turned around, he thought it would be there, hanging with its face right next to mine. He held his breath. He didn't want to turn around, but he had no choice. It was between him and the door. With a quiet sob, he rounded on his heels. Of course, he was alone. There was no man on the ceiling. He checked. Twice. Maybe it crawled out and was waiting for him in the hall. When he checked there, the coast was once again clear. It should have been a relief, but it was not. I mean, after all, it had to be in here somewhere. If the ceiling was not its trick, that meant it was something else, something even more strange, even more clever. He went to Daniel's room. He had not stopped checking on him at night like he always had. This time, though, rather than open the door, he listened at it first, pressing his ear against the grain of the cheap wood and holding his breath, terrified that he would hear a skittering sound on the other side of the barrier. What he heard instead shocked him more. Daniel was talking to someone. James recoiled for a second, and then he caught his breath and he all but kicked the door in. Daniel was already awake, indeed, sitting up in bed, but he was not saying anything now. The light flashed on and James stalked halfway into the room before stopping. Suddenly torn,
What did he want more? To confirm that his son could speak again, or to find whomever he was speaking to? The creak of a door hinge settled the matter for him. He ran to the closet and threw it open. There was nothing inside, or at least nothing that shouldn't be there. He swept aside clothes on their hangers, but nothing was hiding behind them. He dragged the toy box out and emptied it on the floor. Nothing. He combed along the bare walls and floor, and yes, the ceiling, pushing aside every last bit of rubbish and stray knickknack so that he could be sure, absolutely sure, that nothing was hiding. All the while, Daniel watched him. After a few minutes, James was panting and covered in sweat, and the closet was bare, and there was neither intruder nor answers inside. It struck him as funny. Somehow he had started to laugh very quietly. He kicked his son's toys out of the way as he went to sit down on the bed, dazed. He became aware all at once of several things, first being that he had not slept in days, and nowhere near his right mind. The second was how close he'd come to really losing it for good. Tomorrow, he decided, they would both sleep until the afternoon, and when they did wake up, he and Daniel would get out of this creaky old house. No more staying cooped up like prisoners, no more checkups, no more dreams about monsters. He'd even take the bars off the windows. It was time to get back to living like real people again. It was time to... James saw it. When he brushed a hand through Daniel's hair, he pulled Daniel a little too roughly closer. His son acquiesced the examination without fidgeting or complaint as James pawed the side of his head, hoping that what he was seeing would somehow stop being apparent. He stared and stared until he ached from not blinking, but there was no denying what was right in front of his eyes. Daniel was missing an ear. No, he realized with mounting nausea. Both ears. There was no injury, no incision, no mark where they should have been, simply smooth, blank flesh, as blank as Daniel's quiet, unperturbed demeanor. James swept him up in his arms and ran to the hall. He was not sure where he was going or what he was meant to do when he got there. He just knew that there was now nothing more important than getting his son out of that house, but their path was cut off. A naked man sat in the hallway, with his back to them. No, not a man. James recognized its stretched limbs and stooped shoulders. The pale thing squatted on its haunches, rocking back and forth like it was palsied and almost seemed to be in pain. James hugged his son closer and backed away, and then he heard Daniel's voice. Daddy? James turned to Daniel. He heard the voice again. Daddy? But Daniel's lips hadn't moved. James looked back at the hunched figure. Its head jerked when it talked like a tick. Hello, Daddy. James's mouth went dry. It took several tries before he could speak. Don't call me that. It is this voice's name for you. Go away. Leave my family alone. But I am your family. The longer it talked, the more the voice became distorted and blurred, an icy feeling nestled in James's stomach. Who are you? Someone who came to visit. Why here? You invited me. James's heart thundered against the inside of his chest. Why? I had something you wanted. James licked his dry lips. You're lying. You're lying. You don't have anything I want. I want you to leave. I want you to leave and never come back. Who is Daniel's mother? James blinked. What? Who is Daniel's mother? The hell kind of question is that? How old is Daniel? James blinked again. The thing's voice caused a pinching pain in the center of his forehead. Stop asking me these things. When is Daniel's birthday. I don't know. What is his middle name? Shut up! What was his first word? I said, shut up! James wanted to tear the thing apart with his bare hands, only the heaviness of Daniel in his arms kept him where he was. You were alone. You wanted a son, so I made one for you. James's hands began to shake. That doesn't make sense. Made out of what? Out of myself. James's stomach turned over. But now I need those parts back. Daniel picked at James's shoulder to get his attention. Something was strange about Daniel's face. Danny, open your eyes. Daniel scrunched his eyes shut tighter. Open your eyes. Danny, open your eyes! Daniel shook his head, trying to refuse, but he couldn't hold it forever. Eventually, his eyelids flicked up, and James saw the truth. Daniel's eyes were gone. James almost dropped him. For a second, he wanted to throw his son down so that he could stop looking into those empty holes in his face. Daniel opened his mouth as if to speak, but of course he had no voice. He's coming back to be part of me again. No. Give him back. Give him back. I cannot. It's been too long. I warned you this would happen. You're lying. You're lying. Give me my son back. I do not lie. I warned you. He could not exist forever, but you do not remember. You can only remember what I want you to. You forgot. All the times we've talked. Daniel felt like a doll, or an empty bag. His hair was falling out, disappearing before it could touch the ground. His hands vanished into his sleeves, his feet rolled up inside his pant cuffs. James cradled the tiny, shapeless thing. Tears streaming down his face, and soon he held a pile of empty clothes. And then those too were gone. He looked around the house. Toys disappeared, photos vanished from their frames. Daniel's little shoes were no longer by the door. James turned towards Daniel's room and he confronted a wall there where the door should be. He groped the blank space, fingertips scrambling. He hit his head against the wall. The pain didn't feel real. Why did you do this? It was what you wanted. And I learned so much. This is impossible. People will ask, people will wonder, the police, the hospital, the people in our neighborhood. They have already forgotten him. They only remembered what I wanted them to. Like you. James pressed his hands to his aching skull. Will I at least remember him after this? You can try, but your mind will fail you. Now that everything he was is part of me again. James sat on the floor, looking at the blank wall. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the thing creep toward him and even felt its wet hand on his shoulder, but he did not look at it. If I won't remember any of this, he said, then why tell me? Because a father should know. And then James was alone. Abigail worried about James sometimes. When they met a year ago, he said that he'd never been married and he'd never had kids. But there was a certain pained expression he assumed when he said that last part. Abigail knew that look. She'd met parents who lost children before. You'd recognize it. And there were other things about him that worried her too. Sometimes she would find him staring at a particular spot on the wall, brow furrowed in concentration. He'd Didn't seem to realize he was doing it, and of course there was the insomnia and the sleepwalking to consider too. There was a lot to worry about. But she loved him, all the same. James still said he'd never had kids. Neither had she. She long wanted one, but it was impossible. She worried that James wouldn't stay with a woman who couldn't be a mother. He constantly assured her that it was not so. There were times, and more often of late, they were the nights, when James took to sleepwalking, and even Abigail imagined that she heard strange scuttling noises in the house. Saw impossible shapes in dark corners. But she thought that she would do anything, absolutely anything, if it meant to have a little daughter for she and James to raise. And at those moments, she became truly afraid. But she never knew why. On June of 1972, a woman appeared in Cedars-Sinai Hospital in nothing but a white, blood-covered gown. Now, this in itself should not be too surprising, as people often have accidents nearby and come to the nearest hospital for medical attention. But there were two things that caused people who saw her to vomit and flee in terror. The first being that she wasn't exactly human. She resembled something close to a mannequin that had the dexterity and fluidity of a normal human being. Her face was as flawless as a mannequin's, devoid of eyebrows and smeared in makeup. There was a kitten clamped in her jaws so unnaturally tight that no teeth could be seen, and blood was still squirting out over her gown and onto the floor. She then pulled it out of her mouth, tossed it aside, and collapsed. From the moment she stepped through the entrance to when she was taken to a hospital room and cleaned up, before being prepped for sedation, she was completely calm, expressionless, and emotionless. The doctors thought it best to restrain her until the authorities could arrive, and she did not protest. They were unable to get any kind of response from her, and most staff members felt too uncomfortable to look directly at her for more than a few seconds. But the second the staff tried to sedate her, she fought back with extreme force. 2 members of staff had to hold her down as her body rose up on the bed with that same blank expression. She turned her emotionless eyes towards the male doctor and did something unusual. She smiled. As she did, the female doctor screamed and let go out of shock. In the woman's mouth were not human teeth, but long, sharp spikes. Too long for her mouth to close fully without causing any damage. The male doctor stared back for a moment before asking, "What the hell are you?" She had cracked her neck down to her shoulders to observe him, still smiling. There was a long pause. A security had been alerted and could be heard coming down the hallway. As he heard them approach, she darted forward, sinking her teeth into the front of his throat, ripping out his jugular, letting him fall to the floor, gasping for air as he choked on his own blood. She stood up and leaned over him, her face completely, dangerously close to his. As the life faded from his eyes, she leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "I am God." The doctor's eyes filled with fear as he watched her calmly walk away to greet the security men. His last sight would be watching her feast on them one by one. The female doctors who survived the incident named her the Expressionless. There was never a sighting of her again. The Midnight Game is an old pagan ritual, used mainly as punishment for those who had broken the laws of the pagan religion in question. While it was mainly used as a scare tactic to not disobey the gods, there's still a very existent chance of death to those who play the Midnight Game. There's an even higher chance of permanent and mental scarring. It's highly recommended that you do not play the Midnight Game. However, for those few thrill seekers searching for a rush, or for those delving into obscure occult rituals, these are simple instructions on how to play. Do so at your own risk. Prerequisites. Must be exactly 12 a.m. when you begin performing the ritual. Otherwise, it will not work. You'll need a candle, a piece of paper, a writing implement, matches or a lighter, salt, a wooden door, and at least 1 drop of your own blood. If you're playing with multiple people, they will need their own of the aforementioned materials, and they will have to perform the steps below accordingly. Step 1. Write your full name, first, middle, and last, on the piece of paper. Put at least 1 drop of blood on the paper. Allow it to soak in. Step 2. Turn off all the lights in the place you're doing this. Go to your wooden door and place the paper with your name on it in front of the door. Now take out the candle and light it. Place it on top of the paper. Step 3. Knock on the door 22 times. The hour must be 12 a.m. upon the final knock. Then, open the door, blow out the candle, and close the door. You have just allowed the Midnight Man to enter your house. Step 4. Immediately relight your candle. Now this is where the game begins. You must now lurk around your now completely dark house with a lit candle in your hand. Your goal is to avoid the Midnight Man at all costs until 3:33 a.m. Should your candle ever go out, that means the Midnight Man is near you. You must relight your candle in the next 10 seconds. If you're not successful in doing this, you must then immediately surround yourself with a circle of salt. If you're unsuccessful in both of your actions, the Midnight Man will create a hallucination of your greatest fear and rip out your organs one by one. You'll feel it, but you'll be unable to react. If you're successful in creating the circle of salt, you must remain there until 3:33 a.m. If you are successful in relighting your candle, you may proceed with the game. You must continue to 3:33 a.m. without being attacked by the Midnight Man or being trapped inside the circle of salt to win the Midnight Game. The Midnight Man will leave your house at 3:33 a.m. and you'll be safe to proceed with your morning. Additionally, indications that you are near the Midnight Man will include sudden drops in temperature, seeing a pure black humanoid figure through the darkness, and hearing very soft whispering coming from an indiscernible source. If you experience any of these, it is advised that you leave the area to avoid the Midnight Man. Do not turn any of the lights on during the Midnight Game. Do not use a flashlight during the Midnight Game. Don't go to sleep during the Midnight Game. Don't attempt to use another person's blood on your name. Don't use a lighter as a substitute for a candle. It doesn't work. And definitely do not attempt to provoke the Midnight Man in any way. Even when the game is over, he will always be watching you. Good luck. You're gonna need it. During the summer of 2003, events in the northeastern United States involved a strange, human-like creature, sparking brief local media interest, before an apparent blackout was enacted. Little or no information was left intact, as for most online and written accounts of the creature, they were mysteriously destroyed. Primarily focused in rural New York State, and once found in Idaho, self-proclaimed witnesses told stories of their encounters with a creature of unknown origin. Emotions ran from extremely traumatic levels of fright and discomfort to an almost childlike sense of playfulness and curiosity. While their published versions are no longer on record, the memories remained powerful. Several of the involved parties began looking for answers that year. In early 2006, the collaboration had accumulated nearly 24 documentaries dating between the 12th century and present day, spanning 4 continents. In all cases, the stories were identical. I've been in contact with the members of this group and were able to get some excerpts from their upcoming book. A note from 1964. As I prepare to take my life, I feel it's necessary to assuage any guilt or pain that I have introduced through this act. It is not the fault of anyone other than him. And once I awoke and I saw his form, once again I awoke and heard his voice and looked into his eyes. I cannot sleep without fear of what I might next awake to experience. I cannot ever wake. Goodbye. Found in the same wooden box were 2 empty envelopes addressed to William and Rose, and 1 loose personal letter with no envelope. Dearest Lynn, I've prayed for you. He spoke your name. A journal entry, translated from Spanish. 1880. I have experienced the greatest terror. I see his eyes when I close mine. They are hollow, black. They saw me and pierced me. His wet hand, I will not sleep. His voice. And there in his log, 1691. He came to me in my sleep. From the foot of my bed, I felt a sensation. He took everything. He must return to England. He shall not return here again at the request of the Rake. From a witness. 2006. 3 years ago, I had just returned from a trip from Niagara Falls with my family on the 4th of July. We were all very exhausted after a long day of driving, so my husband and I put the kids right to bed and called it a night. At 4 a.m., I woke up thinking my husband had gotten up to use the restroom. I used the moment to steal back the sheets, only to wake him in the process. I apologized and told him I thought that he got out of bed. When he turned to face me, he gasped, and he pulled his feet up from the end of the bed so quickly his knee almost knocked me out of bed. He then grabbed me and said nothing. After adjusting to the dark for half a second, I was able to see what caused the strange reaction. At the foot of the bed, sitting and facing away from us, there was what appeared to be a naked man, or a large hairless dog of some sort. Its body position was disturbing and unnatural, as if it had been hit by a car or something. For some reason, I was not instantly frightened by it, more concerned as to its condition. At this point, I was somewhat under the assumption that we were supposed to help him. My husband was peering over his arm and knee, tucked into the fetal position, occasionally glancing at me before returning to the creature. In a flurry of motion, the creature scrambled around the side of the bed, then clawed quickly in a flailing sort of motion right along the bed until it was less than a foot from my husband's face. The creature was completely silent for about 30 seconds, or probably closer to 5. It just seemed like a while, just looked at my husband. The creature then placed its hand on his knee and ran into the hallway, leading to the kids' room. I screamed and I ran for the light switch, planning to stop him before he hurt my children. When I got to the hallway, the light from the bedroom was enough to see. He was crouching, hunched over, about 20 feet away. He turned around and he looked directly at me, covered in blood, and I flipped the switch on. I saw my daughter, Clara. The creature ran down the stairs while my husband and I rushed to help our daughter. She was very badly injured. She spoke only once more in her short life. She said he is the Rake. My husband drove his car into a lake that night, rushing our daughter to the hospital. They did not survive. Being a small town, news got around pretty quick. The police were helpful at first, and the local newspaper took a lot of interest as well. However, the story was never published. Local television news never followed up either. For several months, my son Justin and I stayed in a hotel near my parents' house. After we decided to return home, I began looking for answers myself, and I eventually located a man in the next town over who had a similar story. We got in contact. We began talking about our experiences. He knew of 2 other people in New York who had seen the creature that we now referred to as the Rake. It took the 4 of us about 2 solid years of hunting on the internet, writing letters to come up with a small collection of what we believed to be accounts of the Rake. None of them gave any details, history, or follow-up. One journal had an entry involving the creature in its first 3 pages and never mentioned it again. The ship's log explained nothing of the encounter, saying only that they were told to leave by the Rake. That was the last entry in the log. There were, however, many instances where the creature's visits were one of a series of visits with the same person. Multiple people also mentioned being spoken to, my daughter included. This led us to wonder if the Rake had visited any of us before our last encounter. I set up a digital recorder near my bed, and I left it running all night, every night, for 2 weeks. I would tediously scan through sounds of me rolling around in my bed each day. And by the end of the 2nd week, I was quite used to the occasional sound of sleep while blurring through the recordings at 8 times the normal speed. It still took almost an hour every day. On the first day of the 3rd week, I thought I heard something different. What I found was a shrill voice. It was the Rake. I can't listen to it long enough to even begin to transcribe it. I haven't let anyone listen to it. All I know is that I've heard it before, and I now believe that it spoke when it was sitting in front of my husband. I don't remember hearing anything at the time, but for some reason, the voice on the recorder immediately brings me back to that moment. The thoughts that must have gone through my daughter's head make me very upset. I haven't seen the Rake since he ruined my life, but I know that he has been in my room while I slept. I know, and I fear that one night I'll wake up to him, and I'll see him staring at me.
Russian researchers in the late 1940s kept 5 people awake for 15 days, using an experimental gas-based stimulant. They were kept in a sealed environment to carefully monitor their oxygen intake so the gas didn't kill them, since it was toxic in high concentrations. This was before closed-circuit cameras, so they only had microphones and 5-inch thick glass portal-sized windows into the chamber to monitor them. The chamber was stocked with books, cots to sleep on, but no bedding, running water, and toilet, and enough dried food to last all 5 for over a month. The test subjects were political prisoners deemed enemies of the state during World War II. Everything was fine for the first 5 days. The subjects hardly complained, having been promised falsely that they would be freed if they submitted to the test and did not sleep for 15 days. Their conversations and activities were monitored, and it was noted that they continued to talk about increasingly traumatic incidents in their past, and the general tone of their conversations took on a darker aspect after the 4-day mark. After 5 days, they started to complain about the circumstances and events that led them to where they are, and started to demonstrate severe paranoia. They stopped talking to each other and began alternately whispering to the microphones on the one-way mirrored porthole. Oddly, they all seemed to think that they could win the trust of the experimenters by turning over their comrades, the other subjects in captivity with them. At first, the researchers suspected this was an effect of the gas itself. After 9 days, the first of them started screaming. He ran the length of the chamber, repeatedly yelling at the top of his lungs for 3 hours straight. He continued attempting to scream, but was only able to produce occasional squeaks. The researchers postulated that he had physically torn his vocal cords. The most surprising thing about this behavior is how the other captives reacted to it. Or rather, didn't react to it. They continued whispering to the microphones until the second of the captives started to scream. The 2 non-screaming captives took the books apart, smearing page after page with their own feces and pasting them calmly over the glass portholes. The screaming promptly stopped. So did the whispering to the microphones. After 3 more days passed, the researchers checked the microphones hourly to make sure they were working, since they thought it impossible that no sound could be coming with 5 people inside. The oxygen consumed in the chamber indicated that all 5 must still be alive. In fact, it was the amount of oxygen 5 people would consume at a very heavy level of strenuous exercise. On the morning of the 14th day, the researchers did something they said they would not do to get a reaction from the captives. They used the intercom inside the chamber, hoping to provoke any response from the captives they were afraid were either dead or vegetables. They announced,
We are opening the chamber to test the microphones. Step away from the door and lie flat on the floor, or you will be shot. Compliance will earn one of you your immediate freedom.
To their surprise, they heard a single phrase in a calm voice response. We no longer wish to be freed. Debate broke out amongst the researchers and the military forces funding the research. Unable to provoke any more response using the intercom, it was finally decided to open the chamber at midnight on the 15th day. The chamber was flushed of the stimulant gas and filled with fresh air, and immediately voices from the microphones began to object. 3 different voices began begging, as if pleading, for the life of loved ones to turn the gas back on. The chamber was opened and soldiers sent in to retrieve the test subjects. They began to scream louder than ever, and so did the soldiers when they saw what was inside. 4 of the 5 subjects were still alive, though no one could rightly call the state that any of them were in life. The food rations past day 5 had not been so much as touched. There were chunks of meat from the dead test subjects' thighs and chest stuffed into the drain in the center of the chamber, blocking the drain and allowing 4 inches of water to accumulate on the floor. Precisely how much of the water on the floor was actually blood was never determined. All 4 surviving test subjects also had large portions of muscle and skin torn away from their bodies.
The destruction of flesh and exposed bone on their fingertips indicated that the wounds were inflicted by hand, not with teeth, as the researchers initially thought. Closer examination of the position and angle of the wounds indicated that most of it, if not all of them, were self-inflicted. The abdominal organs below the ribcage of all 4 test subjects had been removed, while the heart, lungs, and diaphragm remained in place. The skin and most of the muscle attached to the ribs had been ripped off, exposing the lungs to the ribcage. All the blood vessels and organs remained intact. They had just been taken out and laid on the floor, fanning out around the eviscerated but still living bodies of the subjects. The digestive tract of all 4 could be seen to be working, digesting food. It quickly became apparent that what they were digesting was their own flesh that had been ripped off and eaten over the course of days. Most of the soldiers were Russian special operatives at the facility, but still, many refused to return to the chamber to remove the test subjects. They continued to scream to be left in the chamber, and alternately begged and demanded that the gas be turned back on, lest they fell asleep. To everyone's surprise, the test subjects put up a fierce fight in the process of being removed from the chamber. One of the Russian soldiers died from having their throat ripped out. Another was gravely injured by having his testicles ripped off and an artery in his leg severed by one of the subject's teeth. Another 5 of the soldiers lost their lives, if you count ones that committed suicide in the weeks following the incident. In the struggle, one of the 4 living subjects had his spleen ruptured, and he bled out almost immediately. The medical researchers attempted to sedate him, but this proved impossible. He was injected with more than 10 times the human dose of a morphine derivative and still fought like a cornered animal, breaking the ribs and arm of one doctor. His heart was seen to beat for a full 2 minutes after he had bled out, to the point that there was more air in his vascular system than blood. Even after it stopped, he continued to scream and flail for another 3 minutes, struggling to attack anyone in reach, and just repeating the word more, over and over, weaker and weaker, until he finally fell silent. The surviving 3 test subjects were heavily restrained and moved to a medical facility. The 2 with intact vocal cords continuously begging for the gas, demanding to be kept awake. The most injured of the 3 was taken to the only surgical operating room that the facility had. In the process of preparing the subject to have his organs placed back into his body, it was found that he was effectively immune to the sedative they had given him to prepare him for the surgery. He fought furiously against his restraints when the anesthetic gas was brought out to put him under. He managed to tear most of the way through a 4-inch wide leather strap on one wrist, even through the weight of a 200-pound soldier holding that wrist as well. It took only a little more anesthetic than normal to put him under, and the instant his eyelids fluttered and closed, his heart stopped. In the autopsy of the test subject that died on the operating table, it was found that his blood had triple the normal level of oxygen. His muscles that were still attached to his skeleton were badly torn, and he had broken 9 bones in his struggle to not be subdued. Most of them were from the force of his own muscles. The second survivor had been the first of the group of 5 to start screaming. His vocal cords destroyed, he was unable to beg or object to surgery, and he only reacted by shaking his head violently in disapproval when the anesthetic gas was brought near him. He shook his head yes when someone reluctantly suggested that they try the surgery without anesthetic, and did not react for the entire 6-hour procedure of replacing his abdominal organs and attempting to cover them with what remained of his skin. The surgeon presiding stated repeatedly that it should not be medically possible for the patient to still be alive. One terrified nurse assisting the surgery stated that she had seen the patient's mouth curl into a smile several times whenever his eyes met hers. When the surgery ended, the subject looked at the surgeon and began to wheeze loudly, attempting to talk while struggling. Assuming this must be something of drastic importance, the surgeon had a pen and pad fetched so the patient could write his message. It was simple. Keep cutting. The other 2 test subjects were given the same surgery, both without anesthetic as well, although they had to be injected with a
paralytic for the duration of the operation. The surgeon found it impossible to perform the operation while the patients laughed continuously. Once paralyzed, the subject could only follow the attending researcher with their eyes. The paralytic cleared their system in an abnormally short period of time, and they were soon trying to escape their bonds. The moment they could speak, they were again asking for the stimulant gas. The researchers tried asking why they had injured themselves, why they had ripped out their own guts, and why they wanted to be given the gas again. Only one response was given. I must remain awake. All 3 subjects' restraints were reinforced, and they were placed back in the chamber, awaiting determination as to what should be done with them. The researchers, facing the wrath of their military benefactors for having failed the stated goals of their project, considered euthanizing the subjects. The commanding officer and ex-KGB instead saw potential and wanted to see what would happen if they were put back on the gas. The researchers strongly objected, but were overruled. In preparation for being sealed in the chamber again, the subjects were connected to an EEG monitor and had their restraints padded for long-term confinement. To everyone's surprise, all 3 stopped struggling the moment it was let slip that they were going back on the gas. It was obvious that at this point all 3 were putting up a great struggle to stay awake. One of the subjects that could speak was humming loudly and continuously. The mute subject was straining his legs against the leather bonds with all of his might, first left, then right, then left again for something to focus on. The remaining subject was holding his head off his pillow and blinking rapidly. Having been the first to be wired for EEG, most of the researchers were monitoring his brainwaves in surprise. They were normal most of the time, but sometimes flatlined inexplicably. It looked as if he were repeatedly suffering brain death before returning to normal. As they focused on paper scrolling out of the brainwave monitor, only one nurse saw his eyes slip shut. At the same moment, his head hit the pillow. His brainwaves immediately changed to that of deep sleep, then flatlined for the last time as his heart simultaneously stopped. The only remaining subject that could speak started screaming to be sealed in now. His brainwaves showed the same flat lines as the one who had just died from falling asleep. The commander gave the order to seal the chamber with both subjects inside, as well as 3 researchers. One of the named 3 immediately drew his gun and shot the commander point blank between the eyes, then turned the gun on the mute subject and blew his brains out as well. He pointed his gun at the remaining subject, still restrained to a bed, as the remaining members of the medical and research team fled the room. I won't be locked in here with these things! Not with you! He screamed at the man strapped to the table. What are you? He demanded. I must know! The subject smiled. Have you forgotten so easily? The subject asked. We're you. We're the madness that lurks within you, begging to be free at every moment in your deepest animal mind. We are what you hide from in your beds every night. We are what you sedate into silence and paralysis when you go to the nocturnal haven where we cannot tread. The researcher paused, then aimed at the subject's heart and fired. The EEG flatlined as the subject weakly choked out. So nearly free.
When I was young, for the longest time, my parents tried to keep me away from the internet. They always saw the negativity that came from it and ignored the potential it had. Of course, they couldn't keep this up forever. Eventually, it became more and more accessible, and they finally caved in, and we got a family computer. The computer itself wasn't anything spectacular, but what it held was truly the new man-made wonder that grew each day. When I got home from school, I could go online and read whatever articles I could find, peer into people's lives through personal written blogs, and play the assortment of games that people made. I couldn't explore everything, as my parents had put a parental filter on the computer, and I was young at the time, only 12 years old. But honestly, I had no interest in the sort of stuff they were trying to protect me from. A few years down the line, I started finding interesting stories. I could never tell if they were fiction or not, as they often never had an author credited. They'd also be shared around so much that you never find any original source. This gave these tales more mystery. A lot of them were laughable, unrealistic serial killers, impractical monsters. However, one story caught my attention and stuck with me ever since reading it. It was called the Russian Sleep Experiment. It was about Russian researchers performing an experiment on some captured prisoners of war. They falsely promised their freedom if they sat in a chamber with gas that would suppress their want and need for sleep. And eventually, they mentally deteriorated, and the scientists found them as a husk of their human selves. They were mutilated, guts hanging out of their bodies. They were very still alive. Not only this, but they had shown extraordinary strength. They only wanted one thing: to be put back in the gas. It ends with one of the generals ordering some scientists to put them back in the test chamber, and for the scientists to go in and manually observe these monstrosities. This triggers a reaction from one of the scientists, who grabs the general's gun, shoots him, aims it towards the last surviving patient, and the creature explains that he was what lies dormant in each of us, a hidden demon we suppress with our natural need for sleep. Now, that was a condensed version of the story anyway. I'm definitely recommending checking it out. When I read this story, I was in shock. Was it real? Who wrote this? Is it possible? These questions and more flooded my mind and stuck with me for a few years of my life. I mean, I've seen a lot of leaked experiment documents from 2 world wars, bats with bombs, dogs with 2 heads. This wasn't the most absurd scientific idea I'd seen pitched from those times. Over time, things were pushed back, although my love for psychology and interesting behavioral experiments still held my interest. I focused on the old controversial ones, like the Zimbardo Stafford prison experiment, where Zimbardo organized some students to incarcerate other students and hold them prisoner. Eventually, things led to an authoritarian control, and it resulted in the mock police to use actual brutality and psychological torture to maintain control. Another one I just love is the Milgram experiment. Some paid volunteers, labeled as the teacher, were given control of the electric shock device. They had to ask an assortment of questions to the learner, but they were also warned of the learner's heart condition. If wrong, the teacher administered an electric shock and moved on to the next question. Each time the voltage was increased by 15. After a number of shocks, the learner would eventually be in so much pain that they would start banging on the wall. He would complain about his heart condition, but the scientist would simply prompt the teacher to continue. Eventually, after being told they wouldn't be held responsible, the teacher would administer the killing blow, and go well above what the subject could handle. What I love about this one is that you think it's the learner who's getting tested, but they're actually an actor. No one really died in that experiment. The experiment was set up to test people's obedience, and this test shattered expectations. Most psychologists propose that most people would stop before going above the lethal 450 volts. But even though they were all uncomfortable, showing signs of stress, even offering not to be paid and leave the experiment, 65% of participants went over the limit. This was an amazing display of raw human nature. There were even some controversial parallels drawn between the atrocities caused in the Holocaust and how humans fall into the demands of authority. These cases and more displayed and concluded a lot of dark motives behind our polite human exteriors. However, these cases and more are also the reason why psychology ethical standards were set up. Nowadays, you can't do anything remotely as intensive as the experiments back in the good old days. Principles and guidelines are so restricting that you can barely test anything ambitious about the human mind and will. I hate it. I pitched my ideas and hypotheses for many tests that I felt could further our understanding of ourselves at our most rawest level, but legalities and ethics were a barrier I couldn't overcome. I wanted to be the guy who set up these labyrinths of will, see if we were still capable of functioning as our primitive selves once were. I worked hard on my degree, which I saw as my ticket to this level of power, but all I held was a glorified piece of paper that let me listen to people's feelings. There was no way I could get funding from an official government body, so I'd have to do the next best thing. Fund it myself. However, I was sitting on a mountain of student debt. I was already one step behind. It was a good thing I was qualified to get paid a ridiculous amount by listening to people's feelings. It wasn't easy at first, starting off as a junior, then working my way up to a private counselor, but I did it, and now I was making bank with minimal input. After a while, I'd saved enough for a good first-off experiment, something that had influenced me and piqued my curiosity into this world of experiments. The Russian sleep experiment. The idea was simple. Just stop someone sleeping for a long period of time. Body has many deterrents for sleep: caffeine, fear, adrenaline, pain. I took to the drawing board and planned out a schedule. The next task was the room. Luckily, I lived in a detached house, and the spacing between my house and my neighbor's was relatively far away. First, I saved up for a basement extension on the house. After that was complete, I soundproofed the walls with the best padding I could find. Best part about doing this now is that I could amend the issue the researchers had in the original experiment. They had to monitor the subjects through a small porthole window, whereas I could keep track of everything in crisp HD at a relatively low price. The icing on the cake was the reinforced door to keep the subject from escaping. Once everything was set, I needed a test subject. Of course, no one would willingly volunteer for this. I couldn't go down any official route, so I had to improvise. Luckily, while working, I found the perfect person. For a number of weeks, I'd been counseling a guy named Josh Kent. He'd complain about voices in his head, strange urges that he was scared of. However, from what I could tell, he never had anything wrong with him. He simply needed someone to talk to. And having these problems meant he had a reason to see someone. Me. He had recently lived through his mother and his wife's passing in the same month, and he had no kids or family to talk to. Due to the tragedy, he left his job, so he would come to me with various issues that he thought he had. Honestly, though, it would just turn into idle chat, because in reality, he just wanted someone to talk to. Nice guy, really. He would pay for this expensive chinwag with the hefty inheritance money that he'd received. With no close ties, he was the perfect person to use. He was disposable to society, so in a sense, I was almost doing the world a favor. I didn't have to wait long before he scheduled another appointment, no doubt to talk about how lonely he was and how life had changed for him. We engaged in our usual manner, and while he was relaxed, I slipped behind him and squeezed the content of a syringe I concealed behind my wrist into his neck. He dropped like a sack of potatoes, and I easily managed to sneak him into my house unnoticed. He was peaceful when I dressed him in the clean white garb. This is probably going to be the last sleep he was ever going to have, I thought to myself. I chained his arms and legs to stop him from escaping. Since the gas used in the original experiment was never named, I had to use what I knew would work: the syringes. An occasional dose of adrenaline and constant consumption of caffeine in his water and food meant that I could do a good job at keeping him awake. And for the times he would really force himself to sleep, his restraints were wired to shock him with a hefty jolt by remote. After setting up, I waited for him to wake. Eventually, he came to, and I pressed a button linked to an intercom.
Welcome, Josh. I'm sure that you're confused, but don't worry. You're here for a reason. You always spoke of the voices and urges that you were scared of. Well, I'm about to perform a great experiment to fix them. Don't be frightened. Everything is happening for a reason. Trust me.
All while I was saying this, I saw his face contort into a fear and then regret. A million thoughts must have been running through his head, thoughts that I would never know. After he had eased up some more, I explained what was going to happen. I talked about how I was going to treat his condition through a new experiment by resetting the brain. I told him to achieve this, I had to prevent him from sleeping for 30 days. Reaching day 30 was never my main goal. My first goal was to beat the days passed in the original experiment, 12 days. I never told him my true intentions as well. I would have been stupid to do so. It would have only caused him panic. This way, he'd be more cooperative. A day passed while I was observing him on the monitors, and he was a bit weary. However, he was stable and awake through the small and regular doses of caffeine. I would occasionally see him try and sleep, but be unable to. The times he would be almost able to, I would remind him to stay awake through the intercom. And when he would be less cooperative, I would send a small, harmless jolt to the restraints. Afterward, he'd scream obscenities at me, but I'd remind him it's for his own good, and he'd be less hysterical. Me, however, I was feeling the effects bad. Something so simple, so flawed, in the experiment overlooked. I had to constantly monitor him, yet I also needed sleep. Halfway through the second day, I risked it. I lay my head on my desk and set an alarm for 6 hours. That'd be ample amounts of sleep. When I woke, my eyes were still heavy, but I was rested enough to make another shift of watching Josh. However, when I looked at the screen, I saw he was motionless. My eyes widened when I realized why. He was sleeping. I came to the room and shook him violently, releasing my frustrations, both of Josh and of myself. "Come on, Josh, you have to stay awake for this to work," I yelled. "It's too hard. Can we try something else?" Josh replied wearily. I jabbed his arm while he was saying this with a small shot of adrenaline, then gave a speech about how this is for the best and how this will help him for the rest of his life. He took what I said in stride, but I could tell he was losing faith. I wasn't going to let his weak will affect the magnitude of what I was going to accomplish. To investigate what lies deep within our subconscious is something too valuable to squander because one is not willing to cooperate. As I walked away, I thought about how this experiment could fail because of the simple flaw in the plan. That I had to be awake to monitor him. I cursed myself as I sat down, lamenting on the lack of professionalism that comes with this kind of underground research. I had no extra staff, no special monitoring equipment, no scientists to help with chemicals, but I was adamant to do this. Besides, I was too far in. There was no way I could go back now, and it would be a monumental task to set this up again. It had to be now. My new goal was to simply observe Josh for the longest period of time I could to see signs that could prove my hypothesis. I sat down in front of the computer screen, reset the clock, and monitored Josh for the rest of that day. 24 hours later, and my eyes were heavy. I stared at the glowing image of Josh, who was probably feeling the same way. I saw him starting to nod, so I sipped some coffee and instructed him to stay awake through the intercom. Minutes passed, and I knew he was starting to ignore me over his desire to sleep. I got up and slowly headed to the cell to see him dipping his head to a comfortable position. I raised my arms to push the needle straight into his neck and force the adrenaline into his body. His eyes shot open from the shock, and soon he was jittering from the reaction to the chemical. I exhaled in approval and slowly headed back to my seat. However, I wasn't faring well myself. I looked over at my supplies for adrenaline and wondered how long it'd be until I had to use that on myself. I poured myself some coffee and carried on watching. 46 hours had passed. I leaned back in my chair and took in the fact that we were almost at the 2-day mark, something that had probably been done by many students trying to crunch for their finals or workers trying to meet deadlines. However, I felt that we were getting closer to the end. 57 hours in, and it felt like an uphill battle against being dragged into the depths of the land of Nod. Josh, obviously much less motivated than me to stay awake, was worse off. Since the 2-day mark, I had already given him 2 half doses of adrenaline, and even had to use some on myself. Caffeine was starting to become close to ineffective with how deprived we both were from sleep. I also started hallucinating small things at first. Small shapes moving off the side of my vision, sounds shouldn't have been there. My head was dropping to the weight I felt in my head. I jolted awake. While battling the urge to sleep, my ears rang with a burning screech coming from the cell. I looked at the screen to see Josh wailing his lungs out and tugging against his restraints. "I don't want to be here anymore!" he yelled. "Get me out of here!" His will was hanging by a thread. Wouldn't be long before he'd start to revolt against my needs. I couldn't let that happen, though. There was too much at stake. Many grueling hours later, and we were both sat at stalemate. Timer was indicating that 62 hours had passed. The effects of fatigue were chipping away at us both. Josh had particularly lost a lot of energy from his constant crying and babbling, sprinkling between his begging to be set free. His wrists were raw from the tugging and struggling that came from the protests of being held against his will. My state wasn't much better. I was fatigued beyond belief, however. One thing kept me going. While observing Josh, I was occasionally glancing over to my copy of the Russian sleep experiment. And the more Josh mentally deteriorated, the more it started to align with what was documented before me. I wondered why it wasn't affecting me, but maybe I had a particularly strong aversion to the effects, as I was fully aware of them, and had the willpower to muscle through the whole ordeal. So with this in mind, the more extreme things became, the more I realized that I had to keep going. Hour 91. Time was moving slow and my heart was racing. To keep up with making Josh not sleep, I had to start matching adrenaline doses with Josh, which I had to up the frequency of. This mixed in with the caffeine pills and other stimulants, my chest was feeling tight. My mind was floating on clouds. Luckily, I only had one focus, and that was keeping Josh awake. Along with these many drugs, I had to resort to the shocking device that was wired to Josh's restraints more often. I don't know if it was because it was starting to become necessary or because my ability to carry myself to his cell on a regular basis was almost non-existent, but it was working. As for Josh himself, he would dip in and out of sporadic behaviors, usually happening when he was either shocked or I came in with some chemicals. This is throwing me through some loops as he's tossing around and yelling was close to what was described in the original experiment, but it was mostly spurred on by my presence. The only way to verify this was to carry on. So I did. The timer rolled over to 144 hours. I scribbled something haphazardly down about how 6 days had passed, but it wasn't very comprehensive. Josh was awake, but in a near unconscious state. His head had dipped, mouth dribbling, and occasionally babbling nonsense. He would respond to messages, but I couldn't understand any of them. Both our arms and necks shared the same resemblance of red dots. Didn't know how fatal the amount of adrenaline we took was, but I was sure the human body could take a lot. I mean, it is naturally found in the body. Josh's head dipped and eyes drooped shut, and I slowly stood up and shuffled over to the remains of the adrenaline supply. Weight of doubt dragging at my heels. More time passed. I stare at the clock. The seconds roll over to zeros again. The minutes roll over to make more zeros, and the hours show the next benchmark. 192. 8 days. I look over at Josh. His face is dry through the loss of tears and saliva. The fight in his eyes are gone. The only thing stopping me from pronouncing him dead was the small movement from his chest that implied breathing, almost like routine. His eyes started to drop. It's time for another shot. I drag my way to his form. I drop down to my knees and I look at him. Nothing about him screams anything animalistic. Something go wrong? Maybe it was the chemical they used in the original experiment. Maybe he slipped in sleep when I was in a lapse of concentration. The doubt of the validity of this tale was weighing heavy on my mind, but I could neither confirm nor deny it still due to the increasing amount of errors in my personal study. I jab the needle where my arm lands and push the liquid into his bloodstream. A few seconds and it was reacting. He started twitching for a few seconds, and after that, his head dipped. It stopped moving. I look closely and see he lost the small chest motion that implied breath. It wasn't hard to piece together that he was now dead. I possessed the resources to resuscitate him, but I had neither the energy nor the motivation to do so. As I lie down with the events of the past 8 days running through my mind, only one thing prevailed in my mind as my eyes closed with a lot of relief. I really hope I wake up.
He walks these halls with steps like dripping water. His bloated hands are as purple as rot in dark places. He passes through the walls with the damp and chilly air. If I die in here, it wasn't sickness. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't suicide. It was him. The note was stuck on the bottom of the bed. I only found it because I was looking for a way to rip a piece off the frame to hurt myself with. I was going through a very dark time in my life, and it was about to get darker. I'd been admitted to the Pine Hill Mental Hospital after my breakdown in mid-January, but I suspected that it always felt like winter at Pinehurst. The corridors were cold and drafty, and the thick, dusty windows made the skies outside seem perpetually gray. With their stressed expressions and exhausted, shambling walk, it was hard to tell the staff apart from the patients. Pinehurst Mental Hospital was a place where society dumped the people it was ashamed of, then conveniently forgot them. I couldn't have said why I kept this odd little note. It felt like a good luck charm, or at least a reminder that somebody out there had been crazier than I was. Until the night I was woken by a strange sound like dripping water. I sat up in the blue darkness, listening as it passed by my door and entered the room next door. It took my sleep-addled brain a moment to realize what was so wrong about that fact. The door had never opened. whatever it was just suddenly inside the room next door. The walls in Pine Hill were thick stone, but noise traveled in the place, like the man across the hall who'd laughed for days straight until his throat was so raw that he fell silent, while the old woman to my left who moaned in her sleep. But from the room to my right, I'd barely heard a sound. Until now. Hello? A husky voice asked. Who are you? Drip. Drip. Silence. What are you doing in my room? Tiredness had been replaced by fear. Hey! Say something! There was no reply but the echo of droplets hitting the floor. Then, the strangling sounds began. It was like the person in the room beside me was choking on their own tongue. I frantically pressed the panic button with no result, but the desperate clicking of plastic. Drip. No more noise came from the adjacent room, but I had an awful feeling something was listening. I let go of the panic button and shut my eyes tight. I woke to the squeaky wheels of a gurney. A body was being removed from the room beside me. If I die in here, it wasn't sickness. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't suicide. He passes through the walls with the damp and chilly air. His bloated hands are as purple as rot in dark places. He walks these halls with steps like dripping water. God, I hate this month. An orderly grumbled from the hallway. Why'd you think they always punch their ticket in February, huh? Fuck if I know, his partner snorted. Nasty, dreary weather, no holidays. Start of another miserable goddamn year. Take your pick. My heart was racing. Had I just hallucinated the awful events of the night? Or was there something more to the note I found under my bed? As I waited for my session with the chief psychiatrist, Dr. Harlow, I wondered which was more terrifying, not being able to trust my own mind or whatever haunted the halls of Pine Hill Mental Hospital. Dr. Harlow was a white-bearded, muscular man who reeked of optimism and clean living. Up close, I would have sworn that he smelled like the organic vegetables section of the supermarket. He shook my hand and flashed a bright smile before our session. Considering how gloomy the hospital was, I wondered how he pulled it off. The man's cheerfulness bordered on the delusional, but he didn't miss a trick. We've been talking about the events that led to your admission to Pine Hill, but you seem distracted. How are you adjusting to your stay here? It's a big change, I admitted. I was always the strong one, the one who never complained, and I guess I just never imagined that I could end up here. We each have our own cross to bear. Dr. Harlow smiled and tapped the rim of his wheelchair. Often it's not the one that we would have expected. He didn't sound like he bought my story. Looking at the metal cage around his leg, I wondered what had happened to the guy. If anything bothers you during your time with us, Dr. Harlow went on, remember that I'm always listening. It was only later, back behind the locked door of my room, that the good doctor's final comment might have meant more than it seemed. Dr. Harlow held the keys to my freedom from Pine Hill, but as long as I was there, I had bigger problems, like Big Bill. Big Bill was a huge nurse who seemed to take my mental illness personally. I didn't know whether I reminded him of someone he hated or he just didn't like my face. But whatever it was, he seemed to enjoy making me hurt. When he drew blood, I watched him smile evilly as he missed vein after vein on purpose. He'd rough handle and shoulder check me every chance he got, and I wasn't the only one. He left a scrawny teenager locked naked in the shower room until his lips turned blue and he was shivering too much to stand. When I complained to Nurse Avery, one of the kindest orderlies, she just sighed. Big Bill's the nephew of some board member or other. Even the psychiatrist can't stand the guy, but there's nothing we can do.
The scrawny teenager approached us, shamelessly eavesdropping on our conversation. "Can I help you, Harrison?" Avery rolled her eyes at him. "Yeah," the teenager sniffed. "Actually, I think you can. You do the schedules, right?" "That's very perceptive of you." Avery nodded. "Can you put Big Bill on the night shift?" "I guess I could. I'd probably catch hell for it, though. And are you sure you want to risk being alone with that guy at night? I mean, even during the day, the rest of us can barely hold him back. Just a week or two. That's all I ask. By then, I'm sure Bill's board member uncle will have blown up at you, and you have to apologize to those scumbags, but it would mean the world to me." "I don't want to make an enemy out of Big Bill." Avery hesitated. "Come on," Harrison begged. He pulled up his shirt to reveal a series of hideous purple bruises. "Please." I knew Big Bill had found out about the shift change when I heard him roar and kick the crutches out from under the legs of the nearest patient. Harrison smirked. I didn't know what he was playing at, but as I rubbed the jab wounds in my arms, I hoped it worked. As cruel as Big Bill could be, I didn't envy him for his nighttime patrols. Even before I discovered the note, Pine Hill had struck me as an uniquely eerie place, especially after dark. The 100-year-old building creaked and groaned as it shed its renovations, and when the cold fluorescent lights flickered, it was easy to see things that weren't there. Big Bill whistled nervously as he completed his rounds, pausing only to make a single statement. "When I find out which of you nutjobs is responsible for this, you're gonna wish you were never born." It happened 4 nights later. The fierce wind that had blown all day and the power had already gone out twice. The emergency lights worked, but it was dim. The wails and gibbering of some of my fellow patients when the lights went out made me think of a Bible verse from my youth. "He will cast into the outer darkness, where there's weeping and gnashing of teeth." It was driving Big Bill nuts. "Shut up! Shut up!" I could hear him beating on someone's door with his nightstick. Seconds later, his crazed face appeared in the square plexiglass window in my room. His eyes were wild, his face red from all the screaming. I could see clumps of spit and snot on his brown mustache. "What about you, freak? You want some? Or are you gonna off yourself like my little brother? You freaks are all the same." Drip. Drip. It was the same sound as before. It was coming from right behind Big Bill. Through my small window, I watched huge purplish blue fingers coil around his neck. His eyes grew wide with surprise and slid out of focus as he collapsed. The coroner ruled his death a heart attack. The next day, there was a memorial poster in the cafeteria for William Big Bill Coombs, mentor, caregiver, and friend. Harrison was caught scratching the faces off a few of the smiling photos. When the orderlies released him, I took him aside for a hushed conversation. "How'd you know?" I demanded. "Know what?" Harrison scratched his neck and looked away. "Come on, Big Bill. That weird dripping noise, I found the note beneath my bed about him." Harrison was panicked before I'd even finished speaking. He crouched down, eyes darting all around him as though he expected some awful thing with rotten blue hands to come crawling out of the ceiling tiles. "Shh!" Harrison rasped. "He's always listening." The orderlies watched suspiciously. I tried desperately to get Harrison to calm down. I might never have another chance to find out what he knew. "Look, it's daylight. We're in the cafeteria. Lots of people around. He can't hurt you here." I took a deep breath. Who or what is he? I call him the February Man. He always comes around during this month, and when he does, people die. Harrison scratched his neck a lot. Oh, sure, the deaths usually look natural, or at least unexplainable, but they're not. Not at all. Haven't you told anyone? I've been in here 6 different times now. Who's gonna listen to me? Besides, Harrison lowered his voice. I'm afraid I'm next.
if I don't get out of here soon.
During my session with Dr. Harlow that evening, I pleaded Harrison's case. Don't you think it's possible that being in here hurts people more than it helps them? Like Harrison, for instance. He's convinced there's some murderous ghost haunting Pine Hill, and having to deal with that on top of all the other issues he's facing. I trailed off. We all want Harrison's suffering to end. Dr. Harlow rolled over and squeezed my shoulder kindly. But it isn't going to happen out there. He needs treatment. The doctor stroked the metal cage on his leg thoughtfully. I still appreciate you bringing this to my attention. It's a sign that you're making progress. I may be able to sign your release papers before long. My heart leapt in my chest. The prospect of getting out, of going back to pick up the shattered pieces of my life, was thrilling and terrifying at the same time. Have you heard anything else about this ghost of Harrison? Harrison, well, he calls it the February Man. He says that's when it kills. He says it has rotten purple hands. It can walk through walls. Fascinating. Dr. Harlow chuckled. Well, I suppose I'll have to bring it up with the other patients. We don't want a mass hysteria out of our hands. Come, we need to get you back to your room. It's almost time for lights out. Back in my room, I thought about Harrison. About how he'd been so sure that he was in danger. About how he'd stayed close to me ever since our conversation, like he was scared to be alone. Now he was locked up by himself in a dark room like I was. It was almost time for the February Man to start making his rounds. I shivered, rolled over, and fell into a dreamless sleep. I dreamt of dripping water, and woke to the sound of a squeaky wheel. The gurney. You know what happened to this one? An orderly was asking. He got a hold of some sleeping pills somehow. You know how that little corner of the room, the one where the camera can't quite see? Went back there, took him. They're gonna give us hell for this, his companion complained. I sat up in bed. Harrison. And what about these weird bruises on his neck, though? Let's just say he wasn't very popular with some of the staff. Remember Big Bill? The orderly laughed. My blood ran cold. Big Bill never hit patients where the bruises could be seen, which meant that Harrison's bruises were new. Probably from last night. I remember the final line of the note. If I die here, it wasn't sickness. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't suicide. It was him. The February Man. I know this is going to sound stupid, I told Dr. Harlow during our session that afternoon, but I think Harrison was onto something. The doctor lifted an eyebrow. I mean, I'm not saying it's a ghost or a curse or anything like that, but 3 deaths in 1 month? The winter months are always a rough time for us, Dr. Harlow sighed. Statistics bear out that these months are when excess deaths occur, and while these accidents are unfortunate... Harrison had bruises on his neck, I screamed. And I've been hearing things from the deaths, the weird dripping sounds. Dr. Harrison grabbed his legs until his knuckles turned white, grimacing. These delusions and loss of self-control are a most unsettling sign when regards to your progress. I don't care about my progress. People are dying. I sprang to my feet in a rage. 2 orderlies burst in and dragged me, raving, back to my room. They weren't gentle. Then again, neither was I. The worst part was, Dr. Harlow was right. I had lost control. If I couldn't trust myself to express my emotions without getting violent, how could I trust my memories of what I thought I'd heard stalking the nighttime hallways at Pine Hill? I'd just blown my best shot at freedom. And if these were delusions, they'd probably only get worse the longer I stayed here. They really worked you over, didn't they? Nurse Avery whistled when she peered through my window. Harrison didn't kill himself. You gotta believe me, it was... Shh.
I'm on duty tonight, and I wanted to give you this. Glancing over her shoulder, she passed a square plastic remote through the door. This is one of the panic buttons we used back in the day. You're not supposed to have it, so keep it hidden. If anything weird happens tonight, you can call me, okay? I slipped the plastic remote beneath my hospital-issued shirt, too grateful to say thank you. It felt a lot less comforting after lights out. The drafty air blew over me like monstrous breath. Shadows seemed to move in the corners of my room. Then I heard it. Drip, drip. My breath caught in my throat. It was coming from inside the wall. The emergency light and camera on my wall suddenly went dead, and the wall beneath me opened like a hungry mouth. Drip, drip. In what little light reached in from the hall, I saw a pair of large, bluish-purple hands emerge from the blackness. It wasn't the rot of hell. It wasn't the rot of death I was looking at. It was surgical gloves. Drip. It wasn't dripping, I was hearing. It was creaking. The creak of a metal leg brace. Dr. Harlow limped through from the passageway behind the wall. You ended Harrison's suffering by killing him, I gasped. You didn't approve of Big Bill's methods, so you got rid of him, too, and the people in the room beside me. Another lost cause. Like Harrison. Like you. If you can't be cured, you don't deserve to spend your life trapped in your own mind. You deserve mercy. The needle glinted in his blue-gloved hand. I mashed the button Nurse Avery had given me. The plastic clicked, but no sound came. The panic button was old. When was the last time anyone had checked the batteries? Dr. Harlow's leg brace slowed him down. But I knew that if his huge muscular hands got a hold of me, it was over. There was nowhere to run in the tiny room. Footsteps hurried to my door. Surprise replaced ruthlessness on Dr. Harlow's face. He backed away towards the hidden door in the wall. Too slow. Nurse Avery burst through the door with two orderlies, who stared at Dr. Harlow with disbelieving eyes. The good doctor had been caught in the act. Between the cover-up, the chaos, and the whirling rumors, Harlow's replacement had a lot on her plate. She spoke to me only twice before signing my release order. I would be leaving Pine Hill Mental Hospital, a changed man, although perhaps not in the way that the February man had intended.
On Davidson Avenue, 1 mile east of Highway 164 and East Main Street intersection, sits the entrance to Hillcrest Park, home of the now-defunct Nike missile base, known to the Waukesha, Wisconsin locals as the Old Hillcrest Doom Tower. From 1956 to 1964, the active site was home to 8 Ajax and Hercules missiles that were launched 1 mile south of the D Battery. The actual location, now overgrown and overrun, is still the home of the blast building, troop quarters, circular water reservoir, and radar tower. If you Google Nike Battery 74, you can read all about it. It used to house 3 U.S. Army units during its years of operation, and on August 1st, 1964, it was designated inactive. There's no documentation as to why this was, since the Cold War didn't officially end until 1991, after the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. Since I lived in Elm Grove, a mere 15 minutes away, I decided to see if I could find out any answers for myself. I visited the Waukesha Library to see if there would be any more documentation on the site aside from what we already posted online. The good thing about actually going to the library is that very rarely can you find microfiche on the internet. And though it may be tedious, the farther you dig, the more likely you will come up with something. And that something is exactly what I found. A photograph dated July 31st, 1964, one day before the site was designated inactive. That one fact caught me as odd. Usually when a site is retired, it is decommissioned, not designated inactive. The photograph I found was the senior officers and technicians that were assigned to the site. After a bit more digging, I was able to come up with a name. Charles Gunderson, the commanding officer of the Nike missile base. And after a bit more digging and a trip to the public records office, I discovered that Mr. Gunderson was still alive and living in Waukesha. I decided to give him a call. A tired old voice answered the phone and tried to be as direct as possible. Charles Gunderson? Yes? Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Wilcox. I'm a historian for southeastern Wisconsin, and I'd like to ask you some questions about the Nike missile site, Battery 74. There was a long moment of silence. I made sure that he was still there. Mr. Gunderson? I could hear labored breathing coming from the other end. Charles, are you okay? Did I catch you at a bad time? I have no idea what you're talking about. Excuse me? Goodbye. He hung up the phone. I attempted to call back, but he never picked up the phone again. And now I was worried. Was he hiding something? Did something happen to him? I checked the information I was given and drove over to his house to make sure he was all right. It was only 2 miles from downtown Waukesha. The thing about Waukesha is that there isn't a straight street anywhere in the city limits. The city was planned around the old hot springs that used to flow, and Waukesha used to be a resort town back in the late 1800s. But as soon as the springs dried up, so did business, and Waukesha switched gears and became an industrial town, swarming with blue-collar workers running the foundries and factories scattered throughout. So because of the city layout, 2 miles was easily 30 minutes of navigating through one-way streets and winding roads. I arrived at Charles's house, an awkward sandy brick ranch on the northwest corner of Garfield and Wilson. It took him a few moments, but Charles answered the door after I knocked. Mr. Gunderson, I'm Jonathan Wilcox. What are you doing here? He shouted at me. I'm sorry, sir. You hung up quite abruptly. I could hear you breathing heavily on the phone. I wanted to make sure you were okay. What the hell do you want? I want to talk about the old missile base, Hillcrest Park. I have no idea what you're talking about, he stammered. Please leave. Sir, I don't mean to pry, but I took out a copy of the photograph that I had acquired from the library and I handed it to him. One of the men in the photograph was circled with a red Sharpie. That man in the photograph, the one that I have circled, is you. I did my research before I came here. You were the commanding officer. I just want to get a bit more information for my research. Charles looked at the photograph, and his eyes welled up, and his hands began to shake. He looked me up and down and began to shake his head. Why couldn't you leave this in the past? He retreated back into his home and vanished around the corner, leaving the door open. I stood outside, puzzled by his words, when I suddenly heard a gunshot ring from inside. I tore open the door and darted around the corner Charles had disappeared around to witness a grisly sight. Charles has taken his old service revolver from a desk drawer in his study and put a bullet through his temple, splattering his brains and skull all over a nearby bookcase. His fresh corpse now pooling blood where it lay. His fingers still twitching in the odor of death, brain matter and gunpowder now mixed with the musty scent of old books and dust to concoct a vile aura that chased me headlong into the small yellow bathroom across the hall. I wiped the vomit from my chin as I stumbled back outside and immediately called the police. I was held for questioning since I was the only witness. After several hours, I was released after they declared the incident a suicide, so I drove back home in silence. What could have happened that would make Charles take his own life? The questions were beginning to pile up, and I wasn't getting any answers to clear them away. The next day, I began the arduous process of interviewing neighbors about Charles. Everyone I spoke to in the neighborhood had nothing but kindness to say about Charles. He was a widower of 15 years, served in World War II in Korea. But when I mentioned Hillcrest Park, the old missile base, the mood suddenly changed. The rumors were playful and in various colors. Older folks simply said it was a relic from the Cold War and the arms race was in full force. Some folks said it was a base for more secretive work. One guy even suggested that they used it to experiment on war criminals deep in the blast building. Another told tales of it being a second Guantanamo. Another thought it was one of many surveillance outposts to spy on Americans. Whatever the true nature of the old Hillcrest Doom Tower, I was bound and determined to uncover its secrets. Now, if you don't know what to look for, you can easily miss it. A wooden sign obscured by the surrounding trees and bushes marks the entrance to Hillcrest Park. The drive is a dirt road that resembles a service or park maintenance entrance rather than a park. The parks in southeastern Wisconsin are meticulously cared for, so seeing a park entrance that looked like it was specifically to be forgotten about sent a shiver up my spine. And it was in the middle of the day. I drove my vehicle slowly around the bend and past the old barracks radio tower, it was actually called the Doom Tower, and parked my car by the blast building and reservoir. I got out and snapped some photos of the neglected grounds and chuckled at some of the more poignant graffiti, especially the one that instructed me on who to call if I needed a good time. I first started by documenting the barracks and its present condition. The door had been removed, most likely by a vandal or kids needing a cool hangout place. As I had suspected, the interior matched the exterior, run down, dark, moldy, covered in graffiti. I heard some rustling in the far corner, but it only turned out to be a squirrel. I left the troop quarters and documented the old Doom Tower itself. There wasn't much left of it, but its iron frame, but something about it still standing gave me an eerie sensation. Out of all the things that still stood the test of time, since the base was marked inactive, the Doom Tower actually appeared to be the one thing that defied aging. Like someone had been caring for it all these years. It stood out, like a sterile blue sore thumb. None of the paint was peeling. There was no sign of excessive rust or decay. I climbed the ladder to the top, and the view from the summit was spectacular. You could see down the valley of Waukesha and almost all the way up to I-45. Suddenly I heard a faint echo. If you see pictures of the Doom Tower, you'll notice there's a large pipe or a tube that's the central support for the structure. I initially thought it would be just that, but it was hollow, and I couldn't see the bottom when I looked down in, meaning that it must have gone down for quite a ways. The echo came from deep inside. Now, I'm not anything close to a naturalist or an animal specialist, so I just naturally assumed it was some critter that got itself trapped. It must have fallen all the way down and just waited there to die. Tried to pay it no mind, but there was a pleading sense to it, as if it knew that I was up here, and it knew I could free it. The more I listened to it, the more it sounded almost human. I figured I must have been matrixing the sound that I was hearing, but I swear to God, it sounded like it was crying out a word or something. Chaw, bellowed. My mind automatically pictured Sloth in the Goonies when I listened to it. It was a sad, solemn moan that tugged at my heartstrings. But there was absolutely no way I could fit in that tube, so I just decided nature would take its course, and I climbed down the tower. As I finally made my way towards the blast building, a sudden familiar sound startled me in my tracks. A local police officer had seen my car in the drive and wanted to inquire as to what I was doing there. I informed him who I was and what I was doing, and he seemed agreeable enough. But technically this was still private property, and not a public park. Wait, but the sign said, yeah, I know what the sign says, but the land technically belongs to a private owner, and if people aren't on the actual park side of the property, the police motioned back behind him, where the swing sets and children's playgrounds were. If you ain't over there, we've been asked to escort you off the property, or at least shepherd you back to the actual park. Oh, sure, okay. Hey, out of curiosity, who owns this land? Gunderson, Chuck Gunderson. Lives out in Wilson by Carroll College. Gunderson? You mean lived? I was still shaken by the incident. What? Apparently, news does not travel fast in Waukesha. When did Chuck die? The other day, I was the last one to see him alive. You mean... His memory was starting to kick in. You mean that's what all the commotion was over there? I didn't know it was old Chuck. Yeah, I asked him about this place, actually, and then he went to his study, and he, shot himself. Jesus Christ. What did you ask him? Just that I was curious as to why the place was closed down in 1964. No explanation in any reports or archives. I've lived at the library for days trying to find some explanation as to what happened here. And the only clue I've got was Mr. Gunderson, so I called him, and he hung up on me. Fearing the worst, I drove over to check on him, and then... That's when it all happened. Damn. The policeman just stood there for a moment, deep in thought. I know I'm gonna regret doing this, but come on. He started walking towards the blast building and flipping through his keys. But Chuck ain't around no more to bitch us out for not doing our jobs. I guess he's been hounding us ever since then to make sure nobody ever came near this place. And when more and more of it just started falling apart, the mayor himself, he turned it into a historical landmark and made part of it a park. Chuck was happy for some reason, knowing that it wouldn't be torn down. And that's the part I never got. I mean, who would care if this old abandoned building was demolished? But like you said, ain't no one been here since the 60s. The officer finally found the key he needed and unlocked the large padlock barricading the front door to the blast building. Now, you got 1 hour. You hear me? I ain't losing my job over this, but damn it, I want to know what's down there too. The officer jerked open the door as much as it would, and I slipped inside. Hey, wait! He stopped me and handed me his flashlight. You might need this. I took the heavy mag light and thanked the officer. I'm gonna be waiting down here. As I said, you got 1 hour. If you ain't out by then, you're on your own. I thanked him once again, and he closed the door behind me. I clicked the light on, hung my camera on my neck, and turned my Bluetooth voice recorder on. With the headset just in my ear, it allowed me to focus on my surroundings and watch my step just in case. The air was foul. Not at all what I was expecting. I was preparing myself for a musty basement that no one had been in for years, with the occasional mold and moss. But there was a definite stench in the air. It was like rotten eggs. A porta potty. Not powerful, but enough for you to notice. I took note of my watch. It was 3:23 p.m. I made sure to document the time with my recording just to make sure I got back to the door in an hour. I sure as hell didn't want to be left inside. The first room I entered was a simple entranceway, or mudroom, like a connection between the garage and the rest of the house. Some old boots littered the floor, and an abandoned coat or two still held their posts on the hooks along the wall. A faded poster of Lyndon Johnson's re-election teetered on the far wall. Opposite that was the only door leading farther into the building. Time had not been kind to the door's hinges, as it took some effort to wrench it open. As it squeaked and squawked in defiance of opening, I could hear its protest echo deep into the darkness it kept me out of. With a final forceful shove, the door finally yielded, but not quietly. The hinges splintered off from the frame, and the door collapsed onto the floor with a reverberating crash. As the echo began to die, it was answered with a familiar sound. Shaw. It was the same animalistic cry from when I was on top of the tower. I realized quickly that the pipe in the middle of the tower must have led down into a room inside the blast building. There was an intelligence in the cry, rather than just a carnal moan, like the critter knew someone or something was coming its way. The howl was only heard once and quickly died in the blackness of the building. On the other side of the door was a series of metal catwalks, stairs that led down further than my light would allow me to see. I shone my light around, and I saw on the level beneath me there was a few doors. My only mission within the hour of time I was given was just to find some more information about what happened here. So I was hoping one of those rooms was the base archive. My feet clanged and echoed against the metal floor as I raced downstairs, and I reached the first of the doors. I heard a low thud, like something large had just collided with a wall a great distance away. It drove chills up my spine to think of what would have been large enough to make that noise. Then I heard it again. Shaw. Whatever it was, I was definitely closer to it. And the more and more I thought about it, the more I didn't want to know what it was. It howled again, and I listened intently as to put my overactive imagination at ease. It was deep and gravelly, like a hippo, but emotional. It was scared or concerned, or maybe just calling out. Listening to it bellow out a third time did not calm my nerves. I quietly opened the door and slipped inside, away from the metal floor and onto moldy, sodden carpet. It definitely explained some of the stench that I picked up on earlier in the entranceway. It was potent. Still, I've experienced dealing with a flooded basement. The smell was not a stranger to me. After a quick scan with a flashlight, I discovered that I was in a common room. The dated furniture and decor affirmed what I was seeing. As I snuck deeper into the room, my feet squished into the decaying carpet. I saw something that seemed off. A red playground ball. It was well used, and the label had been completely worn off from the use. I went to pick it up, and rolling it over, I saw that the only part of the label that wasn't completely torn off was the production date. 2003. Now, I had originally thought that maybe some of the kids were playing at the nearby park back outside, and maybe this ball had somehow fallen down the tube and landed inside the building, but two things made me think otherwise. First, from where the tower sits and the angle of the tube, it would have opened up much lower in the building, so how did the ball get all the way up here? And second, the tube was about half the circumference of the ball. It wouldn't have fit. I quietly set the ball down, and from the back of the stairwell, I heard it again. Chaw! Whatever it was large. It was angry, and it was just outside the room I was in. Then came a thunderous crunch, as if whatever was on the other side was pounding on the door. I just stood there. The blood left my arms and legs, freezing me to that one spot. It pounded again, and I peed myself. I didn't know what to do. Fight or flight never kicked in. I was just too terrified to move. And suddenly, whatever was on the other side of the door shifted, and the pounding stopped. I stood there for another few minutes trying to gather whatever was left of my nerves and still intact, and hoping that my underwear would dry a little. I knew I didn't have much time left before the police officer would abandon me, but I still wanted answers. What happened down here that would make Charles Gunderson kill himself? And what the hell was that thing that was trying to get in here? The only good news was that I couldn't smell the moldy carpet anymore, just my soggy boxers. I raised my flashlight again and surveyed the room. On one side, there was a door that appeared that it may lead into the room that was situated next to this room, if my memory being out of the stairwell was correct. And it was. I opened the door and was firmly met with a new odor. Old books. A quick flash of my light, and I had found it. The base's archives. Shelves filled with binders lined all the walls. I picked one black binder that read 02-1964 on the spine. And I began to read. President Johnson has ordered that all nuclear missile bases in the continental United States be decommissioned. The threat of nuclear war is non-existent, but will be maintained on a social platform until such time it is deemed no longer useful to steer the American public. This location, Nike 74, will remain active, not as a missile installation, but as a scientific compound, to further study the effects of nuclear radiation. I have briefed the crew in our new assignment, and I am aware of our first directive. CG. CG. Who is CG? And then it dawned on me. Charles Gunderson, the commanding officer of the base, and until just recently, a resident of Waukesha, Wisconsin. I continued to pore over the binders. Today we began our first directive. The commanding team, consisting of myself, XO, Richard Kingford, Rick, Sergeant Major James Strauss, Jimmy, and Staff Sergeant Thomas Faber, Tom, have received a sample of slag recovered from the Marshall Islands. With limited test ban treaty in effect, obtaining the sample from Bikini Atoll was difficult. We hope that our experiments are successful so that those who died to get us this were not in vain. CG. I continued to pore over the next few entries as they went into technical specifics of their experiments. March 18th, 1964. After we secured a segregated room on the location to fill out these experiments, we decided we needed a control. We were able to procure a few test animals so that we could ensure that the equipment we had on site would adequately meet our needs. March 20th, 1964. The local college lent out some of their laboratory rats. Early this morning, Jimmy and I injected some of the sample directly into the bloodstream of one of the rats. After 5 minutes, the rat suddenly exploded, covering both Jimmy and I in entrails and rat blood. We decided to rethink our procedure. March 25th, 1964. We used a combination of rat blood taken from one of the subjects and mixed it with our sample in hopes of diluting it so that it wouldn't be fatal. The next test subject lasted 30 minutes before its hair began to fall out and it broke out in blisters. Instead of exploding, the creature just melted, leaving nothing more than a red puddle and a skeleton. April 5th, 1964. We continue to dilute the sample, but every test subject continues to perish. We may need something that has a stronger constitution than rats. April 5th, 1964. We were able to track down a few feral cats in the neighboring farm community and employ them in our experiments. The duration of lifespan after injection is longer than the rats, but still fatal. Tom has requested we stop and rethink our procedure. I just think he has a soft spot for cats. May 12th, 1964. We have perfected a serum that has a 0 fatality rate in all our remaining test subjects. Rick has wired our authorities of our progress. June 7th, 1964. We received orders from my superior officers to test out our findings on a human being. Our location's been chosen because of the depth of the blast building, and that the radiation could be kept under control. All experimentation has been halted until our human subjects arrive at our location. I reached a page that seemed stained. With what, I'm not entirely sure. The date was July 30th, 1964. 2 days before the base was designated inactive. Our test subject was Graham Phelps, who was convicted of arson. The subject was delivered to our installation and led into a cell where the necessary precautions were administered. He was sedated and strapped to an operating chair in room J57, which had been reinforced with concrete months prior. The experiment was simple. Expose the subject to increasing amounts of radiation and sample serums that we had developed, and monitor the effects and measure the damage. We began the experiment with 100 cc's of the serum. The subject was injected with a dosage, and the effects were instantaneous. The subject began to convulse violently as the radiation traveled throughout his bloodstream. Next, the skin began to blister and melt, leaving visibly open sores. The subject began to scream in pain, and we were instructed to terminate the subject at that point. Rick, Jimmy, and Tom entered the room, wearing protective suits as they prepped the subject for termination. The subject suddenly... Just then, there was a crash through the door, leading back into the stairwell, and the gigantic thing, for lack of a better term, barreled into the archive room with such momentum that it toppled over the nearest bookcase, and with that, it knocked over the next, and the next, and the next, like a set of steel dominoes, and it was headed my way. I tucked the binder I was holding under my arm and headed for the common room. The shelves collided against each other, hurling dirty old books across the room and kicking up decades of dust and mold into the air. He was only 20 feet to the next room, but the billowing, noxious cloud soon overtook me, and I was lost in a fog of dirt and grime. The odor was stale, and I could taste copper as it seeped into my mouth. I tried to stumble my way towards the door, but I must have gotten turned around, and instead of running headlong into the common room, I collided with what felt like padded walls. A padded wall that was now swelling and retracting. It was breathing. The dust finally began to settle, and I stared at the ground, attempting to regain my bearings. The wall was dark and billowy and still heaving in and out. Shapes slowly took form, and what was dark and billowy was now tattered fabric and muscle. I gazed down at the floor, and what once appeared to be large boxes were enormous bare feet, hairy, filthy, nails that were ingrown and yellowed. My head tilted upward, and I realized the fabric was shredded clothes, and not just any clothes, but a scraggy and frayed uniform. I raised my head still upwards. Feet led to legs, legs to hips, hips to a torso, which led to massive shoulders, a thick, veiny neck that was larger than my thigh in circumference, and as it bent down to get a good look at me, a hideously disfigured human face. A few strands of brown hair littered its massive head, and his eyes looked like he had lost a fight with a lawnmower. He glared at me with one good eye, while the other, which was clouded over, looked in a completely different direction, and he grunted at me. I felt my shorts grow soggy again. He aimlessly sniffed at the air like he could smell the fresh piss in my pants, but couldn't quite tell where it was coming from. I began to slowly back away from him, as I could see I was only about 2 feet from the doorway. He craned his neck back to me and stopped me from moving any further. His brow furrowed, and he leaned back and let out a mighty roar. Achoo! I took my chance. I bolted through the common room door in an attempt to escape back to the surface, but as I reached the door that connected the common room to the catwalk, he was there to impede my progress. I thought that his massive size would make it difficult to move through the room that he just destroyed, but his reflexes and dexterity were electric and feral. With one swipe of his massive paw, he clutched me from the hallway by the neck and hurled me into the darkness down below, and I screamed like a baby the entire way down. And then blackness. I woke up to the sound of buzzing. I sat bolt upright and gasped, but the air was protrudely rotten, and I vomited immediately. The ground was squishy and furry. I looked around, but I couldn't immediately find the flashlight the officer had given me until I laid back down on the plush ground and felt its metal housing digging into my spine. I wiped my mouth on my sleeve and picked up the flashlight and found that it still worked, although I Wished it hadn't. As soon as I clicked it on, I discovered the soft ground was nothing more than the decayed, partially half-eaten corpses of thousands of forest creatures. Squirrels, chipmunks, rabbits, raccoons, birds, and foxes made up the floor of the stairwell. And their decaying flesh poisoned the air. I scrambled to find the bottom of the stairs, and in my haste, forgot about the binder I had with me at the time of my descent. I quickly swung my light back and forth, and eventually found it buried in what appeared to be a wolf's ribcage. Trudged back through the woolly swamp of putrid animal cadavers towards the binder, and I could feel the maggots crawling up my legs and the bot flies circling around my head as I reached down and pulled the tome free of the animal's remains. The puke rose in my throat once more, and I retched again. I ran back to the stairs as quickly as I could, and I climbed several levels before I stopped to rest. Now that I was out of the filth, I surveyed my own body for any injury. Surprised to find that aside from a few fly bites and scratches, I was fine. As I collected myself more, I glanced at my watch. Which now read 5:14. 5:14 p.m.? That meant that the officer who was waiting for me to return to the surface was gone. I was on my own this time. I started nervously going over all the possibilities that awaited me once I got back to the top. Did he lock the door behind me? Did he get back? Was he going to have me arrested for trespassing? Then I started thinking of worse scenarios. How did I know it was 5:14 p.m. on the same day? How long had I been down here? It was in this panic that my light just happened to scan past a partially ajar bulkhead that was fenced over with chicken wire and small planks of decaying wood. I limped over to the door and began to look for any clues as to where this door led. A plaque, caked with years of grime and rot, sat bolted to the wall next to the door. I scraped off as much as I could to reveal an alphanumeric label. J57. I tore away the boards and wire as efficiently as I could in my condition. Once I had made enough of a hole in the blockage, I crawled in past the bulkhead and forced it closed behind me, straining to turn the bulkhead's wheel to bolt the heavy door into place. I slumped down onto the damp floor in exhaustion and just stayed there motionless. When I finally felt myself blink back into consciousness, I finally took in my surroundings. I was in some kind of control room. One that looked through a shattered glass partition into another circular inner room. Then I remembered. The plaque on the outside of the bulkhead, J57, J57, this is the room where the experiment was conducted. That's what I remember. I never finished reading the entry. I flung the binder back open and rifled through the pages until I came back to where I left off. The subject suddenly exploded, covering the 3 men with radioactive blood and entrails. Protocol states that the room needed to be sealed immediately to contain the radiation. I sat in the control room helpless as I watched Rick and Tom succumb to the radiation and finally perish. Jimmy's fate was much more extreme and heart-wrenching. His hair began to fall out and his body began to deform. His face slid from his skull as his body swelled. I could hear his skin stretching and his bones cracking under the stress of his transformation. He was crying for help the entire time. His speech began to slur until it became unrecognizable sounds of fear and pain. As his growth finally began to slow, I could see that he was now at least 10 feet in height. But the girth of his frame simply wouldn't allow him to fit through the door. I could still recognize his face. It still looked like Jimmy, but the radiation mutated into a feral beast. He thrust his meaty paw against the glass and shattered the viewing window, cutting my face in the process. I fled from the control room and bolted the door behind me. The entire time he was calling my name for help. But his deformity now prohibited his mouth to forming the correct Charles. It now resembled a garbled chew, cho, chaw. No, that can't be possible. That hulking beast is Jimmy Strauss. That would make him as old as Mr. Gunderson. I took another look at the experiment room, the old blood spatters over the glass shards that littered the inner chamber and the control room. I slowly peered beyond the glass to see exactly how the radiation affected these men. The mangled remains of a human corpse lay splayed open on the operating chair in the center, the skin worn away by time, showing nothing more than a skull frozen in an expression of unbearable pain. On the floor lay 2 humans dressed in a primitive protective clothing. I can only assume that these are the remains of Richard Kingford and Thomas Faber, the 2 who did not survive the experiment. I opened the binder back up and read the last entry. The experiment lab was sealed, and after reporting the incident to my supervisors, the base was designated inactive. In the months that followed, the crew was reassigned, and the details of the failed experiment were covered up. The deaths of Rick and Tom were explained as military accident, and even though their caskets were empty, they were given a proper burial. Jimmy, on the other hand, will suffer a fate worse than death. He is now a prisoner in the nuclear tomb, and only I know about him. This is my punishment also. No man should have to suffer through this alone. I'll do what I can to make Jimmy as comfortable as I can, until I perish from this earth. CG. It all started to make sense now. Why this land was owned by Mr. Gunderson, why the beast called out Chaw. Charles Gunderson was the only one who knew about the beast. And the beast knew only of Charles. I left the room and I began to head back up towards the surface. I knew James Strauss would be roaming the dark corridors, and he deserved to know what became of his old friend. I was 2 levels below where I originally thrown into the pit, when I heard him stomping around aimlessly and angrily. Originally, I would have been terrified, but now it was all replaced with sorrow and pity. I decided that I should get it over with as soon as possible. I called out into the darkness, "Jimmy!" The words reverberated against the concrete. No response. Jimmy, Charles sent me!" Suddenly, I heard a calm, thunderous footsteps approaching from a corridor. Around the stairwell, I shone my light in their direction to see a massive hole in the wall. There was movement from within, and it was getting closer. A thick, bulbous head reached out from within and gently grabbed the edge of the hole, followed by the rest of Jimmy. Now that I was no longer fearing for my life, I was able to appreciate his massive frame. The journal was accurate. He stood about 10 feet tall. By the looks of it, he'd grown accustomed to stooping over to fit within the hallways, so if he were to stand fully upright, he might be closer to 12 or 15 feet. His arms were as thick as tree trunks, covered in matted, mossy hair. He glared at me across the stairwell as best he could with one good eye. And he called out, "Chaw." He sniffed the air, and I knew that he could tell the difference again. Like a pet identifying his master, Jimmy was trying to figure out why I didn't smell like Mr. Gunderson. "Who are you? Or Chaw?" He was deformed, not mentally challenged. He was doing the best he could under the circumstances, and I figured it would be best to play to the remains of his humanity and appeal to his compassion. My name is John Wilcox. I'm from Elm Grove. I'm a historian. Are you Jimmy Strauss? Jimmy nodded in silence. I called out again. "Do you know what year it is, Jimmy?" He looked at me for a while, cocked his head at an angle, and then after a few seconds, shook his massive head. "Believe it or not, Mr. Strauss, the year is 2010. And I have some sad news for you." Jimmy leaned on the railing, his face full of worry and concern. "Your friend Charles, he died several days ago." Immediately, giant pools began to well up in the great man's eyes and poured down his face into the darkness. His sobs resembled the cries of a bear that had become trapped. He collapsed to the floor. He began to wail over the loss of his only friend in the world. I didn't know what else to say. For 40 years, he had been trapped in this tomb, and his only link to the world outside. His only link to the world outside was gone. What could there have been said? He stood up and he looked out towards the ceiling of the stairwell and wiped away the tears with his tremendous hands. He took a deep breath, and a calm came over him. He almost appeared to grin. You go. His voice was soft and articulate. Probably the most he had sounded like his old self since the accident. He then turned to face the wall. He raised his monstrous arms over his head and violently began to pound on the concrete wall. It shook the entire stairwell and almost caused me to lose my balance and fall over and back down to the bottom. He bellowed out this time, "Go!" I didn't need any further instructions. As fast as my legs would carry me, I raced up the catwalk and the stairs towards the entranceway. He continued to pound until I could hear the steel pry itself away from its supports and buckle and crumble. The decades of rust and mold was helping Jimmy with his task. As he continued to batter the foundation of the stairwell, bolts sprung from a section of the walkway and gave way, hurtling towards the darkness below. I continued to run as best as I could as the metal was forcefully quaking and deteriorating. I reached the top of the stairwell and turned to see Jimmy continuing to pound against the walls of the stairwell. A second later, there was a titanic crack, a deafening screech, and I had leapt into the entryway just as the entirety of the catwalk had buckled and plummeted into the inky blackness below, taking Jimmy with it. A few seconds later, the metal scaffolding crashed to the bottom of the stairwell with such a booming and ear-splitting impact that it resembled that of a volcanic explosion. I stood at the entrance of the stairwell, peering down below. I don't know what I was looking for. Hope? Fairy tale ending? A miracle? Jimmy was dead. And was finally free of his prison. I opened the door to the blast building to find I was surrounded by a squadron of police officers. I immediately threw my hands up and surrendered. The officer from before escorted me to his cruiser, slapping his handcuffs on me and forcing me inside. The ride to Waukesha Police Station was quiet enough. So what? I assume you were the cause of whatever sonic boom everyone heard topside. What happened down there? It wasn't me. It wasn't you? What else could it have been? It was Jimmy. He was just saying goodbye.
It was 1993, I think. You know, after a while, these things start to blend together. Dates, some names. I'm an old man now. That doesn't help. But I remember the important things. I don't know if it's that I just have a good memory or if these things just kind of get burnt in your mind. Oh, it doesn't matter. We drew a body in a department store. Cole's department store, you know. The one right up there on North Avenue. This one started off weird right off the bat. Someone placed the call for the body at about 2 in the afternoon. It was a department store that opened at 9 in the morning. It had been open, people walking around the place for hours. So we think, okay, maybe the body was hidden somewhere in the building. Nope. Body was right inside the main entrance of the place, right by the first checkout. Somebody must have dropped the body there. Took off, right? These are all things we're thinking, all on the drive over. Body was posed. There was no way people had been in a rush when they did, and there was no way that people just didn't notice someone doing it. It would have been impossible to miss. I mentioned how it was a kid. Yeah, he was maybe 10, 11 years old. Pose was, you watched The Exorcist. The girl would come down the stairs. She'd bent over backwards. She's walking on her hands and feet. That's how this boy was, but, you know, he wasn't moving. His back was arched, stomach facing up, just looking up at us, upside down. His face just pain. All he had on was a pair of white briefs, this kid. God. So we get there, and the first thing we ask is, well, what the guy looked like. Someone had to have seen him. But no one could recall. No one could recall seeing anything. Not even the lady who'd been standing at the register. This poor kid was posed in front of him, 10 feet away. Now, it's weird enough, you know, the way this body's position's weird enough, so we think rigor mortis must have set in. Forensics folks get over there, take these pictures, all of them. Christ. Then they, you know, they get ready to lay the body out, take a closer look at him, and as soon as the forensics guy, Benny, remember his name is, as soon as Benny lays a finger on him, I meant the moment, the second, the microsecond, the exact instant his finger touches this kid's shoulder, the body instantly crumples like a deflated balloon. I feel bad saying it, that poor kid, but it was just a puddle of a person. It's a puddle of skin. Found out later this kid's bones are just, they're dust. I don't mean like figuratively either. His bones were ground to just a fine powder. Only mark of his body was a handprint around his neck. The cause of his death was determined to be strangulation. Christ. It's a goddamn kid. Anyway, we had our work cut out for us. This was a case where there were 40, 50, 60 witnesses. We checked the security cameras, and it was the most bizarre, surreal thing. The whole thing was caught up on tape. And around 10:30 that morning, a person wearing all black kept his head down the whole time. We couldn't see his face. He came in holding the kid's hand. They went over where the body was found. The kid goes into the position we found him. Guy then chokes the kid for about 40 seconds, killing him. People were just walking on by. Walking around him, looking at him, ignoring what's happening. The lady at the counter looks over a few times, didn't do anything, just kept checking people out, doing her job. Guy finishes choking the kid, he stands up, and son of a bitch bows. And the part that really got me, people in the store gave him a round of applause. And he just left. Now we're fuming. I remember I yelled at some of the employees and people that were in the store when we got there. What the hell were you doing just standing there? What the hell's the matter with you, sons of bitches, you know? But not a one of them couldn't really explain the reaction to what had happened. They said they remembered seeing the guy, the kid, all of it. But when it happened, it didn't really feel like anything wrong was going on. They said they all just saw it. But instead of being like, what the hell, it just seemed like a normal thing. We asked everyone what the guy had looked like. They were all 100% sure in the description they gave of the guy's face, but what the witnesses gave us, the guy was either white, black, Hispanic, or Asian, with brown, black, blonde, red, or gray hair, blue, green, or brown eyes, perfectly smooth or extremely wrinkled skin, a big or a small nose, and he had a picture-perfect set of pearly whites. Or he had a mouth that looked like he ate nothing but junk food and rocks, and hadn't brushed a day in his life. Didn't make any sense. And with everyone having no real idea what they saw, none of what they gave us was a help at all. Remember I said the body was called in around 2 in the afternoon, and yeah, that means people were coming in and just ignoring, not realizing, I don't know, whatever the hell was happening, but no one did anything about the body for almost 4 hours. We went to listen to the 911 call. We find out it came from a payphone right around the street from the Coles, McDonald's there. There used to be a payphone. Now I heard a gravelly, deep voice. But Olson, he heard someone more high-pitched. Doesn't really matter. There's another weird thing about this. Operator goes, 911, yada, yada, yada. Guy says, did anyone call yet? Operator goes, I'm sorry? Did anyone call about the body yet? He goes, what body? Guy gets all frustrated, starts huffing and puffing. He goes, there's a body at Coles, North Avenue. Do your freaking job. Your goddamn job, whatever he says. And he goes, I don't have all day. So we end up looking at the security tapes in McDonald's there, right after the guy did what he did to the boy. Walked over to the McDonald's, he sat at one of the tables outside, and he just sat there, staring at the Coles, just waiting. Didn't budge an inch from 10:35 until he called it 2. Just sat there, like a statue, staring. Then he got up and he made the call. After he hung up, he stood at the payphone, not moving, watching the Coles from there, watching the black and whites show up, watching us show up, then finally around 4, he just left. Took off down the street. This was one where we didn't really find anything, never found out who the boy was, no one ever reported him missing. Certainly never found the guy that killed him. Get this though. Whole mess of people that were in the store, when he did what he did, they ended up killing themselves. 6 or 7 of them in the months immediately following. And then I find out case was reopened. Guy took over, a young guy named Smith. He went to re-interview some of the witnesses. 16 more committed suicide. Guy didn't just kill the boy. Whatever he did, whatever he was, he took a whole lot more people with him. That boy, though. Never get that side out of my eyes. He was posed. Thank God I never saw anything like that again. Some of the other cases they might have affected me more overall, but that was a sight. That was that one. I love my wife, Lily, dearly. She's always been my best friend. I was devoid of love and affection for most of my life until she came along 8 years ago. I've been in love ever since. Been married for 5 years now. You realize you love someone when you're ready to do anything for them. And I'd do anything for Lily. If she said that the sky was red, it was red. If it wasn't, I'd paint it red. We had a beautiful daughter, 28th of March, 3 years ago. Named her Dorothy, after Lily's grandmother. And that's when things started to get strange. One morning, my beloved Lily woke up and said, "I need to tell you something. I can't keep it in any longer. I don't expect you to understand, but you're the only person I can trust." At first, I thought she was joking. She was sweating profusely, and her eyes told me that this wasn't some silly prank. "Yes, darling, what's wrong?" I asked. "I get visions, and I can see into the future," she said, her lips trembling with each word. "Wait, so, like a psychic?" I asked. "I don't know. I've always kept it to myself, but it seems like I have this gift, and I've had it since my pregnancy. I said nothing about this to anyone." "But darling, you're an atheist who prides herself in trusting logic and facts over everything else. I thought we both were like that. Do you really believe that you can see the future?" "You don't have to believe me just yet. I don't believe myself either. I just know that I have this gift now. I have these visions, looking at certain people and places, and they come true. They always come true. I've tried keeping this to myself, but after what I saw today, I had to let you know. Your mother will die tomorrow." "What? What are you saying?" "Yes, just go over there now. Don't ask questions." My mother lives with her sister upstate. It was a 4-hour drive away. I hope Lily was wrong, but I didn't want to take the risk. I went out. And to this day, I can't explain what happened next, but it certainly made me believe that my wife was psychic. When I was an hour away from her place, I received a call from my mother's sister telling me that my mother had slipped and fallen in the bathroom. She died from the concussion. Lily was right. This was not a coincidence. Over the next few weeks, Lily got visions of minor things like, what would I get to see at work? Who would visit us during the weekend? What Christmas presents I had bought and kept hidden from her. And she was right every time. We learned to live with it. Slowly. Unless the visions were tragic, like someone close getting fired or dying. I didn't believe in these things throughout my life, but it was hard being a non-believer when you're seeing these events happen with your own eyes in your own life. I asked her why she didn't tell me about her gift earlier, but she said that she had no idea about it. It was only when she was pregnant that she started getting these visions. I still love Lily. I always would. That never changed. If she said that the sky was red, it was red, and if it wasn't, I'd paint it red. Things were all right for a while. I'd like to believe that this was the time in our lives that we were truly happy. I love Lily, my beautiful little girl Dorothy. Lily loved Dorothy and spent most of her time playing with her. They were both so adorable. Filled my heart with happiness every single day. We were happy, in love, raising a beautiful child. Her having psychic gifts was just a bonus at that point. However, not all love stories have a happy ending. Ours, unfortunately, wasn't an exception. Last year, Dorothy died because of a heart condition that couldn't be remedied. Lily was devastated, and so was I. It's the toughest and darkest time of our lives, and I knew that I had to be strong for her. I was her only shoulder to cry on. But most of the time, I broke down alone in rooms of silence, and I was sure she wasn't nearby. Could never get over that. I knew Lily couldn't either. She spent her nights crying and clutching onto me. She spent her mornings waking up and crying. On most days, I tried to calm her down, but on the few days when my heart couldn't handle the unbearable pain of our loss, we held each other and cried. Our perfect life was over. Weeks went by like this. Lily ate less, stopped going out of the house altogether. I couldn't bear to see her heartache. but there was nothing I could do. I was sure that something inside Lily had shattered, and she wasn't the same person ever since. She didn't talk during the day, and during the night she cried. She stared at Dorothy's crib. She broke down crying every time she looked at it. Tried my best to be there for her. I loved her more than anything else. And seeing her in such misery reminded me of the blissful times in our lives that we both had taken for granted. Also seemed that her gift of getting visions went away with the passing of our daughter. She used to stare at the walls and ceilings hoping for visions, and whenever she got one, claimed to get one. She told me about them. It didn't come true. Her gift was gone, and she had become a soulless, depressed version of the woman that I had once known. It was perhaps that Dorothy had something to do with it. And she started getting these visions when Dorothy came into this world and lost it with her passing. I'm sure she realized this as well, but she wasn't ready to accept it. Now, a few weeks later, she told me that she saw in a vision that our neighbor's dog had died. Like all her visions since Dorothy had died, I thought this one would not come true. However, things were different the next morning. For the first time since Dorothy's passing, I saw Lily smile. The neighbor's dog died! The neighbor's dog! It died! She said. My gift is back! Do you understand what this means? No, Lily, I said, still trying to process everything. It means I can see the future again, she said, and hugged me. I held her tightly and hugged her. For the first time since Dorothy passed away, she wasn't crying as soon as she woke up. Rather, she was happy. You don't believe me, do you? She asked. I do, I said, and kissed her. She kissed me back with eyes wide open, and I realized then that something was still wrong with her. However, I still loved her, and I always would. Losing your own daughter and recovering from a shock isn't going to be a pleasant experience, but I sincerely hoped she hadn't gone crazy. The next few days went by normally. Lily was less upset. Getting her gift back seemed to bring a new ray of hope into her life. She told me that in one of her visions, she saw that her abusive brother would die within a week. Her brother was an abusive leech to both their parents, and it was obvious that Lily wanted him to die. Are you sure this is a vision and not just your fantasy? I said, expecting her to laugh at the joke. No, he'll die, she said, in a straight voice. Her brother died, and the police are still investigating his murder. Someone had stabbed him in his throat and left him to die in his car. When the police came over to our place for questioning, Lily gave me a look I'll never forget. While the police weren't looking, she looked at me and smiled from ear to ear. As she never liked her brother, but even after hearing the news about his death, she wasn't affected. The police went away, but they're still investigating this. I just hope to God they don't come by knocking again. I think Lily's getting happier, though. She talks to me more frequently. She doesn't cry anymore. Last week, Lily told me that she saw Mr. Hudson, or Badmouth Billy, as he was known in the neighborhood, would die. Sure enough, he died the next day with a knife stuck in his spine. I saw Lily happy again when she got the news. She knew that they were dead as soon as she told me of her vision. It might seem weird that most of my wife's predictions about people dying were being fulfilled by them being murdered. It's also a weird coincidence that these people were people she wasn't fond of. Rather, she strongly disliked them. So, I know what you're thinking. It's her. She's killing these people to fulfill her visions because after Dorothy's death, she has gone crazy. But I've always loved my wife. I know that whatever Lily is, she's not a killer. She isn't capable of doing this. I know she's not a killer. I know she's not because I am. Poisoning a dog and stabbing two men in the dark were easy. I'd do it all over again for her. I'll keep fulfilling all her visions, if that's what it takes to see a smile on her gorgeous face. As I said, I'd do anything for her. If she said that you were going to die, you'd die. I'll make sure you do. If she said the sky was red, it was red. If it wasn't, I'll paint it red.
There's been a tornado warning for the past 3 days. I don't think what's outside is a tornado. I live in the Midwest. I won't say where, that's irrelevant, but I live in an area that's prone to weather warnings, specifically tornadoes. We mostly get them between April and June, but it's not too unusual to get them later in the year. What is unusual, however, is having them last for 3 days. It began 3 days ago. I had just gotten home for another boring day's work and had plopped myself down on the couch with a beer, microwave dinner, and my dog, Sam, a small rescue dog. I don't know her exact breed. I plan on getting a little drunk and falling asleep to some bad late-night TV, my usual weekday routine, and I was rudely interrupted by my TV and phone blasting a tornado warning. Looking outside, I could see that it was a little stormy, but it definitely didn't look like tornado weather. Sighing, I pulled myself off the couch, took my dog and dinner down into the cellar below the house. I only realized after I closed the door that I forgot my beer. Now, my cellar is just as glamorous as my house. I'm sure you can imagine what that means. Walking down the stairs, my hand made it way across the wall before finding the light switch. I knew that power wouldn't last for long, so I began to warm up the generator. After that, I double-checked that I had some food and water before sitting down in my old chair that I kept down there, switching on my radio, and I figured at least getting half an hour of radio signal before it was distorted and eventually washed away by the storm. While I began finishing off my dinner, the radio crackled to life.
Emergency weather alert broadcast from Summer County, Kansas. Residents are advised to stay indoors or in a storm shelter and to shut all windows. Residents are also advised to lock all doors, barricade cellar entrances, and not to answer any call for help or request for entry until an official signal. Stay safe. Good luck.
Wait, what? I said, holding upright and almost choking on my food. I quickly leaned forward and turned up the radio volume, hoping to catch a warning for a second time.
Residents are advised to lock all doors, barricade cellar entrances, and not to answer any calls for help or request for entry until an official signal. Stay safe. Good luck.
The radio had finally cut out. Just as rain began to pelt the roof of the rest of the upstairs, no matter, I had heard it again, for certain. Lock all doors, barricade cellar entrances, and not answer any call for help or request for entry until an official signal. It played again in my head. But don't get me wrong, this isn't my first rodeo when it comes to big storms or even tornadoes. I've spent countless hours holed up in here while rain, lightning, tornadoes, and hail wreaked havoc above me, but never in my life have I been told to lock my doors or not to answer any call for help or request for entry. Now, that was weird. Initially, I played it off as possibly being looters who would enter the homes of hiding people to rob them. It's happened before, but never during a storm, and never to such an extent to where the county would warn about them. Besides, looters don't try to alert homeowners to their presence. Anyway, I tried my best not to think about it. Eventually drifted off to sleep much later than I would have, probably due to boredom. With nothing to do other than to listen to the pelting rain above you, it's pretty hard to stay awake. I was awoken around 3 a.m., Sam barking and growling at the cellar door. It was weird. She never barked in storms, only at people at the door or some other dogs. I walked up the stairs to rest my ears against the cellar door, and all I could hear was the heavy rain and occasionally some thunder. It was weird. The tornado should have passed by now, but we still didn't get an official signal. Not like I would have slept through it. I'm a light sleeper, and I made sure the radio volume was up real high. Just as I was about to go back to my chair, I hear it. The creak of my front door opening. Gosh, shoot, I thought to myself. I forgot to lock it. Sam started barking louder, despite my attempts to shush her. The house was quiet for a moment. I used this time to stick a wooden board between the door handles, making the door almost impossible to open from the outside. And I heard it. Footsteps. They were light. They were definitely there. I followed them with my ears as they made their way around my house. It was hard to pinpoint where they were, but I definitely heard them in my living room on the carpet and going up the stairs and into my bedroom. My eyes rushed around the room as panic rose. I felt like there was a pit in my stomach. I was nauseated with fear. I left my rifle upstairs. Down here, the best excuse for weapon was the couple of inch-long steak knives I had brought down before. I switched off the cellar light, which I stupidly left on before, and stuck my eye in between the two cellar doors, the ones that opened out into my house. Now, Sam had quieted down, but she was still growling. My eyes glanced around the limited field of view that it had. I could see my couch, stairs, closed door to my bathroom, not too much. It was then that I noticed that the footsteps had stopped. Is this what the radio had warned about? I thought over the scenario in my head. Looters, someone seeking shelter, a wild animal maybe? None of it made sense. Then there was the knock. I wasn't sure if I heard it properly at first, but it quickly progressed from a quiet tapping to a banging crescendo. It sounded like thousands of fists had descended upon my cellar door, thrashing and pounding against it. Whoever or whatever was banging, I knew I couldn't let it in. This must have been what the radio had warned me about. Instinctively, I jumped back and I nearly fell backwards down the stairs leading into my cellar. Surprisingly, I composed myself and I yelled at whoever was out there. "Hey, get out of my house! I'm armed!" I shouted. I don't think I was too convincing, perhaps thanks to the slight tremble in my voice. The banging on my door stopped. Did I scare it away? I thought to myself. It was quiet for a few minutes, but the uneasy silence was shattered when it spoke. "Hey man, you need to let me in. It's really dangerous out here. I don't know how long I can last." Impossible. It's the voice of my brother. I hadn't seen him in years. Not since we moved to the West Coast. There was no possible way that he was in the state. Hell, he didn't even know where I lived. Every ounce of my being knew that whatever spoke was definitely not my brother, but something else, and yet I still replied. "Mark?" "Yeah, it's been a while. Let me in. I need to see you." At the end of his sentence, his voice trailed off. It was deeper, it was almost raspy. That wasn't the voice of my brother at all. I knew I couldn't respond. It spoke again. "Oh, look, Alec. For the love of God, let me in. It's dangerous out here. The storm is strong." I didn't give it the satisfaction of a reply, which only seemed to make it more angry. "Let me in!" It screamed out of frustration. Its screams were sickening, a wail that filled the air and made me want to throw up, and after that, it started banging on the door again. It was quiet for a couple of hours after that. The storm continued, seemingly without a tornado, however. I was startled to hear my radio crackle back to life. "Emergency weather alert canceled. Residents are advised to leave their cellars to secure properties. That is all." I let out a sigh of relief. However, my relief was short-lived. The broadcast seemed, off. Usually at the end of a storm, there would be a damage report, locations where you could go to receive aid, and maybe a bed for the night. Plus, I could still hear the rain and thunder above me. There was no way a signal could get through it. It must have somehow hijacked my radio signal. Even though I didn't give any response to the message, my radio continued to say that I could leave. Every few minutes, the same line would be repeated. With perfect sound quality, it was enough to make me want to unplug the thing altogether, if I wasn't afraid of missing the actual end signal. Since all that, it's been rather quiet. 3 days have passed without the storm or my radio subsiding. That thing, whatever it is, it's still out there. It's occasionally banging on my door to remind me. I'm at my wit's end. If it wasn't for Sam, I think I would have gone insane by now. It's the eve of the 4th day now. Storm isn't showing any signs of stopping, not from what I can hear anyway. Reading through my last post, a lot of you gave me some really good advice. Ones that I ended up putting into action. I managed to get a few little chunks of sleep over the past few days. It's hard. The thing in my house occasionally bangs on the door and calls for me to open it. My stupid radio's blasting that same message. I've not been asleep, however. I've been digging out the back of the cellar. See, when I first bought this house, the previous owner told me there was a cellar door that opened to the outside, but it was buried under a pile of rubble after the walls, either side of the cellar, collapsed. Strange, but I think it might be my only hope. In my last post, a user recommended that I should try and call one of my neighbors. I have a landline stored down here, so I tried to give it a ring. For the first few calls, I got no response. I assume they're either evacuated or it was stored inside of their house. was about ready to give up when that thing outside of my door spoke again.
You're not gonna get through to him. I can help. Let me in. I will help you. I have food and water, you know.
Food and water, thank God, wasn't the issue. I even had a couple of sacks of dog food for Sam, so she wasn't going to go hungry. Sam actually seemed to enjoy the situation, and she wasn't barking at the thing outside the door. Also, someone on my last post made a comment about me using a dog as a distraction while I run for it, and while the idea is definitely valid, I'm afraid I couldn't do that to Sam. See, she's been with me through thick and thin. Even though my cellar is a bit decrepit, I still keep it constantly stocked with supplies for this exact situation. Maybe not this exact situation, but one where I have to stay down here for a few days. Anyway, I tried one last time to call my neighbors. This time, thank God, they actually picked up. Hello? Mr. Robinson? I tried not to sound too shaky on the phone.
Yeah, do you need help, Alec?
I paused. I couldn't tell them about what was outside my door. They wouldn't believe me and they'd probably just tell me to go. Mr. Robinson would come over and potentially risk his life by initiating contact with that thing. I'm in a bit of a spot. Hey, I'm running out of food and water and my generator's broken. Would it be alright if I stayed with you guys until the storm's out?
Yeah. That'd be okay. We still have plenty of supplies, so come on over. Just knock on the door on the back of the house and we'll let you in.
Alright. Good, thanks. I'll see you then. I hung up and I prayed to God that I had actually just spoken to Mr. Robinson and not whatever the hell was out there. I had a hunch that I was safe going over there, though, because if it was that thing that had picked up the phone, I think I would have been much more keen for me to go. Despite its incredible ability to change its voice, subtlety is something it lacks. In the time between these posts, I've also done some research about what it is. See, a commenter on my last post said that it could have been a Wendigo, and I'll be honest, I've never heard of the thing outside of a couple of horror stories. It says on the Wikipedia page that it's a man-eating creature that has some human characteristics, but also that it resides in a forest region in the East Coast, the Great Lakes. So I don't know if one could get all the way down to Kansas. I don't know quite what it is. I know that I do not want to come into contact with it. Before I made a mad dash in my neighbor's yard, I had to work out how to distract the thing. Luckily, I still knew that it was right above me, due to it constantly banging on my door, looking through the crack in between the two doors. I still couldn't see anything, despite the constant banging. I'll be honest, kind of thankful for that. I think I would have had a heart attack if I looked out and saw an eyeball looking back at me or something like that. I knew where it was, though. That was the main thing. For the rest of the fourth day, I used a small sand shovel to dig out the back of the cellar. Even though the weather outside was stormy and the digging left me sweaty and thirsty in the sweltering Kansas heat. The work was hard, especially with my limited equipment. Most of what I dug up was just dirt, however. There were bits of rubble from what I assumed were parts of the wall that had caved in. Despite the mud from the leaky ceiling and my shovel breaking, I eventually managed to dig out the backside of the cellar by 6 p.m. Now I just had to figure out a way to distract the creature and get me and Sam into my neighbor's cellar without being found. I spent the next hour and a half setting up and gathering the materials for my plans. I gave Sam some dinner. I made myself some minute noodles in 59 seconds. I was in a rush. My plan? As quietly as I could. I replaced the boards between the cellar door with an old bit of wood that I dug up that was weak in the center. I attached a bit of survival rope to it. I tied a loop around the weakest point, and then I packed my backpack with a bit of food, water, and batteries. On top of all that, I packed in Sam. Luckily, she was quite small. Then with the rope in one hand and my knife in the other, I made my way over to the recently evacuated outside door, and I prepared to make a run for it. All right! Come on in! I screamed at the top of my lungs, and before swinging the outside cellar door open and without looking back, I made a run for it. I sprinted across the dry grass of my yard and leapt over the poorly maintained hedges of my neighbors before banging on their cellar door and screaming for them to let me in. Mrs. Robinson opened the door and ushered me inside. Come in, you're already drenched and just standing up there. I jumped down into the cellar and was shocked to find that there was no light. It was almost pitch black inside.
Oh, Alec, you finally arrived, Mr. Robinson said, always glad to see his visitors. Sorry, it's a bit dark. Our generator died an hour ago. Oh, it's fine, really. Better than being out of food, I replied. Just glad to be away from that thing. Yeah, I bet. Anyway, when was the last time you saw your brother, Mark? What? What do you mean? Oh, he popped by a moment ago. He was looking. Yeah, was wondering where you were. I started to sweat. My adrenaline up and pumping again after a brief calm period. Is he here? Hello? Ala? First off, thank you to everyone that commented with useful ideas on how to resolve my little dilemma. I'm touched by the willingness of strangers to help someone who may someday murder their grandpa. Secondly, I took some of your advice and proceeded to make the situation far worse. No, I did not jumpstart the zombie apocalypse. We're still good in that respect. If you're curious, I made my fortune through interest. Small investments stack up over 139 years, and perhaps I could have made even more money if I'd been aggressive, but I didn't want to attract attention. There's a level at which additional wealth simply becomes obscenity. I think mistakes accrue interest as well, and after a lifetime of careful, deliberate caution, I'm reaping my misfortune in full. To begin with, I found myself an accomplice. He's dead now. Not by my hand. I think he half expected that I would be the one to kill him. I did too. Honestly, though, there, near the end, I was reconsidering and thinking that perhaps this would all work out, that he could go his way with what he wanted, and I can go my way, and we'd both bury this chapter of our lives to pretend like we never met. Sadly, he took my secrets to his grave, and I'm left with the image of his face when I found him dead, burned into my memories. A sorrowful, accepting gaze, permitting. His cloudy eyes widen only slightly with the pain of betrayal, and that last flicker of injustice from life being taken. He allowed himself to die. I think that is what I find most infuriating about this. He should have known that something had gone wrong and fought for his life, but he didn't. Perhaps that's why I had lived for so long and others hadn't. I know when to fight, I know when to flee, and I know better than to let moral attachments cloud my judgment. Call me a psychopath if you want. I've certainly wondered the same. I searched hard for this man. I scoured the internet, news archives, and court records. There were a handful of false starts, easily concealed under the guise of a different sort of inquiry. The sort that would not be given any special consideration by the person in question. Finally, I found the sort of individual I was looking for. A divorced, disgraced, and disbarred lawyer. 10 years clean from the drugs that had left him in a haze while his 3-year-old son drowned in the backyard swimming pool. I suppose my reasons for selecting such an individual are obvious, but after Jonah, and this is not his real name, sat there and quietly died without a struggle, I'm reminded that perhaps people aren't as intelligent as I assume, and so I feel compelled to enumerate them. Jonah was a man waiting to die. He'd made no attempt to recover his career and worked as a simple laborer, not even pursuing a management position as he likely could have easily obtained. He'd attained support groups only to break his drug habit and had never sought counseling for the death of his son. The divorce was uncontested. She took everything. I spoke with her as well, during a chance encounter that she thought was simply between stranger at a coffee shop, but I did what someone suggested, and after my hours with YouTube and a pile of makeup products, I came out looking like I was at least a teenager. Then I waited at this woman's favorite coffee shop, got in line behind her and pretended to cry. Told her that my parents were getting divorced, my mom had a lawyer, and was being really mean to my dad, and in her attempt to console me, she told me her story. And in it was everything I needed to know. That she felt he was punishing himself, that she had taken the house, the cars, and everything else in a fit of anger, thinking there'd be a fight for it. And then she could truly hate him for the drugs, for the death. But he'd just sign. And that was that. And now, she pitied him. She didn't know how that would help my situation. She wasn't sure why she was telling me it all. And she laughed nervously, apologizing. And I told her it was fine. That it did help me feel better about my parents. And I felt much better after hearing her story. Some of that was true. I did feel better. I knew Jonah would work. His life ended with his sons. He wouldn't care what happened to himself or others. All I had to do was offer him a glimmer of hope. I went to his house. I handed him my stack of both current and expired driver's license, both of my birth certificates, the original and the forgery, and I said, I am 139 years old, and I think I can resurrect your son. Now, if you're already scrolling down to the comments to make a quip about toddler zombies, don't be crass. The genre ceases to be amusing when the dead are real and someone's mourning the lost. Now, I will kill and manipulate and lie to maintain my life, but I have not yet forgotten the gravity of my action. I am strong enough to carry the weight, but I still feel it on my shoulders. Besides, I think we wound up with something far worse than a zombie. He was skeptical. He allowed me inside while he checked my documents. I believe he was initially trying to decide where I obtained them, and perhaps if he should call the police to return them to whoever was my guardian. I sat on a ratty sofa while he laid out the plastic cards in sequence, periodically glancing up to compare my current face with the one displayed in the photo. I saw him considering, checking, rechecking dates until he finally leaned back and stared at me with naked suspicion. These all belong to the same person, he finally said. The rest went unstated. Same person. But the timeline was not linear. My appearance jumped around in time. Sometimes 40, sometimes 20. Now 12. I waited with my hands clasped primly in my lap. He got out an underpowered laptop and began to look things up. Someone on my last post asked who I voted for in the 1912's presidential election. He asked that as well, along with other things. The obvious questions. Did I participate in suffrage marches? I did. What I did during the World Wars. How I survived the Great Depression. I had a sum of money by then that wasn't invested in stocks, and I lived comfortably off that. Did I go to the first Woodstock? No. Much to my regret. More challenging questions. Did I read Dracula when it was published, and what did I think? I did, and perhaps it was my inspiration to live forever. I was 17 at the time. Did I go to speakeasies? Rarely. And only when I was convinced it was safe. I have always been cautious. What was it like during the Cold War? Uneasy? I was afraid my false identities would be uncovered and assumed to be a front for a Russian spy. Finally, he was forced to concede that either I was what I claimed, or this was a superbly executed hoax. I made a bargain with him. We'd find someone with only a few years to spare, and I would give them to him. Proof. And to see if I could use my methods on a third party, although I did not tell him, he was to be an experiment. It all went as planned. And when we returned to his house, and he stood there in front of his bathroom mirror, marveling at how the lines at the corners of his eyes were smoothed out, I knew that he was mine. He spent that evening making my arrangements for a prolonged absence. I notified my boss at work that my family affairs were complicated, and I would need an extended leave, and I was willing to take an unpaid time off. He drove me to my house and introduced himself to the neighbors as a house sitter while I was away. Gathered up some of my belongings so that I wouldn't have to return, as it was risky for me to leave, even in my car. As I feared being seen by a neighbor in those few minutes, my car was pulling into the driveway and waiting for the garage door to close behind me. I set to work. Jonah would be my lab rat. I told him that what we were attempting was dangerous, and if I erred, I could give away all of his lifetime left. He made me a promise that if he died, I would keep working on perfecting the process and continue to resurrect his son. I made contact with my sources for forged documents and requested 2 birth certificates. One that listed Jonah and his ex-wife as the child's parents, and the other listed me. I suppose that's why I feel responsible for the current situation. I've never married, nor had any interest in starting a family, but I intended to follow through on my promise. Jonah's dead now, and his son remains. It's fitting, I suppose. I made the boy what he is, and I'm now his parent on more than paper. We tried first on one of Jonah's fellow laborers. Jonah brought him home for some drinks, slipped something into his beer, and we experimented on him while he slept. Gave some of Jonah's lifespan to him, for Jonah was uncomfortable with keeping his stolen years. I picked him carefully, moral enough not to betray me, but despised himself enough to do things he found repulsive. What's a little more hatred on his back, after finding his son's bloated body face down in the pool? My process worked. I still don't know how to transfer a finite amount of time, but I devised a way to safely interrupt the ritual. In theory, I told Jonah, he could break free after only a second and keep from draining himself of all life that way. Took an act of will, Jonah said when he recovered from the ordeal. He felt like he was spiraling off into the darkness, and he thought of the drugs and how he'd let himself slip away under them, and those memories gave him the strength to claw back from the edge. Otherwise, he feared he'd given all his life away to his unconscious friend. We celebrated our victory, and Jonah let his coworkers sleep the alcohol off on his sofa while he went to the cemetery for a bit of a grave robbing. We were lucky. Child's body was small, less to dig up, less disturbed earth to conceal, less to transport. I gave the boy roughly 10 years. The process is inexact. I made it as if he had never died. Jonah wept over him while I lay on the floor sobbing in pain, having my lifetime ripped from me. I had no idea it hurt like this. It felt like dying, like I was unwinding inside, and the only thing that kept me from stopping the process too soon was remembering my first failed attempt, thinking of all that lifespan I'd accumulated being spent as energy and rending my body into red mist. Then I pulled myself back from the edge. Once the boy's body was suitably restored, drawing that thread back inside myself and cutting it free, Jonah doted over his son for the next 5 days. Washing him, dressing him, fed him. Boy was listless, barely responding to stimuli, and his responses were delayed, and I ran him through some neurological checks. Brain damage. thought to myself. Jonah just thought that he was still a toddler in his head, that he'd missed out on all those years of development. He'd catch up over time and everything would be normal someday. The child did not act like a toddler. He was vacant, hollow. I found him staring at the wall in the hallway at one point, just standing perfectly still, eyes almost unblinking, spine rigid, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Called his name, and he didn't respond. I walked over and I touched his shoulder, and after a minute he turned his head, just his head, staring at me with that flat stare, and I backed away in unease. He was still staring at where I'd been standing, well after I had retreated to the other room. I confess, I was unsurprised that the child had come back nearly brain dead. Reversing someone's physical aging is quite different than reversing decay. However, I needed an accomplice that was desperate, and a dead child engenders the sort of reckless disregard for consequences I wanted. Besides, I reasoned, the result would become someone else's problem and I could go on my way. As I said before, my mistakes have seen their day, and they'll lie waiting for me no longer. I went to check on Jonah 2 days after the resurrection. I had resolved to keep in contact with him for as long as it took to sell my house, for I felt it was time for an identity shift so as to bury all this behind me. To ensure that he kept his silence, he didn't answer the door, so I let myself in with a spare key that I made without his knowledge, while he was out at his day job. There was a sickly sweet smell in the air, not like a day rot. Found Jonah in the living room, sitting on his chair in front of the TV. He was old, perhaps in his 70s, with wispy white hair and fine wrinkles along the loose skin on his hands. I prowled through the house, listening intently, straining to hear anything other than my own footsteps. Nothing. The boy was gone. Now, in my mind, I could see how it went. The boy walked up to Jonah, that empty expression on his face, raising a hand to caress his father's cheek. And Jonah, blind to reality, with his desperate hope, thinking that this had to be his son, that it couldn't be anything else, that it couldn't be some hollow, empty shell that I'd raised, absent of whatever spark of life makes us who we are inside. Damn him. Should have done something, should have fought back, should have killed that thing. I asked too much. Jonah saw his dead son once again, impossible to see it through a second time. Turned the gas stove on and lit a candle in another room in the house. Jonah's body was burned beyond recognition when they finally got the fire under control. Yesterday I saw the local news that another body has been found, unidentified man, perhaps 60 years old. There's also a missing persons report filed the same day, a 33-year-old man. Went to the police and said that I'd seen someone out jogging and perhaps it was him, and they gave me the description of what he was wearing, and I told him it didn't match what I'd seen and left. Then I went to the morgue, said my grandpa was at home and wasn't answering his cell phone, and I had seen the news and maybe I could see the body because I was so scared it was him. He was wearing the same clothes as the missing jogger. You know what I should have done? Found a different way to secure assistance and obtain people to experiment on, and then parceled my life away in bits and pieces. I could have volunteered at a nursing home, bled my years away one at a time that way. That would have been the smart way to do things, but I wanted someone I could control, and I got Jonah, and then I felt obligated to see our bargain through. I was arrogant, too confident in my own cleverness, believing myself immune from the consequences. I believe the boy's a vortex. The equation's not balanced, can't be balanced. The grave is a gaping void that consumes and can't be sated. My math works only so long as it remains on this side of the veil, but now I've reached over. The rules have changed. It's my mistake. Now I gotta fix it. If only to keep people from realizing that a lifespan is not immutable. In the meantime, if you see a boy or a man with vacant eyes approaching you, don't let him touch you. That's how my process starts. And you will not survive it.
My name's Albert, and I'll tell you, I'm a simple farmer, but I grow the best darn vegetables. People call from all over to buy my produce. It's much better than anything you can get in the store, and now that we're getting into fall weather, I made this corn maze that everyone really loves. People get lost in there for hours. I like to give back to my community, though. I heard that they've been having some weird weather over in Myersville. Nothing can get in or out lately, including fresh produce, so I loaded up my old truck to take some over. She's rusty. Had her forever, but she ain't never broke down on me yet. Call her old reliable. Driving through the town was one of the creepiest things I ever saw. Not a single person came out to my truck. They all just sat on their porches and watched me. Real creepy. Every pair of eyes watched me as I drove through town. No kids outside playing, no one else walking down the street or driving. The entire town was all just a bunch that sat on their porches. The creepiest part? They all looked melted, too. Half their faces hanging down off their skulls looked like some kid tried to sculpt the whole town out of Play-Doh. Sent a shiver right up my spine. Thought about bringing my son Melvin with me, but probably would have scared the pants right off him. If he wore pants. So I turned around and drove on home. I didn't sell anything, but that's alright. Sure, somebody will buy them right out when I come to open up that corn maze. It's almost done. And I tell you, Melvin sure loves running around in that thing. Stays in there for hours sometimes. And I don't worry about him, though. He's a silly boy. He's alright. I made him myself. I asked the missus for help, but she told me it wasn't right. He probably would have turned out better if the missus had stuck around, but it was a small mishap. Anyway, he's a little twiggish. Mostly because he's made out of twigs and vines and stuff. But he's got this big head like a Venus flytrap. See, this weird fella came rolling through, saw my farm. Stopped and said hi. Said I had some of the best produce he ever saw. Said he could sell me something to help him grow better. I thought it sounded like a load of nonsense, but Mrs. said that we should give him a chance. She was also so kind and generous, that's why I married her. Hope she'd passed all that on to Melvin in a short time together. Anyway, this weird little guy said that if we bought his fertilizer recipe, well, he'd throw in some rare seeds too. Said that we'd have to fertilize it according to his recipe, though, but it was a guaranteed success. Mrs. was on board with it until she found out what goes into the fertilizer. As weird as that guy was, he was certainly onto something. Said it was gonna double, maybe even triple my profits, and by golly, he was right. He didn't leave any contact information. I would have passed it on to some of the other local businesses around here. So anyway, I planted those seeds and followed the instructions. All the seeds died except one. I named him Melvin because that sounded like a smart name. Mrs. fainted when she met Melvin. Guess she was just too overcome with happiness. I know I was. And Melvin's real smart, too. He's still getting the hang of talking. He mostly just squeaks and chirps, but I can usually understand him. I'm trying to get him to help me finish up the corn maze. He sure loves testing it out. It's almost done, though. If I can push through the night, I could probably finish it tomorrow morning and open it up for business. I know people sure do love the pumpkin spice stuff. When the morning came, I set up some signs advertising produce, hot chocolate, and corn maze, though I thought it was still a little too warm for hot chocolate. People still buy the stuff anyway. Well, I asked Melvin for help cleaning up a bit. He just did his weird little high-pitched giggle and ran off the corn maze. Surprisingly, people started arriving during the afternoon. I think it was a little too bright outside for people to do the corn maze, so most of them just bought produce. I sell a lot of corn, a lot of tomatoes. Probably would have sold some more pumpkins, but they're not quite ready yet. A few people asked what the trick was to get such big vegetables packed with so much flavor. I just told them it was a trade secret. When night started to fall, the most obnoxious group of kids showed up. A bunch of them. What do kids call them? Meatheads? Jocks? They had some real pretty girls with them, too. But one of them was dressed in real tiny shorts, and she had the prettiest hair I'd ever seen. Mrs. always yelled at me for staring at the young women, but I couldn't help myself. I know they dress like this on purpose. Her meathead friends were busy fooling around and punching each other, and I could smell alcohol on them. Told her that she might get cold later, dressed like that, but she just sneered at me. I know it's all just an act, though. Women dress all revealing like that on purpose, and then feign repulsion when a fella like me shows an interest in them. They squeal about it with their friends, but secretly, they like the attention. Sure enough, when the sun set and the air started to cool, she started complaining she was cold and she wanted to go home. Her friends are too busy still fooling around, though. They had another friend with them, but she wasn't nearly as pretty as this one. She was just, alright to look at. She suggested they go get some hot chocolate. After I handed them cups, I saw them walking away and added something else to the cocoa from the flask. Guess that worked, 'cause soon after she stopped complaining, the two of them were dancing along to music. The one girl danced like a spastic fish out of water, but the pretty one? She sure knew how to twist and move. I got a real nice view of her. Hey, y'all should try the corn maze, called over to him. She just scoffed, but the meatheads got really into the idea. Yeah, let's do it, they cheered, falling over each other. Is it even any good? I mean, this place is kind of a dump, she said. She was clearly trying to play the not interested game. Now, the missus had tried that when I first tried talking her out, but see how that worked out for her. Well, sure, I said, coolly as I could. There's people still in there. It's a lot warmer. Corn is a good insulator. I winked at her. They paid up. They headed inside. It wasn't long before we started hearing shrieks and giggles from the maze. I switched the radio to play some music from a Halloween disc I bought a few years ago. The sounds from the corn maze blended right in with the music. I started hearing Melvin's giggles, followed by some screaming, and I frowned because Melvin wasn't supposed to be in the maze when we had customers, and I headed inside. The air was cool, as a crisp breeze whispered through the rows and rows of corn. The dirt ground crunched beneath my boots. All was eerily silent except for the muffled music, the occasional rustle in the corn. To the untrained person, the maze can be a real labyrinth, but since I'm the one who made it, I knew that thing like the back of my hand. I was surprised to see Melvin had done some decorating, though. Turned left, right, left, until I came into an intersection with a path split in every direction. Now, at one dead end, he had managed to move one of my scarecrows, fit its head with an old rusty bear trap laying around. At another dead end was a string of little makeshift straw dolls. The boy was so creative. I was so proud of him. Didn't you know him? When the ground under my feet started squishing and squelching, I knew something wasn't right. Followed the squishy path to the specifically long and winding dead end. At the end, Melvin had placed a couple of hay bales in case anyone needed to stop and take a rest. The boy was so darn considerate. And sure enough, one of the meatheads had stopped and take a load off. Except in the dim light, I could see he was slick with blood. His guts spilled out into his lap. All his teeth had been pulled out and scattered around him. At the very least, he would have made a convincing decoration for the time being. I headed deeper into the maze. Right, left, straight, left. I'd really outdone myself this year with the maze. There were plenty of dead turns for people to get stuck. A few people who'd made it through had told me that it was one of the most difficult mazes they had ever been through. The next dead end I found ended abruptly. A deep trench had been dug, and several fence posts had been sharpened and stuck in the ground. The less pretty girl was impaled up on those posts, the sharp end poking right through her stomach. Her face was frozen with horror, her eyes wide, her mouth open in a scream, but blood just trickled out. "Melvin!" I called out. "Where are you, boy?" But he didn't answer. Instead, a sharp scream cut through the eerie night, and I followed it until I found the pretty girl and the other meathead. Deep lacerations covered his body, and blood pooled underneath him. The girl was on the ground next to him, breathing heavy. Her eyes were wide with fear. "Help me!" she screamed at me. She sure was in a pretty bad shape. One of her feet was cut almost clean off. Long legs were stained with blood and bite marks. "What's all this here?" I asked. "What kind of sick freak show are you putting on here?" she yelled at me. I didn't answer, but a rustling in the corn next to her caused her to gasp. She started to drag her body away from it, her foot dragging behind her, limp and useless. Melvin emerged from the corn, chittering and chirping like he always does. "Melvin, what have you gotten yourself into, boy?" I asked him. He just looked at me. He cocked his head to the side. He opened his mouth with a makeshift smile, revealing a row of sharp teeth, and his mouth dripped blood, and pieces of flesh were stuck in his teeth. He squealed. He took another step towards the girl. The rest of the viney body was also stained with blood. "I bet you wanted to help your old man, eh?" I asked her. The girl lay between us, looking back and forth, unsure of what to do. Melvin chirped again. I grinned at him. "All right, now, let's get you out of here," I said to the girl as I picked her up and slung her over my shoulder. Thank you so much," she gushed. "I guess this is what it looks like. I guess this is what it took to get a pretty girl to be nice to you." "Wait, where are you going?" I moved closer to the corn maze. She started to hit and kick me with a good foot. Nestled right at the edge of the cornfield was my old work shed. I kept a bunch of old rusty tools up in there, some seed and some other equipment. I pulled a key out of my pocket and unlocked the door. Inside it was rank and unpleasant, but I got used to it after a while. Melvin trotted in behind me, eager to help. "Hey, what are you doing? Where are we?" the girl shrieked, starting to hit at me again, and I flung her down on a work table, probably harder than I should have. And she whimpered when she landed, and she scrambled to get away from Melvin when he ran up to look at her. He snapped and growled at her. "The hell is that?" she asked, pointing at something behind me. I turned to see what she was pointing at. "Oh,
Well, that's the missus. She likes to watch me work. She was referencing a severely rotted, severed head that sat on top of a tool chest in the corner of the shed. I admit it was pretty nasty, but I couldn't bring myself to get rid of it. I like looking at her every day. Now, let's get to work, I said, pulling out a small hatchet. Now, the bodies tonight, they'd help fertilize my crops for months. I was 9 years old the first time I saw the columns. I remember waking up and noticing that the morning sunlight wasn't stabbing its way through my childhood bedroom blinds. Overcast, I thought. So I went downstairs for breakfast. My parents were already there, which was normal. But my father was wearing something that looked like a cross between a formal tuxedo and a surgical gown. That was not normal. "What's that for?" I asked. My parents shared a long gaze, and my father turned back to me. "Have you seen them? Have you looked outside?" I had no idea what he was talking about. What was them? Who talks about the weather like that? I was 9. I didn't really understand how strange that phrase was until I was older. "No," I said, as I bounced out of my chair and walked over to the window. Our street looked like the normal suburban street it was, just with less morning sunlight than normal. I looked up to the clouds, and even at 9 years old, my stomach shot straight up to my throat. I didn't know exactly what I was seeing, but I knew it was impossible.
and I knew I should be deeply afraid of whatever could be doing something like that. Rising up above the roof lines and trees, my extremely average, extremely flat Midwestern town were gigantic, gray columns. They stretched so high, the top of the window cut off my view. I had no idea where they stopped. What the hell are those? I asked, trying to maintain my balance. Language, my mother interjected, worrying about something as mundane as my evolving vocabulary at a time like that only made the incredibly bizarre scene outside even stranger by contrast. Okay, but what's going on? I asked. I looked back at my dad and his weird outfit, uniform, costume. Even now I can't find the best words to describe it. There was something ritualistic about it, like it had been designed long ago, worn by many people, passed down through time. Those are the columns, my dad said matter-of-factly, as if it wasn't the most obvious thing in the world. They come up sometime. Just means there's something that needs doing. It's nothing to worry about. Where? Like, why? Where do they come from? And what needs doing? I asked, even more confused now. My parents' apparent comfort with the columns was incredibly disturbing. They're nothing to be afraid of, honey. Put some shoes on. We can go see one. My mother smiled at me, as if she could make me feel any better in that moment. Maybe she could. I don't know. I went and I put on my shoes. What about school? I asked, as we walked out to the sidewalk. My mom laughed. There won't be any school today. Just enjoy the day off. Where did they come from? I asked again, getting frustrated with not being told anything that answered any of the dozens of questions that were flying through my head. Well, the ground, I think. You'll see. My mom smiled warmly at me, like she was teaching me some new word or science fact. You think? You usually know everything. Of everything that was happening that morning, it feels impossible now. But I think the most unsettling thing of all was that in that moment, I realized my mom barely knew more about the columns than I did. But she was comfortable with them. She was clearly accustomed to their presence somehow. But she didn't know them. We walked for about a block before coming to one. It towered over the town, its height matched only by the other columns spread about it. I quickly noticed that they were laid out in a perfect grid pattern. Every few hundred feet, another column rose up towards the sky, with nothing to compare them to except for each other. The tallest building in town was a 4-story Days Inn that had been built the year before. I couldn't even begin to estimate how tall they were. They didn't extend forever, I could see that much, but they reached up incredibly high, maybe to the clouds. I don't know. They're cement, I said. Concrete, my mother corrected. Cement is an ingredient in concrete. These are concrete. So, someone must have built them. Concrete is used to build things. My 9-year-old mind was working so hard to understand what I was seeing. I walked up to the column and placed my hand against it. It wasn't until that moment that the magnitude of what I was looking at really set in. The column was so high, far too high for me to even guess at. But it was wide, too, not the width of an average single-family house. The 4 sides reaching skyward appeared to be the exact same width, and as far as I could tell, looking off into the distance, all the columns seemed to be the exact same size and shape. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds. To this day, I can't say. Enough that, even spaced out as they were, they could block out the sun. Maybe someone did. Maybe not, my mother said, a hint of mystery in that second part. So, you really don't know where they came from? I tried one last time. My mother laughed. No, I really don't. Does Dad? Your father knows more than I do. He doesn't know everything, but some. He'll tell you when you're older. That didn't satisfy me at all. I wanted to know then and there. As we started walking back to my house, the tiniest part of my brain recognized something that was so impossible to explain, even compared to the columns themselves, that it didn't make itself known as a conscious thought until weeks later. And even then, I never voiced it out loud. I never brought it up. I never asked where the space for the columns came from, because It was abundantly clear that the town itself had been shifted in space. Buildings and ground and trees and the distances between them all moved to accommodate the sudden appearance of the columns. I know this seems impossible. This all does. When we got back home, my father was still wearing that strange outfit. Somehow both faded and shiny looking. He was collecting a suitcase that I'd never seen before from my parents' bedroom. My parents shared another long, silent stare. "I'm gonna have to go in now," my dad said, more to my mom than to me. "I know," she said. I'm not positive, but I think I heard her choke on the words for a split second. "You'll be home tonight, though, right?" Of course he'd be home that night. Dad worked in the municipal building just a couple miles away. He came home every day after work. Why wouldn't he be home tonight? I asked. My parents both looked at me, uncertainty in their eyes. I couldn't tell if it was because they didn't know why he might not be home, or something else. Then my overloaded brain finally caught up with the conversation. I added, "Is it because of the columns?" Dad opened his mouth to answer, but then stopped. After a moment, he started again. "Yeah, it's because of the columns. Part of my job is to take care of them when they show up, and sometimes it can take a while." I was confused. "You work in an office. You do paperwork. What do you do when the columns show up?" "It's a different part of my job. Someone has to go into a special part of the municipal building, and that person is me. He trailed off, clearly unsure of how to explain this to me. It's specialized work that I was trained to do when I first started there, years ago. So when the columns appear, I'm the one who goes. I nodded, completely confused and honestly understanding the situation less than I did before. My dad, who helped manage the town's buildings, also went to some special part of what looked like a very boring building and did something whenever the columns showed up, which clearly wasn't often because I was 9, and this was the first time I ever remember seeing them. "Where do you go? What do you do?" I wanted to know so much more about what was going on, what my dad was doing. "Is that why you're wearing that jumpsuit tuxedo thing?" My dad ignored my questions and ruffled my hair instead. "I love you, kiddo. See you soon." He turned to my mom and kissed her, and told her that he'd be back as soon as possible. Then he picked up the suitcase that I'd never seen before, and left. The next morning, the columns were gone. The space between the buildings and trees and streets and town were back to normal, and the sun tore through the blinds so sharply that it stung my eyes, even as they were closed. I ran downstairs to find both my parents eating breakfast. Everything had returned to normal. Neither of them talked about the columns. They changed the subject whenever I brought them up. Soon I realized I was not going to get any more information from them, and gave up. As I left for school, my mom bent down and grabbed my chin, so I had to stare her straight into her eyes. She gave me the most stern look I've ever seen. "Andy, you are not to talk about the columns with anyone. You are not to talk about anything that happened yesterday, and you're not to talk about what your father told you. No one else will talk about it either. And if anyone does, and you talk about it with them, you'll both be in trouble. Your teacher knows this. Your friends know this. Their parents know this. People you've never met in this town know this. Do you understand me?" And I think it was the look in her eyes more than anything else, but I took what she said so seriously that I could feel it at the core of my soul. These were things that we were not going to talk about, and so I didn't. I went to school, and it was just a regular day. No one mentioned the column, no one mentioned the weird way the town had shifted to accommodate them. No one mentioned how they were gone the very next day. No one mentioned the 6 students from my school, including one girl from my class, vanished sometime between the day before the columns appeared and the day they disappeared, and were never seen again. The memories of that day never left, though. They sat inside me, unspoken for over a decade, looming like the columns over my every subconscious thought. I moved away from college,
to a school where I didn't know many people, so was forced to make new friends. Once I tried to tell them about the columns, but they thought I was joking. And as I was telling them about it, I realized how crazy it sounded. So I played it off and agreed that it was a joke. No one laughed. And I never mentioned it again. Anyway, as often happens when you're trying to make new friends, at that age where you're still trying to find yourself and what you do and don't like, I developed new interests, based on the interests of my new friends. My favorite, though, and the one that stuck with me ever since, was exploring abandoned places. Every time I'm a little scared of getting caught trespassing or something, and honestly, that probably added to the thrill. But the real excitement is seeing those incredible places, sometimes in states of disrepair that you would never see in your day-to-day life, some of them looking perfectly preserved in time. There was an incredible abandoned resort outside of Orlando that had an indoor mini golf course and trees growing up and out of its solarium-inspired glass ceiling. And this tire plant in Georgia, where it looked like the workers had just not come in to work one day, and the next, and eventually never again. All the machinery was still there, just waiting for someone to turn the power back on and get back to work. So when I went back home for Thanksgiving, I found out that the old municipal building had been shuttered, and new gleaming glass encased structures had been built a few blocks away. I knew I had to go see my dad's old workplace. But getting access wasn't hard. Even though it was located in the heart of the old downtown area, there were hardly any businesses left, either moving or larger outdoor malls scattered around the edge of town, or shuttered for good, having given up to e-commerce. So early on the morning of Black Friday, everyone in town was doing one of two things, sleeping or waiting in line far away from the aged downtown area. Even the police were keeping watch over the mobs of sale-hungry shoppers, and so I didn't even see a single patrol on my way to the old municipal building. I didn't know if the building had a guard, but if it did, he or she must have either had the night off or decided to spend it trying to score some crazy deal at one of the shopping centers, figuring no one would notice their absence on that night of all nights. The building was old, visibly so. It looked almost exactly like the City Hall building from Back to the Future. Some bricks and round columns on the steps leading up to the main entrance. Even the same triangle shape at the roofline that at one time housed a large clock, and now just a large empty circle built into the building's face. It's a little weird that we describe buildings as having human body parts, like faces, isn't it? We describe everything in terms of the human body, honestly. It's like our own body is the only way we can truly understand the world around us. I was surprised to find every single window and door was boarded over, which seemed a little overkill for this place, but getting in was still a simple matter. I knew from countless times driving by as a child that there are a set of stairs built into a sidewalk on the building's right side, leading down to a door directly into the building's basement. There's another thing we never talked about when I was little, or when I was growing up for that matter, that not a single building in town seemed to have a basement, save for the municipal building. I don't know why that occurred to me just now, I guess you don't think about some things. The location of the door, below street level, virtually guaranteed that no one would see me prying off the plywood that covered the door, even though that was never a risk in this particular night. It gave me a peace of mind, though, as I pulled the small crowbar out of my backpack, brought along for this exact scenario. It took a minute or two, but soon the plywood was removed and set aside. It had been impossible to do silently, but the noise I'd made hadn't seemed to have stirred anyone, so I was feeling more brazen about my entry. The next obstacle, the locked door, didn't stand a chance. The wood holding the bolt in place was old and weathered, and gave way with the first kick. I probably should have felt guilty about literally breaking and entering, but the thrill of exploration, combined with the number of times my college friends had dragged me out to do this exact thing with them before, had numbed me to it by this point. I was past feeling guilt for trespassing. I only felt curiosity, intense curiosity, as I remembered my dad telling me that he had to go to a special part of the building that day. I shuffled the plywood back into place so that a cursory glance by a passerby wouldn't appear too suspicious, and I closed the door as best I could. I grabbed a nearby chair and propped it against the door to hold it shut, and promised myself I'd nail the door shut on my way out. The beam of my flashlight dashed over a fairly mundane office. Old, very out of date, and missing most office supplies, but the skeleton of the office it had once been was easy to see.
It was just missing computers and copy machines, telephone, and people milling about. Or so I thought. As I waved my flashlight again, I noticed the desks weren't missing computers. They'd never had them. Old typewriters, maybe from the 70s, I'd guess, were placed neatly at the center of each desk. Their plastic cases had discolored and yellowed to the point that the brand name was impossible to read, and the stickers affixed to the keys to label them had either peeled completely off or were almost there. But at one time, this had been a functional office. It had clearly stopped seeing use well before I'd first thought. But the bones were still here. Bones. People constantly talk about a building's bones. No one even thinks about it. I knew my dad used a computer every day at work. It had been early in the computer age, and I think he'd started with DOS, but I know the building's technology was moved beyond typewriters, even when I was a child. They just shuttered it a couple years ago. I know most of the building had been using up-to-date technology before they moved to the new location, so why? Why was this room stuck in time? Not only stuck, but apparently abandoned well before the change in location. Judging by the state of the typewriters, the room maybe had been abandoned since I was a kid. Maybe longer. I walked further into the room, examining the desks, looking for any scrap of paper that might give me an idea of the last time this room had seen use. This was my favorite part of exploring abandoned places, piecing a story together in my head, trying to understand what happened at this place. It felt sort of like what I imagined being an archaeologist feels like, except with concepts and technology that I inherently understand and don't need to consult reference books for. The desks seemed void of any pieces of paper, so on a whim I opened a drawer. Nothing. I moved another desk and opened the drawer, found a 3-hole puncher. Nothing informative. That third desk, though. It was a thick stack of bound papers, at least half an inch. A couple hundred pages, I guess. Most of the cover page was faded, but as I started flipping through it, it became clear it was some sort of report by a civil engineering firm. There were some graphs that meant nothing to me, some diagrams that may have been for the town's sewer system, and page after page of numbers like a spreadsheet made before Excel was a thing. Using my flashlight as a reading lamp, I went back to the first pages, which I figured would be an introduction to the document, explaining what I was looking at. Maybe give me some dates. Engineering projects had timelines, so I was looking for numbers, names of months, etc. As I was scanning through, I began to notice a phrase repeat itself. The concrete layer. Capitalized, just like that. Like a proper noun, like it was a name. It became clear that the project I was holding was some sort of, for lack of a better phrase, checkup on whatever this concrete layer was. The engineering firm conducted a bunch of drilling operations, went down into the sewers, making sure this concrete layer, whatever that was intact and stable. But it went on. They checked lake beds, river beds. They had drilling sites spread out across at least 400 square miles, roughly a 20-mile by 20-mile square, encompassing the town and outlying communities, but all sites and investigations referred to the same singular concrete layer. Not various pieces of concrete foundation. One singular unit, like the entire town, shared one gigantic foundation. What the hell did that mean? I turned another page that was formatted differently from the rest of the report. It was on letterhead from the National Security Agency, and didn't seem to have anything to do with the survey, or at least not directly. It appeared to be more concerned with extending and ongoing agreements between the town and the U.S. Marshal. It was made in the 1800s. Again with something called the Black Chamber in 1920. Apparently the letter was to ensure ongoing cooperation between the town and the NSA, who took over handling the agreement sometime after the Black Chamber. It was dated September of 1976. I was reaching the point where I couldn't make sense of anything in the report when I turned one more page. A summary of the costs involved in the survey. A number of city officials had signed off on the cost, and there, third down, was my dad's name and signature. Whatever this concrete layer was, my dad knew about it. I put the report back in the drawer and moved my light around the room. I thought maybe I could find an office with more information, something that would make sense of what I had just read, something to explain why it seemed like a single piece of concrete foundation stretched for 400 miles under my town. Instead of an office, though, my light was drawn to something else. In the far left corner of the room, the paint on the wall stopped several feet out. There was nothing but bare cinder block moving into the corner, where instead of the two walls meeting was a single bare metal door. It took a moment for me to understand why my flashlight had gone straight there when I had meant to search the room in full, but as I looked at the door, and at the space around it, and at the space leading to that space, I realized that every single line in that room pointed to that corner, and that door. It was like when you're taking art in school and you learn about perspective, and your teacher shows you what a vanishing point is, the point in a picture where all the perspective lines lead. They were all pointing to that corner, unfinished, proud in its bare cinder block, its solid blank door. I'm still not sure if I had no choice but to enter that door, but if my curiosity of the situation convinced me, then I did. But I walked straight there, grabbed the L-shaped handle, and thrust it open. A smell came back to me that I still struggled to describe. There was several things separately, and all at once. It was the smell of earth, dirt, wet and pungent, and the smell of death and decay. Like life had been trapped behind that door and eventually succumbed to the passage of time. And it was the smell of sweet things like barbecue sauce or ketchup. I pointed my light into the darkness and found a plain, unfinished concrete staircase leading down, the walls equally plain and cement, giving no handholds. So I took my time with each step, knowing I had nothing to catch myself on if I lost my balance. The staircase continued down for some time. I tried to count steps, but lost count after 75, and then I continued down for at least as much longer, maybe more. Eventually it came to rest in a large, perfectly rectangular room, cast entirely in concrete. There was only one door about 200 feet away at the other end, and nothing on the walls or floor. The ceiling loomed oppressively overhead. As I walked across the room, I began to hear a faint humming. At least, I think I was hearing it. I may have been more feeling it than hearing it. In any case, the closer I got to the other side, the more I felt vibration in my body, down to my bones. I noticed it wasn't constant, but was rather rhythmic. A steady thrumming coming from somewhere beyond the door, somewhere beyond and below. I reached the door and found that rather than being metal like the one that led to the staircase, this one was concrete, like the rest of the room. The only metal was the hinges that it swung on. There was a hole the size of my fist to reach in and pull from. Before putting my fingers in, I bent down and examined the hole from every angle with my flashlight. Finally confident that there was nothing in it but more bare concrete, I reached in with all the strength I had and pulled the door toward me, open. It was a struggle, but the hinges appeared in surprisingly good shape. I would have expected them to be rusted to hell and back, but they appeared well cared for. The challenge came from the weight of the door itself. Putting my foot against the wall to help apply leverage, I was eventually able to get the door open wide enough to slip through. I peeked in and illuminated what I could find with my light. Couldn't really understand what I was seeing. Just on the other side of the door, the walls shifted from unfinished concrete to something even more primitive. It looked like adobe clay, the kind that indigenous people built things out of thousands of years ago. It was rough to the touch, but warm. Surprisingly warm. Beyond the door, another staircase plunged downward again, this one made out of the same adobe as the walls around it. The air was growing stifling. Couldn't even begin to estimate how far underground I was. I was beyond trying to understand why this passage was located beneath a municipal building. I'd even mostly forgotten about the concrete layer, now driven only by a maddening need to know where this series of blank staircases and corridors led. I walked down the stairs for maybe 5 minutes, but strangely, I wasn't sure. It felt like about 5 minutes, and logic told me I'd walked about 5 minutes down the stairs, but also, I had the slightest, most vague memories of having walked down these stairs for years, and years, maybe even decades. I had indistinct, dreamlike memories of having lived a substantial part of my life walking down that staircase. When I reached the bottom, I felt much older, mentally and physically. I felt my face and body, but it no longer felt like mine. I didn't understand. Everything felt wrong, like a bad trip. I walked down another long, blank corridor made out of adobe and found that the other end had a doorway, but no door.
just some straw hanging across it. I wondered how long the straw had been there. How long did dried straw last? I had no idea. I pushed it aside and walked across and immediately threw myself to the ground. I found myself on an elevated walkway, also made out of adobe, in the middle of a chamber that was so large. I could not see its walls, only where the concrete ceiling, hundreds of feet above me, eventually sloped over the horizon. The thrumming had grown so loud I could feel it in the core of my soul. The walkway was only a few feet wide and only extended another 20 or so before plunging down into the adobe floor of the chamber hundreds of feet below. I scrambled for my flashlight, only to realize I didn't need it. Somehow, something was illuminating the chamber. There were subtle cracks in the adobe floor far below me, and some more light was pouring through them, but it wasn't a color I can describe. I'm not sure it was a color at all. I honestly don't know what it was, but it let me see. All around me, as far as the horizon would allow, the adobe clay ground stretched, and at regular intervals, perfectly square columns, made out of adobe clay, lazily bobbed up and down. Not the way the ocean moves, even the way a field of grass moves in the wind. The movement of the columns was lazy, but there was no mistaking that the movements were that of a living being. There was purpose to them. They moved in rhythm with a thrumming, and realized I had been feeling this moment in my body since the cement core all those steps ago. That's how powerful the movement of this ground was. Carefully, I crawled to the edge of the walkway and I peered down, pointing my flashlight down, more out of muscle memory than need, but I'll never forget what I saw. Directly below the end of the walkway was a pile of human bones, dozens of feet tall, maybe more. Size was almost impossible to estimate in the maddening chamber. Clothes were even visible wrapped around the bones on the top. The bones further down looked much, much older. The ones nearest the bottom, or as far down as I could see them, had been disintegrated into dust. As quickly as I had seen the bones, though, something happened. The adobe floor of the chamber, as though reacting to the light I'd shone on it, roared to life. Columns shot up at regular intervals with incredible speed. They crashed into the ceiling, but somehow kept going. Everything around me shook. I turned and ran. I ran and ran and ran. I almost passed out on those stairs a couple times, but it felt like the stairwells were going to collapse at any moment, and my survival instinct kept me going. After some length of time, I even less clear on how long it took me to run up as it did to go down, I eventually made it back to the bizarre, unused office. I ran out the door and into the front final few steps towards the street, and I couldn't believe what I saw. Towering over me, at regular intervals, scattered for miles and miles, dwarfing everything else in the world, were the column. The same ones I'd seen when I was 9. The next day the columns were out, but my parents and I didn't mention them. I went to sleep that night and left the next morning. The columns had vanished overnight. 3 weeks later, I read an article online about a woman who said that her sister lived in my town and had a daughter. The woman said, the sister's daughter disappeared the day after Thanksgiving, but the sister won't talk to her, and the town's police said. So they looked into the report and concluded it was unfounded.
Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and I just wanted to tell you thank you so much for watching tonight's video, or by listening to tonight's episode of the podcast. I know I haven't had as many updates as I would like to have on the channel lately, and things just kind of get really hard with shit that's happening in my family. But hey, I wanted to say thank you so much for being around, thank you so much for still supporting me and for coming back to listen to new stories. If you guys want to get updates anytime that I do upload, then please go ahead and hit that subscribe button and ring the bell. Or if you're listening over a podcast, I think it's still a subscribe button or a follow button or whatever happen. Those happen to be. As always, I want to give a very big thank you to everybody out there on patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta. A very, very big thank you.
to everybody there, and to especially Jordan Humble, Diana Kraus, King Crab, Calcifer 420, Veronica Lynn Lopez, Marlon Chavez, Azazel 66603, Ethan Leon, Polaris Prospect X, Blake Rattler, Viceroy Scorn, Samara Lynn, Disciple, Silly Man, Brandon Mendoza, Brimstone Pandemonium, Caltuna, William Wellington, Scruffy the Janitor, Brenna Crow, Lakeda Canizales, Smiley the Psychotic, Dante Kincaid, Simba's Bloody Mojo, Curse Pox Primarch, M, Jettis Pet, Clonable, Jay Kieran, Mike, Himbo Jerry, Crusader Chocobo, Remember the Sun, Estebean, Hour Minute Second Time, Seclude, Salty Surprise, Red Shadowcat, Turtleman, Mr. Marcus Blitz, Voice of Sand, Phycomel, Melted Lake, Tully Sue, Croconut 509, Stricken, Freddy Krueger, Hades Nephew, Tommy Walters, Acid System, Sky Harbor, Nico Kyle, Tristan Pelton, Ball Arms the Rat, The Ginger Bros, Daniel Polson, and Corey Kinchin. To all of you guys there, everybody who's down in the description, and everybody who can just give $1, I want to say thank you to you guys. And if you would like to join this list in the description, head over to patreon.com/MrCreepy. And if you would like to join this list in the description, sweet dreams.